Introduction. Jiang Sheng never expected that after 3 years of marriage, it would end with his wife's infidelity and betrayal. He also never expected that on the day of the divorce, he would gain the favor and protection of a peerless goddess. While I have amnesia, I, Ji Mingyue, am willing to give everything for Jiang Sheng. After I regain my memory, it's my turn to support you, Ji Mingyue, all day long. Chapter 1, Wife Cheating. The True Love of the Young Lady. Honey, you're so bad. My husband is still at home, why do you have to come to my house and screw? We've played everything we should have played in the past 2 years, and now the only thing that's exciting is playing in front of your idiot husband. You're so bad, but I like it. Under the pouring rain, inside a luxurious villa. Jiang Sheng, who was standing in the doorway of the bedroom, was burning with rage as he heard the unmentionable sounds of a man and a woman fooling around coming from the bedroom. His anger was so great that it caused Jiang Sheng's head to start throbbing violently and his body to tremble uncontrollably. 3 years ago, the head of the Xiao family met Jiang Sheng, who had lost his memory, and took him in, having him marry Xiao Zhengxue, the Xiao family's young lady. Since Jiang Sheng could not remember anything from his past and the head of the Xiao family treated him very well. Therefore, even though Xiao Zhengxue always treated Jiang Sheng coldly, he always took care of him wholeheartedly as if he were his wife, caring for him and obeying him. But Jiang Sheng never dreamed that his beloved wife had cheated on him long ago. Now she has even brought her lover home for fun, which is simply too much. You couple of dogs. Jiang Sheng, greatly agitated, roared and kicked open the door. In the bedroom, a man and a woman, both half-dressed, were taken by surprise by this sudden turn of events. Ah! Xiao Zhengxue let out a cry of surprise, pushed the man on top of her away, and frantically pulled her clothes back on. What's the rush? He's seen us, so we don't have to be sneaky anymore. Let's just do it in front of him. The handsome young man, shirtless and with bulging muscles all over his body, shrugged nonchalantly and continued to move in on the woman. Stop it! Xiao Zhengxue got dressed and calmed the young man, yelling angrily at Jiang Sheng, "What are you doing here? Get out of here right now! Xiao Zhengxue, why are you doing this to me?" Jiang Sheng painfully covered his head and roared with gritted teeth, "For these past 3 years, I have been devoted to you and obedient, but you have been unfaithful. A good-for-nothing like you, who only knows how to do laundry and cook, is not worthy of me being unfaithful to you." Xiao Zhengxue impatiently interrupted Jiang Sheng and said with disgust, "Since you've seen it, I don't bother to hide it anymore. Let's get a divorce. I was forced to marry you under pressure from my father. I never liked you. From beginning to end, he was the only one in my heart." Xiao Zhengxue took the initiative to snuggle up in the young man's arms and said proudly, "Do you know who he is? The heir to the wealthy Liu family of Jiangzhou, Liu Shuyi, the young master of the Liu family. If you like someone else, you can just tell me, and I will let you." Jiang Sheng yelled in shame and anger, "Why are you doing this to me? Being cuckolded is a great shame for any man, not to mention that Jiang Sheng has always regarded Xiao Zhengxue as his true love. All of this is not only hurtful to him, but also a disgrace. Humph. If it weren't for the old man forbidding me to divorce you, I would have kicked you out long ago." Xiao Zhengxue snorted in disgust, "I really don't know what the old man was thinking. He said that you were someone who had fallen from the sky, someone extraordinary, and that I had to marry you. But now it's fine. The Liu family has now obtained the opportunity to cooperate with the Jinling royal family, the Ji family, and the future is limitless. With the support of the Liu family, the Xiao family will definitely soar in the future. Even the old master is unlikely to disregard the interests of the family and make enemies with all the clan members for your sake." Lu Shu, who had no intention of getting dressed at all, sat down on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and teased, "You good for nothing. You were a husband and wife with Shuer for 3 years, but you never even touched her finger, while I was able to enjoy her recklessly." Liu Shuyi exhaled a ring of smoke, looked at Xiao Zhengxue, and pointed at his legs. "Nasty, you're really bad." Xiao Zhengxue flirtatiously threw a seductive glance, and then kneeled in front of Liu Shuyi with a flattering face. "Scum, did you see that?" Liu Shuyi laughed triumphantly, "A woman you couldn't touch for 3 years, but I can make her kneel and serve me at any time. You can only say that you are useless." Seeing Xiao Zhengxue, who had tried so hard to please him but never gave him a kind face, so servilely pleasing another man, Jiang Sheng's headache was so severe that he was furious. "I'll kill you both." With a roar, Jiang Sheng ignored his headache and charged at the pair. Facing Jiang Sheng, who was determined to fight to the death, Liu Shuyi suddenly got up and kicked Jiang Sheng in the chest. There was a muffled sound of bang. Jiang Sheng fell heavily to the ground. He already had amnesia, and with a splitting headache, he was no match for the physically fit Liu Shuyi. "Stupid idiot, how dare you fight me?" After getting the first kick in, Liu Shuyi was still not satisfied. He picked up the ashtray on the coffee table and smashed it hard at Jiang Sheng's head, who was trying to get up. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Sheng was smashed, bleeding from the head, and passed out. "Stop it, you'll kill him." Zhao Zhongxue stepped forward and grabbed Liu Shuyi, panicking, "If you really kill him, it's over. He's just a waste of space. If I kill him, I don't have to take any responsibility." Liu Shuyi threw away the ashtray and carelessly wiped his hands with a tissue. "He's not going to die, is he?" Zhao Zhongxue was not as calm as Liu Shuyi, and panicked, "Take him to the hospital." "To the hospital, my ass." Liu Shuyi sneered with disdain, while getting dressed, and sneered, "I want him to disappear forever." Immediately, Liu Shuyi wrapped Jiang Sheng in bed sheets, threw him into the trunk, and drove away from the Xiao family. Jiangzhou City, the suburbs, in a pavilion at the foot of the Wuliang Mountains. A beautiful woman in a long white dress, with shoulder-length hair and an aristocratic air but a pale complexion, sat in the pavilion, drinking water and staring out at the pouring rain. "Miss, do you really believe that fortune teller's nonsense?" The woman's secretary, a pretty young woman in a black business suit, complained. "He said you'd meet your true love here, but we've been waiting all day and haven't seen a single person." "What's that?" Before the secretary could finish speaking, the white-clad woman suddenly sat up, staring intently in the direction of the hillside. She saw a figure hurtling down the hillside at great speed, rolling towards the pavilion. Before the secretary could see what was happening, the figure had already rolled to the front of the pavilion. It was Jiang Sheng, who had been thrown from the hill by Liu Shuyi. "Oh my god! So-called Mr. Right is a man who was rolled from the sky?" The young secretary looked at Jiang Sheng, who was covered in blood and mud, in disbelief. "Xiao Yuan, come quickly and save him." The woman in white shouted, rushing to Jiang Sheng's side in the pouring rain and raising her hand to test Jiang Sheng's breathing. When the woman in white's hand touched Jiang Sheng, the rainstorm that had been going on all day suddenly stopped. Then the dark clouds dispersed and the sun shone down. "This can't be happening." Facing this strange scene, Secretary Xiao Yuan and the woman in white were both dumbfounded. "That fortune-telling old man is really amazing." Chapter 2, The Young Princess of the Jinling Royal Family, Ji Mingyue. Jiang Sheng, who was in a coma, entered a very mysterious state. When Liu Shuyi smashed Jiang Sheng's head with an ashtray for the first time, fragments of memory began to emerge in Jiang Sheng's mind. As Liu Shuyi continued to smash, more and more fragments of memory came back to Jiang Sheng. They were all memories related to medical classics, martial arts metaphysics, and mysterious immortal methods. One of these methods, called the 9 transformation swallowing the sky technique, seemed to have merged into Jiang Sheng's soul, and during his unconscious period, it began to run automatically. In the VIP ward of the hospital, the pale-faced white-clad woman drank water while frowning tightly as she looked at Jiang Sheng lying in the hospital bed. "Miss, we have already investigated thoroughly." Secretary Xiao Yuan took out a file and said, "This person is Jiang Sheng. He was picked up by the old master of the Xiao family in Jiangzhou 3 years ago as a son-in-law for Miss Zhao Zhongxue. According to the information, this person is extremely mediocre and also suffers from amnesia. He is a loser who only knows how to do laundry, cook, and do housework. He has been cuckolded by his wife for 3 years and still doesn't know it. Today, he found out that his wife was cheating on him, but instead, he was beaten up and seriously injured and abandoned in Wuliang Mountain. Miss, you are the most favored little princess of the Jinling Ji family, the royal family of the southeast. Do you really believe that this loser is your destined true love?" After learning about Jiang Sheng's unbearable past, Xiao Yuan despised him. "I, Ji Mingyue, never believe in fate." The white-clad woman responded coldly, staring at Jiang Sheng's face, but he did verify the prophecy of that fortune-teller. "If he is good enough, I can give him a chance." "Young lady, you must not be impulsive. Are you telling me what to do?" Ji Mingyue coldly glanced at Xiao Yuan, who was suddenly too scared to say another word. As the most beloved little princess in the Ji family, Ji Mingyue had always been cold and domineering, resolute and forceful. Even some of the elders in the Ji family did not dare to disobey this little madam, and Xiao Yuan did not dare to give her orders. Just then, Ji Mingyue suddenly covered her chest and gasped for breath in pain. My lady must have caught a cold in the rain, causing her illness to flare up. Seeing Ji Mingyue's painful expression, Xiao Yuan's face changed, and she anxiously said, "I'll ask Dr. Qi to bring medicine over." Go, and ask Dr. Qi to help him with his injuries. Ji Mingyue nodded, looked at Jiang Sheng, and imperiously ordered, I will temporarily spend time with him as you. No one is allowed to reveal my identity to him. Yes. Xiao Yuan nodded, then hurriedly ran out. The ward was left with only Ji Mingyue and Jiang Sheng. At that moment, a pale white mist suddenly filled Jiang Sheng's body. Then, the wound on his head began to heal rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, Jiang Sheng's head, which had been smashed open with a ladle, and the injuries he had sustained from rolling down the hill, all healed. Seeing this strange and miraculous scene, even the well-informed Ji Mingyue was stunned. This person is no ordinary person. Could it be that he is really my true love? Ji Mingyue swallowed, stared at Jiang Sheng, and the words of the fortune-teller kept echoing in his mind. After his injuries healed, the white mist around Jiang Sheng disappeared, and he woke up. Jiang Sheng opened his eyes and saw a stunningly beautiful woman with a tall figure and an air of nobility appear before him. This was a super beauty who could outshine Zhao Zhongxue by dozens of streets. She was so beautiful that she could make a country fall in love with her, and she was like a fallen fish that could make the world fall in love with her. I'm dead. Do you see an angel? Jiang Sheng looked at Ji Mingyue in a daze and muttered. Hearing this, the cold-natured Ji Mingyue was amused and said, The angel you are talking about doesn't have a body as good as mine. Ah. I'm sorry. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Jiang Sheng hurriedly apologized, wondering, Who are you? Where am I? My name is Ji Stao Yuan. Ji Mingyue said calmly, I saw you get injured and fall on the street in the rain before, so I took you to the hospital. Hospital? Jiang Sheng froze for a moment, and hurriedly touched the top of his head. I seem to have been beaten up really badly, but why don't I have any injuries at all? Ji Mingyue rolled her eyes. She also really wanted to know what had happened to Jiang Sheng. He had sustained such serious injuries, but they had healed in the blink of an eye. He was practically a monster. Do you remember who you are and where you're from? Knowing that Jiang Sheng suffered from amnesia, Ji Mingyue asked tentatively. My name is Jiang Sheng, and I'm the son-in-law of the Xiao family. Jiang Sheng propped himself up and responded, My hometown is, Halfway through his sentence, Jiang Sheng's head began to ache violently. What's wrong? Ji Mingyue asked in confusion. I can't remember anything from before. Jiang Sheng covered his head and shook his head apologetically. Although his mind had many more memories of medical techniques, martial arts and cultivation, he still couldn't remember anything from 3 years ago. If you can't remember, just forget it, don't force yourself. Ji Mingyue comforted him with understanding. Jiang Sheng closed his eyes and sorted through the fragments of memory that had come to him. Although the amount of information was great, the only memories he had of himself were from the past 3 years. However, Jiang Sheng was certain that the 9 transformation swallowing heaven technique was truly operating within his body, not only healing his injuries, but also condensing a pure energy within his dantian. Ugh! Just as Jiang Sheng was organizing his memories, he suddenly heard Ji Mingyue let out a low sob. Jiang Sheng opened his eyes and saw Ji Mingyue covering her chest in pain, her forehead covered in fine sweat. He hurriedly asked with concern, Miss Ji, what's wrong? It's nothing, just an old problem. Ji Mingyue gritted her teeth and stubbornly said, I've already told someone to go get the doctor, so don't worry. Although she said so, Ji Mingyue's expression became more and more painful, which made Jiang Sheng feel both anxious and distressed. Miss Ji, can I diagnose you? Seeing Ji Mingyue in such pain, Jiang Sheng plucked up the courage to ask. He now had memories in his head about medical skills, but he didn't know if these memories would work. You know medical skills? Ji Mingyue looked at Jiang Sheng in surprise. I don't know how to explain it, but I want to try. Jiang Sheng responded weakly. He wasn't sure if he was a doctor before he lost his memory, but seeing Ji Mingyue in so much pain, he wanted to give it a try. Ji Mingyue stared at Jiang Sheng for a full minute, and finally nodded, I'll give you this opportunity, I hope you're not lying to me. Immediately, Ji Mingyue reached out his hand to Jiang Sheng, thinking to himself, this guy isn't trying to take advantage of me, is he? Jiang Sheng did not do anything rude. He carefully placed his finger on Ji Mingyue's pulse point and diagnosed him seriously. I was just being paranoid. Seeing that Jiang Sheng did not take advantage of the situation, Ji Mingyue's mood relaxed a lot, but the next moment. No, this is wrong. Jiang Sheng suddenly grabbed Ji Mingyue's soft, boneless, white and smooth right hand and began to knead it wildly, looking no different from a pervert. Chapter 3, He's a Martial Artist. Let him try. Seeing Jiang Sheng suddenly take advantage of him while he was relaxed and off guard, Ji Mingyue's face instantly turned cold as ice, and cold light flashed in his eyes. Ji Mingyue was about to lose his temper when his secretary, Xiao, entered the ward and happened to see the scene in front of her, instantly becoming furious. "You bastard, what are you doing? Get out of here, you shameless pervert, how dare you flirt with my lady?" Xiao walked up to Jiang Sheng, pushed him away angrily, and anxiously asked Ji Mingyue, "Are you okay, my lady? I'll have someone chop this bastard into a million pieces." "I'm fine, don't make a fuss." Ji Mingyue endured the pain in her chest and coldly glanced at Jiang Sheng. "It's my own fault for being careless, so I can't blame anyone." Although Ji Mingyue said she didn't believe in fate and didn't believe the words of the fortune teller, Jiang Sheng had verified the old man's prediction, and she had somewhat expected something from Jiang Sheng. But now, she was utterly disappointed. "Dr. Qi, quickly give the young lady her medicine." Seeing Ji Mingyue's painful expression, Xiao anxiously shouted out the door. "I'm coming." A middle-aged man with a medical kit on his back and a goatee entered the ward and took out a pile of medicine and placed it in front of Ji Mingyue. Xiao carefully helped Ji Mingyue take the medicine, but after half a day, Ji Mingyue's condition did not improve. Dr. Qi wrapped a red string around Ji Mingyue's wrist and began to feel her pulse. As the young princess of the noble Ji family of Jinling, Ji Mingyue's body was pure and untainted to the extreme, and even the doctor could not touch it lightly. This shows how unforgivable Jiang Sheng's previous behavior of grabbing someone's hand and feeling them up was. "Miss, you have contracted typhoid fever, which is why the medicine is not working." After a moment of diagnosis, Dr. Qi said with a grave face, "I need to give you acupuncture first to expel the wind cold, so that the medicine can work and relieve your discomfort." "No, absolutely not." Just then, Jiang Sheng shouted, "Miss Ji is not sick. If you rashly give her acupuncture, you will kill her." Jiang Sheng knew that he had made Ji Mingyue angry, and seeing that a doctor was there, he didn't stick his nose in it. But when he heard that Dr. Qi was going to give Ji Mingyue an acupuncture treatment, Jiang Sheng couldn't help but speak up to stop him. "Who is this?" Dr. Qi looked at Jiang Sheng blankly. "You ungrateful bastard, don't talk nonsense here." Xiao cursed with disgust, glaring at Jiang Sheng viciously. "If you delay the treatment of Miss, you won't have enough lives to die." I'm not talking nonsense." Jiang Sheng anxiously explained, "Miss Ji's symptoms are really not a disease, but..." "Stop it." Ji Mingyue angrily shouted, "In pain, Dr. Qi, quickly give me acupuncture, I'm dying of pain. My master is the king of divine pesticides. He diagnosed Miss Ji as having a congenital heart disease." Dr. Qi immediately prepared the silver needles, and looked at Jiang Sheng mockingly, "What are you? Could it be that your medical skills are better than my master's? I don't know how to explain it, but if you administer acupuncture to Miss Ji now, you will really kill her." Jiang Sheng looked anxiously at Ji Mingyue. "Miss Ji, you have to trust me." "Dr. Qi, go ahead." Ji Mingyue lay flat on the bed, ignoring Jiang Sheng's entreaties, mainly because she had already lost trust in him. Dr. Qi also cut the crap and raised his hand to pierce a silver needle into Ji Mingyue's Feng Qi point. "Ah!" As soon as the needle was inserted, Ji Mingyue screamed and her body convulsed violently. This shouldn't be." Dr. Qi's face changed drastically, and he was so flustered that he didn't know what to do. "You have to think of something." Xiao yelled anxiously, "If anything happens to Miss, you and I will be held responsible." Dr. Qi was at a loss for what to do. "I don't know what's going on either. It's obviously a very simple way to expel wind cold, so why? Get out of the way." Jiang Sheng stepped forward, pushed Xiao and Dr. Qi away, removed the silver needle, grabbed Ji Mingyue's hand and rubbed it again. "How dare you, you actually dare to flirt with my lady." Seeing this scene, Xiao was furious. "Come here, arrest this madman for me." Suddenly, a cold-faced black-clad bodyguard rushed into the ward and grabbed Jiang Sheng's shoulder with a grappling technique. Facing this sudden turn of events, Jiang Sheng's mind instinctively brought up a lot of memories about fighting. Seeing that the bodyguard was about to grab his shoulder, Jiang Sheng bent over sharply and stomped his feet, avoiding the other person's large hand while his body crashed into the bodyguard's arms like a cannonball. There was a muffled sound of bang. The tall and muscular bodyguard was knocked directly into the air by Jiang Sheng. The whole time, Jiang Sheng had been holding Ji Mingyue's right hand and rhythmically kneading it. Seeing this scene, the few people in the hospital room were dumbfounded. Even Ji Mingyue, who was in pain, was shocked. No one expected that such a wimpy Jiang Sheng could have such explosive power. Who the hell was he? Ji Mingyue's bodyguards were all hand-picked elites, and now they were all defeated by Jiang Sheng in one move, which was outrageous. So he's a martial artist. The bodyguard, who had been knocked flying, steadied himself and quickly pulled a pistol from his waistband, pointing it at Jiang Sheng. "You let my lady go right now, or I'll shoot you." "A gun." Jiang Sheng's face changed slightly. "Just who is this Miss Ji?" Firearms were strictly controlled in the country of Hua, and yet Ji Mingyue's bodyguard was allowed to carry a gun, which was quite extraordinary. "Stop." As they were about to come to blows, Ji Mingyue let out a soft cry, looked at Jiang Sheng, and said coldly, "Let him try." "Miss, you mustn't." Dr. Qi immediately stepped forward and said, "This kid is so young that he can't possibly be a doctor. If you let him do whatever he wants, what if? You almost killed me with one needle, and you didn't even know how to treat me. Then I guess I'll just have to let him try." Ji Mingyue impatiently interrupted Dr. Qi. Dr. Qi was suddenly at a loss for words and had to shut his mouth. "Thank you." Seeing that Ji Mingyue believed in him, Jiang Sheng whispered, "I will do my best to cure you. I have no other choice now." Ji Mingyue looked at Jiang Sheng expressionlessly and warned, "If you lie to me, I will make you pay a painful price." "Okay. If I lie to you, I am willing to accept any punishment." Jiang Sheng nodded firmly and began to knead Ji Mingyue's hand. This scene, as seen by Xiao and the others, was Jiang Sheng desecrating Ji Mingyue's pure and innocent body. If it weren't for Ji Mingyue's words, they would have had no hesitation in cutting off Jiang Sheng's hand. Why is this guy never satisfied? After Jiang Sheng had massaged her hands for 3 minutes, Ji Mingyue became a little impatient. Then, to her surprise, she found that the pain in her chest had disappeared. Chapter 4, She's been bewitched. She's been seen naked. "Miss Ji, do you feel better?" After a few more minutes, Jiang Sheng asked, holding Ji Mingyue's soft, boneless little hand. "I do feel better." Ji Mingyue nodded, looking at the hand she was holding, her face turning red. "How long do you want to keep rubbing it?" "For now, that's enough." Jiang Sheng quickly let go of Ji Mingyue's hand, anxiously saying, "I really didn't mean to take advantage of you. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before." Seeing Jiang Sheng's appearance, Ji Mingyue was amused and suddenly found this man to be very cute. How could this happen? What is the medical principle behind this? Dr. Qi, who was standing nearby, gawked at Ji Mingyue. A blind cat hitting a dead mouse, I don't believe he knows how to heal. Xiao, on the other hand, stared at Jiang Sheng warily and muttered under her breath. Ms. Ji's situation is no longer considered medical. She has been bewitched. Due to the rain, Miss Ji's body has become cold, which has stimulated the parasites. Dr. Qi's previous acupuncture treatment has further stimulated the parasites, which is why Miss Ji is in even more pain. Jiang Sheng introduced with a grave face, "I have temporarily calmed the parasites in her body through massage, but I have not removed them. Miss Ji is still in danger at any time. I have been put under a spell?" Ji Mingyue narrowed her eyes and her face became grave. Her identity is not ordinary, and if it is true, then there must be a huge conspiracy behind this matter. "My lady, don't listen to his nonsense." Xiao glared at Jiang Sheng angrily. "My lady is a precious life, and she is guarded by an excellent doctor like Dr. Qi, so how could she be bewitched?" "I believe him." Ji Mingyue waved to stop Xiao and looked at Jiang Sheng with interest. "So do you know what kind of bewitcher I have? Can you cure it?" "Heart-eating parasite. It is a parasite that enters the human body and flows into the heart with the blood, relying on feeding on the host's heart blood to grow and develop." Jiang Sheng introduced with a grave face, "During the larval stage of this kind of thing, the host can promote blood circulation by drinking a lot of water to satisfy its nutrient absorption. Miss Ji should like to drink a lot of water, but not go to the toilet very often, right?" "That's right." Ji Mingyue's face changed slightly. She has always drunk water without letting go of it, but she doesn't go to the toilet very often. At this point, Ji Mingyue had already developed a 7-point trust in Jiang Sheng. "Then you are correct." Jiang Sheng nodded and looked at Ji Mingyue's chest. "Now we just need to determine what stage the parasite in your body has reached, and then we can use the appropriate method to get rid of it." Seeing Jiang Sheng staring at her chest, Ji Mingyue suddenly blushed. "Do you like my breasts?" "Miss Ji, don't get me wrong. Through the massage I just gave you, the parasite's mark on your body will become visible." Jiang Sheng hurriedly waved his hands and explained, "For those who have been infected with the heart-eating goo, a small red spot will appear on the chest when the goo enters the heart. Over time, the red spot will expand into different patterns, representing the different stages of the goose growth in your body, and different methods will be needed to get rid of it. Miss, you don't really believe his nonsense, do you? Xiao Yuan looked at Ji Mingyue worriedly. Dr. Qi, on the other hand, was at a loss for words. The situation had exceeded his understanding, and he didn't dare to speak carelessly. Turn around. After the few people in the room turned around, Ji Mingyue quickly lifted up his collar to check it. Ah! The next moment, Ji Mingyue let out a scream. Xiao Yuan, Dr. Qi and the bodyguard immediately became nervous, but they did not dare to turn back easily. Miss Ji, can you describe what you saw? Jiang Sheng asked with concern. It's all red. I don't know how to describe it. Ji Mingyue, pale and terrified, shouted, Jiang Sheng, come quickly and take a look. This is not convenient. Jiang Sheng was suddenly at a loss. Don't avoid the issue. It's a matter of life and death for me, and I really can't describe it. You have to come quickly. Ji Mingyue anxiously urged, unable to think about the difference between the sexes when she thought about her situation. Okay. Jiang Sheng gritted his teeth, turned around, and walked up to Ji Mingyue, looking down from her collar. The snowy peaks and ridges made Jiang Sheng dizzy, and his blood rushed. Jiang Sheng forcibly suppressed the bad thoughts in his head and saw a fist-sized circular pattern with a red line extending from it on the position of Ji Mingyue's heart. Jiang Sheng blushed and withdrew his gaze. Fortunately, the parasite has not matured, and the antidote to remove it is not too difficult to find. That's good, that's good. Upon hearing this, Ji Mingyue let out a long sigh of relief and looked up at Jiang Sheng. I'll leave it to you. Why is your face so red? Why is there a nosebleed? Jiang Sheng touched his nose with his hand and saw that the blood was flowing like a river. Sorry, I've been a bit hot-tempered lately. Jiang Sheng awkwardly wiped the blood from his nose and walked out in a flustered manner. I'll go find the antidote to get rid of the parasite. Seeing Jiang Sheng in such a state, Ji Mingyue first smiled, then her face suddenly turned pale. Thinking that Jiang Sheng had seen all the rabbits she had raised for so many years, Ji Mingyue suddenly blushed, so ashamed that she wished she could find a crack in the ground and disappear into it. 10 minutes later, Jiang Sheng returned to the ward with a bottle of scarlet liquid in his hand. The heart-eating worm is an evil technique, and the thing it fears most is the deep-seated hatred of eating blood. The antidote Jiang Sheng found was the blood from the umbilical cord of a dead baby, full of resentment. It just happened to be able to make the heart worm at this stage of growth detach from Ji Mingyue's heart and be excreted from her body with the blood. Of course, Jiang Sheng would not tell Ji Mingyue the ingredients of the antidote, otherwise even if Ji Mingyue could recover, she would also be left with a shadow. Jiang Sheng handed the antidote to Ji Mingyue. Drink it in one go, and you will recover soon. Ji Mingyue did not hesitate for a moment, opened the lid, and gulped it down. 2 minutes later, Ji Mingyue suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart, followed by an indescribable feeling of nausea. Ugh! Ji Mingyue suddenly lowered her head and vomited a mouthful of blood as dark as ink, before collapsing weakly on the hospital bed. Miss, are you okay? Xiao Yuan nervously stroked Ji Mingyue's back. Bastard! If anything happens to my lady, I'll make you wish you were dead. The black-clad bodyguard, meanwhile, angrily pointed his gun at Jiang Sheng's head, flipped his wrist back, and pinned Jiang Sheng to the ground. This time, Jiang Sheng did not resist, but stared straight at Ji Mingyue. He was not sure if the method in his fragmented memories would work, and it all depended on Ji Mingyue's reaction. How dare you? Who told you to be rude to him? Seeing the bodyguard pin Jiang Sheng to the ground, Ji Mingyue, who had recovered his strength, suddenly stood up and slapped the bodyguard in the face. Let him go and get out. After receiving a slap, the bodyguard let Jiang Sheng go and exited the ward with grievances. Miss, you're better. Xiao Yuan looked at the lively and energetic Ji Mingyue, who could even fight back, with surprise. Miss Ji, do you really feel better? The things in her memory were confirmed, and Jiang Sheng was also very excited. It turns out that the things in my memory are really useful. Chapter 5, I won't let anyone bully you again. Back to the Xiao family. After spitting out that mouthful of blood, I feel much more relaxed as a whole. Facing Jiang Sheng and Xiao Yuan's inquiries, Ji Mingyue moved her joints a little and said joyfully, I'm really better. Ji Mingyue immediately pulled open her collar and checked her chest, excitedly saying, that red mark is gone too. However, the thought that Jiang Sheng had seen her naked made Ji Mingyue feel so ashamed that she was afraid to look up at Jiang Sheng. The young lady has completely recovered, which is truly miraculous. After carefully feeling Ji Mingyue's pulse, Dr. Qi was amazed. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing in all his years of practice. I'm better, I really am better. Ji Mingyue danced with excitement upon hearing Dr. Chi's words. Come and look. Just then, Jiang Sheng, who was crouching in front of the pool of black blood, shouted without looking up. Jiang Sheng used tweezers to pick out a translucent red worm about 1 centimeter long with tiny tentacles from the pool of black blood. This is the thing that has been causing trouble in Miss Ji's body, making her weak and sick and suffering from heartache. Looking at the ugly worm, everyone in the room felt creepy, too disgusting and creepy. Young man, is this the legendary goo worm? Dr. Chi asked curiously. Yes. The goo worm usually enters the body in the form of an egg and grows there. Jiang Sheng nodded and explained, once the heart-eating goo worm has matured or is activated by the person who planted it, Miss Ji will either become a walking corpse at the mercy of others or the goo worm will suck her blood dry and she will die a violent death. Hearing this, Ji Mingyue was panicked, but also looked at Jiang Sheng gratefully. Thank you for saving my life. I didn't expect you to have such abilities. You're a real man with hidden talents. Miss Ji is too kind. Jiang Sheng hurriedly shook his head, ashamed. I don't have any abilities. It was pure chance. Quite humble. Ji Mingyue looked at Jiang Sheng appreciatively and promised, I can't repay you for saving my life. You can ask me for anything, and I can satisfy you. Seeing Jiang Sheng being so humble, Ji Mingyue looked at him with a higher opinion and was willing to repay him. I appreciate your kindness, Miss Ji, but I don't need anything. Jiang Sheng looked at Ji Mingyue with the same gratitude. You saved my life first, I'm just repaying you. Are you sure you don't want anything? Ji Mingyue looked at Jiang Sheng in surprise and reminded him, I can satisfy you with money, power, or even help you take revenge. No need. Jiang Sheng firmly shook his head, I can handle my own affairs without your help. After fighting with the bodyguard and successfully curing Ji Mingyue, Jiang Sheng's memory had not fully recovered, but he was full of confidence in the future. With the memories that had now returned, Jiang Sheng was confident that he could make a name for himself and make the couple Zhao Zhengxue and Liu Shuyi pay the price. Seeing that Jiang Sheng was both humble and low-key, and did not seek to repay his kindness, Ji Mingyue was very satisfied with his character. Just as Ji Mingyue was about to say something, Jiang Sheng's phone rang. It was Zhao's grandfather's phone. Although Jiang Sheng hated Zhao Zhengxue to the bone at this moment, Zhao's grandfather had been kind to him and treated him like his own son, a kindness that Jiang Sheng could not forget. Jiang Sheng, where are you? How are you? An anxious, elderly voice came through the phone. Grandpa, I'm in the hospital, but I'm fine now. I'm sorry, I just found out what Shuer did. Can you forgive her? I can never forgive her in my life. Jiang Sheng firmly stated his attitude, no matter what happens between me and Zhao Zhengxue, I will always remember your care for me. At this point, I'm too ashamed to say anything else. Grandpa Xiao said with a full heart of guilt, can you come back and see me now? I have something to explain to you, and it may be related to your background. Okay. I'll go back and see you now. Jiang Sheng agreed without hesitation. He was originally going to go and say goodbye to the old man in person, but now that he had heard news about his background, even if it meant enduring the humiliation of Zhao Zhengxue and others again, Jiang Sheng had to go back. Miss Ji, After ending the call, Jiang Sheng looked at Ji Mingyue. When you go back this time, will you get a divorce? Ji Mingyue stared at Jiang Sheng and spoke first. If Jiang Sheng really is her true love, then if the other person doesn't get a divorce, Ji Mingyue, as the little princess of the Ji family, will definitely not accept a married man. Even if I don't mention it, that couple of dogs and bitches will force me to get a divorce. Jiang Sheng gave a cold smile, not to mention that I no longer have any attachment to this marriage, I must divorce. Ji Mingyue's eyes lit up, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. As long as Jiang Sheng got a divorce and became single again, everything would be reasonable. I'll go with you to the Xiao family. Ji Mingyue knew that Jiang Sheng had a hard time at the Xiao family, and didn't want Jiang Sheng to go back and be humiliated again, so she was prepared to support him. Thank you, Miss Ji, for your kindness, but I will handle my own affairs myself. Jiang Sheng quickly waved his hands to refuse, saying, your body has just recovered, and you still need to let Dr. Chi examine you properly. Jiang Sheng knew that he would definitely be humiliated by Zhao Zhengxue and the others when he returned this time, and he did not want to lose face in front of Ji Mingyue. Thinking about what she had just experienced, Ji Mingyue also felt uncomfortable and needed to wash up properly. Then you go back first. Ji Mingyue looked at Jiang Sheng firmly and said, from now on, I won't let anyone bully you again. Thank you. Jiang Sheng was stunned for a moment, said thank you, and then turned and left. Xiao Yuan, tell the old master about the fact that I was infested with a parasite. As soon as Jiang Sheng left, Ji Mingyue's face instantly turned cold. Also, I will stay in Jiangzhou for a while to personally supervise the Ji family's investment affairs here, and I will not return to Jinling for the time being. Miss, you can't really believe that Jiang Sheng is your true love, can you? Xiao Yuan looked at Ji Mingyue with concern. Ji Mingyue's face flushed slightly, and cold light flashed in her eyes. He has seen everything about me. If he isn't, then he must die. Xiao Yuan coldly took over Ji Mingyue's words. The young lady's most intimate place was seen by Jiang Sheng, so he would have to gouge out his eyes if he didn't kill him to silence him. Get ready, get the car ready. I'm going to the Xiao family later to see how he deals with things with his ex-wife. Ji Mingyue straightened out the clothes on his chest and said coldly, Jiang Sheng, you mustn't let me down. Evening. When Jiang Sheng returned to the Xiao family, Zhao Zhongshui, her father Zhao Tianmong, and her mother Wu Zhu, the three of them were sitting in the living room watching TV. You're not dead? Seeing Jiang Sheng appear, Zhao Zhongshui looked at him in disbelief, and exclaimed in surprise, not only are you not dead, but you don't even have a scratch on you. She had seen Jiang Sheng with his head bleeding profusely after being beaten by Liu Shuyi, so how could he have recovered so quickly? Jiang Sheng, who had already given up on Zhao Zhongshui, changed his previous cowardly attitude and sneered, I'm not dead, so you're very disappointed, aren't you? You piece of trash, go cook dinner. Wu Zhu, bloated and wearing heavy makeup, scolded as she munched on melon seeds, we haven't even had dinner yet, do you want to starve us to death? Don't you have hands? Jiang Sheng gave Wu Zhu a cold stare and said, if you want to eat, go do it yourself. Hearing this, the three Xiao family members froze for a moment, then simultaneously got up and angrily charged at Jiang Sheng. Chapter 6, forced to admit his mistake and apologize. He wants to make him feel worse than death. Seeing Jiang Sheng, who usually meekly accepts everything, suddenly talking back in such a strong tone, the Xiao family members were furious. You good for nothing, you've suddenly grown some balls, daring to talk back. Wu Zhu pointed at Jiang Sheng's nose and yelled, you're good for nothing, if you don't serve us properly, get the hell out. How dare you? Zhao Tianmong angrily glared at Jiang Sheng, you have been eating and drinking for free in my house for 3 years, and now you are told to cook, and you still have a temper. Do you want to rebel? Jiang Sheng had long been used to the Zhao couple's abuse, but this time he no longer tolerated it and sneered. Zhao Zhongshui and Liu Shuyi have done something shameless, so what makes you qualified to tell me what to do? Hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Tianmong asked Zhao Zhongshui in surprise, he already knows about you and Liu Shuyi? Zhao Zhongshui nodded nonchalantly. Seeing this, Jiang Sheng felt his heart cut like a knife and clenched his fists tightly. It turned out that Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Tianmong had long known about Zhao Zhongshui's affair with Liu Shuyi, and he was the only one who had been kept in the dark. Humph. It's best that you know, and we don't bother hiding it anymore. Wu Zhu snorted in disgust, you're such a loser, you're not even worthy of my daughter, Liu Xiao is the son-in-law I want. Jiang Sheng, it's important to know your place. Zhao Tianmong looked at Jiang Sheng seriously, since you already know that Shuer has someone else in her heart, then don't keep pestering her and delay my daughter's happiness. From what you're saying, is Zhao Zhongshui being unfaithful and it's still my fault? Jiang Sheng asked back with a difficult expression. It is your fault. Wu Zhu tilted her head and sneered, it's your own fault for being incompetent and not worthy of my daughter. If you were as outstanding as Master Liu, my daughter would naturally serve you as she serves him. Stop talking nonsense. Zhao Zhongshui waved impatiently, looking at Jiang Sheng with disgust, since you already know, what are you doing back here? I came to say goodbye to the old man face to face. Jiang Sheng took a deep breath and said firmly, and to make you apologize to me. There's no way I'll let you apologize. Zhao Zhongshui glared at Jiang Sheng viciously, you've seen Liu Xiao's strength, believe it or not, I can let him get rid of you. Zhao Tianmong and his wife also sneered at Jiang Sheng's words. A waste product still harbored delusions of respect, it was simply inviting humiliation. Facing the threats and mockery of the three, Jiang Sheng looked calm and said indifferently, don't forget, Zhao Zhongshui and I are still legally married. As long as I don't agree to a divorce, she won't be able to remarry. Upon hearing this, the three Xiao family members' faces darkened. Although Zhao Zhongshui had long since been fooling around with Liu Shuyi, as long as she didn't become single again, she couldn't officially marry into the Liu family, and she could be kicked out at any time. I heard that the Liu family has already been qualified to cooperate with the Jinling Ji family, and the Liu family's status in Jiangzhou City will inevitably skyrocket in the future. Jiang Sheng looked at Zhao Zhongxue with amusement inside. At that time, countless beautiful women will throw themselves at Master Lu. I wonder if you, a married woman, can still hold Master Lu's heart? He's right. Zhao Tianmeng nodded with a grave expression. Shuai, you must get your marriage certificate with Master Lu before the Lu family soars, to formalize your status in law. Jiang Sheng, you and Shuai should go through the divorce process now. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wu Zhu barked ferociously. If you ruin Shuai's chance to marry into a wealthy family, I won't let you off. Apologize to me. Jiang Sheng straightened his back and looked at Zhao Zhongxue firmly. Son of a bitch, I really want Shuai to apologize to you. Are you worthy? Zhao Tianmeng and Wu Zhu yelled furiously. Stop it. Zhao Zhongxue stopped his parents from yelling with a pale face and looked at Jiang Sheng coldly. Is it that as long as I apologize, you will agree to divorce? As long as you sincerely apologize, I will divorce you. Jiang Sheng nodded expressionlessly. Who? Zhao Zhongxue took a deep breath, pulled a long face and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I formally apologize to you. Not sincere enough, where did you go wrong? Jiang Sheng smiled playfully. Scum, don't go too far. Seeing that their daughter had apologized, Jiang Sheng went even further, and Zhao Tianmeng and Wu Zhu were infuriated. Leave a way out for things to work out in the future. Zhao Zhongxue clenched her fists and stared at Jiang Sheng with a sinister expression, otherwise, sooner or later, you will regret it. We'll talk about the future later. Jiang Sheng shrugged nonchalantly, if you can't satisfy me today, then our marriage will just drag on. It won't do me any harm, but you won't be able to marry into the Lu family. Okay, I'll completely satisfy you today. Zhao Zhongxue gritted her teeth and said, holding back her anger, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have cheated on you, I shouldn't have made you a cuckold, I shouldn't have done this to you. In order to end her marriage with Jiang Sheng and marry into the Lu family, Zhao Zhongxue endured the humiliation and kept listing her faults. However, her hatred for Jiang Sheng had reached the extreme, and she even thought about killing him. Prepare the divorce agreement, I'll sign it after I meet with the old man. Jiang Sheng was quite satisfied with Zhao Zhongxue's apology, and after leaving a sentence, he strode towards the backyard of the villa. After Jiang Sheng left, Wu Zhu looked at Zhao Zhongxue with concern. My dear daughter, let's not get into it with this loser, as long as we can get a divorce. Everything is about the bigger picture, only by divorcing Jiang Sheng can you marry into the Lu family. Zhao Tianmeng also chimed in to comfort her. Dad, call everyone in the family over here. As soon as that good-for-nothing signs the divorce papers, have someone break his arms and legs and throw him out into the street to beg for food. Zhao Zhongxue looked up sharply, his eyes red as he stared in the direction Jiang Sheng had left. How dare that good-for-nothing make me admit fault and apologize? I want him to live a life worse than death. Zhao Tianmeng froze for a moment, then his eyes flashed with cold light as he nodded emphatically, good. In the backyard of the villa, an old man in a traditional Chinese dress with a wrinkled face and white hair is sitting in a chair, staring sadly at a small wooden box on the stone table. This is the patriarch of the Xiao family, Zhao Wuming. Grandpa, I'm here. Jiang Sheng walks over to the old man and bows respectfully. Jiang Sheng, I'm sorry. Hearing the voice, the old man snaps back to reality and says with remorse, I never thought that Xiao could do something so shameless. Grandpa, stop. Jiang Sheng interrupted the old man and smiled. Zhao Zhongxue and I have decided to get a divorce and have no ties with each other from now on. Hey! It's all fate. The old man moved his lips, then sighed helplessly. It's my Zhao family's lack of virtue and Xiaoxue's lack of fortune that has kept you, the true dragon, from leaving. Grandpa, I'm just a useless person with amnesia, why do you have such high hopes for me? Jiang Sheng looked at the old man in puzzlement. From the beginning, the old man had decided that Jiang Sheng was no ordinary person, but even if Jiang Sheng had now recovered some of his memories, he would not dare to say that he was definitely a genius. Because you really are someone who has fallen from the sky. The old man stared at Jiang Sheng, and the turbid eyes lit up with a look of awe. Chapter 7, The Dragon Patterned Ring. Dear, have you finished everything? Grandpa Zhao often said that Jiang Sheng was someone who had fallen from the sky, and everyone thought that he was using it as a metaphor. But seeing the old man's expression of awe, Jiang Sheng was very puzzled. Grandpa, what exactly do you mean by that? The literal meaning? The old man explained. Back then, I was stargazing at the top of Mount Wulian when I saw you fall from the sky like a shooting star and land heavily in front of me. You made a big hole in the ground, but you didn't get hurt at all. The old man looked back and forth at Jiang Sheng with a complex expression. I could tell right away that you were no ordinary person, but a celestial being who had come down to earth. Unfortunately, no one has ever believed what I said. Jiang Sheng looked at the old man strangely. Not only did no one else believe him, he didn't believe what the old man said either. It was too unbelievable, too bizarre. Although you have lost your memory, I am sure that you are no ordinary person, and it is very likely that you are a chance bestowed upon my Xiao family by the heavens. The old man ignored Jiang Sheng and said to himself, therefore, I ignored the objections of the clan and let you marry Shuer, hoping to bind you to the Xiao family in this way. Then when you regain your memory in the future, my Xiao family will definitely be able to take advantage of your fortune and soar to the heavens. But I never imagined that Shuer would do something to hurt you. Jiang Sheng, it was my selfishness that caused you to suffer. I'm sorry. As he spoke, the old man knelt down in front of Jiang Sheng, feeling guilty. Grandpa, no. Jiang Sheng's face changed, and he quickly held the old man up. No matter what the rest of the Xiao family does to me, I will always remember your kindness. Then I will be so bold as to beg you. If you become rich in the future, please leave the Xiao family a way out, okay? The old man looked at Jiang Sheng pleadingly. Even today, he firmly believes that Jiang Sheng is no ordinary person and will sooner or later soar high into the sky like a dragon. If, at that time, Jiang Sheng wants to take revenge, the Xiao family will be doomed. This is something the old man does not want to see. Don't worry, Grandpa. Even if I really become successful in the future, I won't make things difficult for the Xiao family too much, just to show my respect for you, Jiang Sheng said solemnly after a moment of hesitation. That's good. Hearing this, the old man let out a long sigh of relief. Then the old man opened the wooden box on the table and took out a ring that was completely black in color and engraved with a coiled dragon pattern. When I first met you, in addition to your ID documents, you also had this dragon ring. The old man handed the ring to Jiang Sheng and explained, since you had amnesia at the time and I saw that this ring was very valuable, I helped you keep it for safekeeping. Now that you have decided to leave the Xiao family, the ring should also be returned to its rightful owner. After all, this is the only item that can verify your former identity. Thank you, Grandpa. Jiang Sheng took the ring and sincerely thanked him. Then he felt an indescribable sense of familiarity from the ring in his hand, and he unconsciously put it on his right index finger. Jiang Sheng felt as if the ring had become one with his bloodline, and he no longer wanted to take it off. Jiang Sheng chatted with the reluctant old man for a while, and then left the backyard. Back in the living room, Zhao Zhongxue slammed the divorce agreement in front of Jiang Sheng and coldly urged, "Sign it." Zhao Tianmong and Wu Zhu stared at Jiang Sheng with ill-intentioned gazes. They had already made all the arrangements. As long as Jiang Sheng signed, he would never be able to leave the Zhao family intact. You will sooner or later regret what you have done. Jiang Sheng looked at Zhao Zhongxue expressionlessly. Through the recovered memories and the old man's narration, Jiang Sheng believed that he had the ability to achieve something that would make Zhao Zhongxue regret it. A waste like you will never amount to anything in your life, let alone make me regret it. Zhao Zhongxue sneered, coldly saying, and I will soon make you regret being born. We'll see about that. Jiang Sheng was too lazy to waste time talking, and without hesitation, he signed his name on the divorce agreement and strode out. As soon as Jiang Sheng stepped out of the villa, a group of men and women armed with sticks and clubs surged into the courtyard from all directions and surrounded him. These were all members of the Xiao family. You piece of trash actually dared to ask me to apologize to you. Zhao Zhongshua's sinister voice sounded from behind. I said I would soon make you regret being born. Jiang Sheng turned around sharply and looked coldly at Zhao Zhongxue, who was walking out of the villa. What do you want? You have now signed the divorce agreement, and no longer have any bargaining chips to blackmail me. Zhao Zhongxue weighed the agreement in his hands and said coldly, then you will have to pay for your arrogant behavior of forcing me to apologize before. I have already signed the agreement, what else do you want? Jiang Sheng narrowed his eyes and yelled angrily while recalling the memories of the battle in his mind. I want to make your life a living hell, and completely destroy any thoughts you have of getting back at me. Zhao Zhongxue licked his lips and said viciously, you want me to regret it, don't you? Then I'll make sure you never get up again. Everyone, Jiang Sheng and I are divorced, and he has no more ties to the Xiao family. Let's all attack together and break his arms and legs so that he can never stand up again. The Xiao family members didn't like Jiang Sheng in the first place, and now that they knew he had divorced Zhao Zhongxue, they were even less polite. What's more, Zhao Zhongxue had taken Liu Shuyi's side, and they all wanted to find a chance to please her. Hearing Zhao Zhongshue's words, everyone without hesitation swung their clubs and rushed towards Jiang Sheng. You poisonous woman will sooner or later suffer retribution. Jiang Sheng roared, quickly taking up his stance and preparing to fight. He never imagined that Zhao Zhongxue could be so vicious. Even though they had nothing more to do with each other, she still wanted to deal with him in such a vicious way. Facing so many guys with weapons, Jiang Sheng didn't know what to do. "You worthless piece of trash, you still want to resist." Seeing Jiang Sheng's movements, Zhao Zhongxue scolded contemptuously, "I'm going to make the rest of your life like a maggot, crawling on the ground begging for food. How are you going to make me regret it?" Rumble rumble. Just as the two sides were about to start fighting, a harsh engine hum suddenly filled the air. Clang! Before anyone could react, the large iron gate of the courtyard suddenly shattered. A super cool black car crashed through the gate like a steel tiger and rushed into the courtyard. The car directly knocked the Xiao family members surrounding Jiang Sheng over, and the last one performed a drifting maneuver and parked in front of Jiang Sheng. What's going on? Everyone present was dumbfounded by this sudden scene. Holy shit! Bentley Continental GT3R. Someone pointed at the car and exclaimed, "This is one of the top luxury cars in Bentley history, priced at over 5 million. Driving such a luxury car to crash the gate is so crazy." Hearing the value of the car, the Zhao family members exclaimed in succession, and then stared at the car, all trying to see who was so extravagant. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, a peerless beauty with a stunning appearance and a cold demeanor got out of the car. While everyone was awestruck by the beauty's temperament and appearance and unable to breathe, the iceberg beauty suddenly smiled and waved at Jiang Sheng. "Husband, did you take care of things?" "Ist." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp, and then looked at Jiang Sheng in confusion. Chapter 8, The Domineering and Fiery Ji Mingyue. The person who crashed through the Zhao family gates in a Bentley was none other than Ji Mingyue. Ji Mingyue's hair was up in a bun, and she had exquisite makeup on her face. She was wearing a black low-cut, tight-fitting crop top that showed off her proud mountains and flat stomach. Below that was a pair of super short denim hot pants, and she was wearing a pair of pale yellow, exquisite sandals. Her two long, straight, snow-white legs made people's blood rush just by looking at them. At this moment, Ji Mingyue has completely changed from her previous gentle and virtuous image of a lady of the great household into a wild queen. Ji Mingyue stunned everyone as soon as she got out of the car, and Zhao Zhongxue felt inferior in her presence. Just as everyone was wondering who Ji Mingyue was, Ji Mingyue took the initiative to call Jiang Sheng husband. This scene once again stunned everyone. Jiang Sheng, a waste who had just been swept out of the Xiao family, how could he be called husband by such a beautiful woman at the pinnacle of perfection? Jiang Sheng also didn't expect Ji Mingyue to show up, let alone for the other person to address him in that way. He froze in place for a moment, not knowing how to react. Ignoring the stares of the people around him, Ji Mingyue swayed over to the dazed Jiang Sheng and took the initiative to put her arm around him, once again saying, "Husband, have you signed the divorce agreement yet?" "Ah. It's done." Jiang Sheng finally came back to his senses and replied woodenly. He knew that Ji Mingyue was just trying to help him out, but he was still nervous and stiff when he was held by her. "Then let's go." Ji Mingyue smiled and walked towards the car, holding Jiang Sheng's arm. "You guys, stop right there." Zhao Zhongxue reacted and immediately went up to stop the two of them. She yelled angrily at Jiang Sheng, "That's right. No wonder you signed the divorce agreement so quickly, it turns out you hooked up with someone else a long time ago." Zhao Zhongxue didn't have any feelings for Jiang Sheng, but seeing that Jiang Sheng had just divorced and was already with such a beautiful woman, she still felt very uncomfortable. Especially since this woman was more beautiful and noble than herself, Zhao Zhongxue was even more unhappy. "You, a person who cheated in marriage and didn't keep your wifely duties, have no right to point your finger at me." Facing Zhao Zhongxue's accusations, Jiang Sheng protected Ji Mingyue behind him and said coldly, "The divorce agreement has been signed, and my business is none of your business." Seeing Jiang Sheng's actions to defend Ji Mingyue, Zhao Zhongxue was so angry that her face turned red, but she was unable to refute. Ji Mingyue, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Sheng with satisfaction. The fact that he had come to her defense immediately made her heart feel warm. "I can see that you have good conditions, so why are you with this kind of loser?" Zhao Zhongxue rolled her eyes, looked at Ji Mingyue, and said provocatively, "He is just a useless wimp who can't do anything but do the laundry and cook. He can't let you live a good life, and he will only drag your standard of living below the horizon. Not all women are like you, relying on pleasing men to improve their standard of living." Ji Mingyue looked at Zhao Zhongxue with contempt and pointed at the Bentley. "I can wreck a 5 million plus car at will, and the price of a pair of shoes is several times more expensive than your entire outfit combined. Do you think I lack money?" "You." Zhao Zhongxue was suddenly speechless and said with gritted teeth, "This loser is nothing but trash that I don't want." You, a scavenger, what can you? Pop. Zhao Zhengshue's words were just half finished when Ji Mingyue raised his hand and slapped him in the face. You dared to hit me? Zhao Zhengshue dumbly covered his face, never dreaming that Ji Mingyue would dare to hit him in front of so many people from the Xiao family. Jiang Sheng has divorced you, he is now mine. Ji Mingyue looked at Zhao Zhengshue coldly and warned, if you dare to speak to him rudely again, I will pull out all your teeth. You little bitch, you're so arrogant. After receiving a slap and being threatened like this, Zhao Zhengshue was so ashamed and angry that she roared, today, I'll let you join this piece of trash. Pang. You never learn, and you still dare to talk back. Zhao Zhengshue's words had not finished when Ji Mingyue raised his hand and slapped her again. How dare you? Your Excellency is beating people up in my Xiao family, this is too much. Just then, an angry shout sounded out, and Zhao Tianmong walked out of the villa with a gloomy face. Daughter, are you okay? Wu Shu rushed over to Zhao Zhengshue's side and angrily yelled at Ji Mingyue, how dare you, you actually hit my daughter in my house, you won't get out of this courtyard today. Dad, Mom. Jiang Sheng, that trash, actually teamed up with outsiders to beat me up, if I don't get them, where is the Zhao family's face? Zhao Zhengshue covered her face and yelled spitefully, hurry up and get everyone to do it, I want them, this pair of dog couple, How dare you talk back? Hearing Zhao Zhengshue still talking foul, Ji Mingyue suddenly kicked him in the stomach, sending him tumbling to the ground. Jiang Sheng blinked in surprise, not expecting Ji Mingyue to be so hot-tempered. Guards, surround them! Zhao Tianmong shouted with a pale face, how dare you assault me in front of my face? Do you really think the Zhao family is pushover? The Zhao family members immediately surrounded Jiang Sheng and Ji Mingyue. Jiang Sheng frowned and quickly pulled Ji Mingyue behind him. Don't be nervous. Ji Mingyue patted Jiang Sheng's arm and looked at Zhao Tianmong with a calm expression, the Zhao family is nothing. I can destroy it with a snap of my fingers. I bully you, so what can you do about it, and what do you dare to do about it? Just kidding. As the favored youngest princess of the Jinling Ji family, the royal family of the southeast, the various bigwigs had to be polite in her presence, so naturally she could not possibly take a minor family like the Zhao family seriously. You. Seeing that Ji Mingyue was so calm in the face of this situation, and even countered domineeringly, Zhao Tianmong was afraid to act rashly instead. Dad, what are you still hesitating about? Zhao Zhengshue, whose cheeks were red and swollen, impatiently urged, hurry up and have them killed. Shut up! Zhao Tianmong shouted angrily, looked at the Bentley, frowned, and asked Ji Mingyue, Miss, who exactly are you? Zhao Tianmong knew very well that the identity and background of someone who could afford to drive such a luxury car must be extraordinary. The Xiao family was just a small family, and if they offended someone they shouldn't, they could be destroyed at any time. I'm someone you Xiao family can't afford to offend. Ji Mingyue glanced at Zhao Tianmong, and pulling Jiang Sheng towards the car, she said coldly, whoever dares to touch us today, I guarantee the Zhao family won't see tomorrow's sun. Facing the powerful, majestic and domineering Ji Mingyue, without Zhao Tianmong having to say a word, the surrounding Zhao family members all unconsciously backed away, and no one dared to block the two's path. Zhao Tianmong looked at the backs of Ji Mingyue and Jiang Sheng with a grave expression, but he didn't dare to give the order to attack. Even if he gave the order, it is estimated that the Xiao family would not dare to lay a hand on that woman of unknown origin. Zhao Zhengshue and Wu Zhu were full of resentment and shame, but Zhao Tianmong had already encouraged them, so there was nothing they could do but watch helplessly as the two of them left. In this way, Jiang Sheng and Ji Mingyue walked towards the car under the helpless gaze of the Xiao family. Hey, what's going on? How did the gate get damaged? Just then, a startled male voice suddenly sounded. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Sheng's face suddenly turned cold, and he quickly opened the car door. Miss Ji, get in the car quickly. Zhao Zhengshue was overjoyed, and with a sob, she wailed, hubby, I've been beaten up, you must do something for me. Chapter 9 Liu Shuyi is here. Do it again. As Jiang Sheng and Ji Mingyue were about to leave the Zhao residence, Liu Shuyi walked into the Zhao compound. Upon seeing Liu Shuyi, Zhao Zhengshue threw herself into his arms and wept. Zhao Tianmong and Wu Zhu smiled, and their eyes gleamed as they stared at Jiang Sheng and Ji Mingyue. Unlike the Xiao family, the Liu family was a real big family, and had already qualified to cooperate with the Ji family, so its future was boundless. Even if the mysterious woman has some background, it may not work in front of the Liu family, which has a relationship with the Ji family. Is this the culprit that caused you so much humiliation? Ji Mingyue took in the reactions of everyone, and instead of rushing to get in the car, she closed the door and looked at Jiang Sheng with interest. You can just go ahead and do it, don't worry about my safety. But Jiang Sheng was not very confident about this. It's fine, no one in Jiangzhou dares to touch me, Ji Mingyue smiled confidently. Bentley Continental GTR, it's definitely considered a luxury car in Jiangzhou. Liu Shu walked over with a tearful Xiao Zhengxue in his arms, and looked at the Bentley in amazement. Hubby, she's the one who hit me, you must do something about it. Xiao Zhengxue pointed venomously at Ji Mingyue. Don't worry, if anyone dares to bully my woman, I will. Liu Shuyi was stunned by Ji Mingyue's appearance and temperament when he was halfway through his sentence. As a playboy, Liu Shuyi had never seen such a beautiful woman before. In contrast, Xiao Zhengxue, who had a slap mark and tears on her face at this time, looked like a country girl. Ahem. I wonder what your name is, miss? After recovering from his shock, Liu Shuyi quickly let go of Xiao Zhengxue and put on a very gentlemanly appearance. Ji Xiaoyuan. Ji Mingyue's expressionless face burst out the name of her secretary. Miss, your surname is Ji, what a coincidence. Liu Shuyi pretended to be surprised and bragged, I am Liu Shuyi from the Liu family, and my family has now gained the opportunity to cooperate with the Jinling Ji family. Do you know what kind of existence the Jinling Ji family is? Liu Shuyi was deeply attracted by Ji Mingyue's appearance and temperament, so much so that he forgot about Xiao Zhengxue being beaten and wanted to pull the tiger's skin of the Ji family to increase his value in front of Ji Mingyue. To put it bluntly, this person has evil intentions towards Ji Mingyue. Upon hearing this, Ji Mingyue's face grew strange. Jiangzhou Liu family, I remember. Husband, what are you doing? Feeling that Liu Shuyi's attitude was not right, Xiao Zhengxue shouted discontentedly, she hit me, why are you still being polite to her? Good son-in-law, you must stand up for Shuai. Wu Shu came up to Liu Shuyi's side and pointed angrily at Jiang Sheng and Ji Mingyue, this good-for-nothing doesn't know when to hang out with this little demon. They ran to the house to bully Shuai, it's really too much. What is your relationship? Hearing this, Liu Shuyi frowned and asked Jiang Sheng doubtfully. How could a good-for-nothing who had been cuckolded by him for several years and almost beaten to death by him gain the favor of such an exquisite beauty? Revenge for killing his father and taking his wife. Not to mention that Liu Shuyi almost beat him to death before. Facing Liu Shuyi, Jiang Sheng's face was gloomy, and he clenched his fists tightly. If he wasn't worried about Ji Mingyue getting hurt, he would have already struck. Ji Mingyue took the initiative to hold Jiang Sheng's fists. She didn't want Jiang Sheng to become a savage who only knew how to use violence. Feeling the warmth from Ji Mingyue's palms, Jiang Sheng forced himself to calm down. We are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Jiang Sheng let go of his fist and naturally reached around to embrace Ji Mingyue's waist. What do you think? My woman is much better than those broken shoes, right? Ji Mingyue's body stiffened when she was suddenly embraced, and she glared at Jiang Sheng angrily, complaining to herself, I let you do whatever you want, but I didn't let you touch me. Seeing Jiang Sheng embrace the goddess in his arms, who was out of his reach, and facing him so provocatively, Liu Shu's jealousy and anger flared up in his eyes. Why does a loser get to play with a woman who is higher class than he is? I don't care what your relationship is. Liu Shu looked coldly at Jiang Sheng and Ji Mingyue, threatening, dare to hit my woman and you must pay the price. She slapped Shuai twice, so she should let Shuai slap her twice. Let her hit me. Do you think she dares? Ji Mingyue spoke before Jiang Sheng, looking at Xiao Zhengxue with disdain. You. Facing Ji Mingyue's cold gaze, Xiao Zhengxue really didn't dare to act rashly. Zhao Tianmong and Wu Zhu also kept giving her signals, and the Zhao family could not afford to offend this woman driving a Bentley. Shuai dares not act, but she has a man backing her up. Liu Shu narrowed his eyes and said playfully, a woman must be careful when choosing a man, otherwise she will end up with a useless loser, and she will have to suffer. Shuai, I will control her movements, you just slap her. If anything goes wrong, I will take the consequences. Liu Shu still had no intention of giving up on Ji Mingyue. He wanted to deliberately belittle Jiang Sheng in front of Ji Mingyue to show her his strength, and then find a way to win her heart. My husband is so awesome, catch her, I want to slap her face. Seeing Liu Shuyi walking towards Ji Mingyue, Xiao Zhengxue cheered excitedly, with my husband standing up for me, I see how you can still be arrogant. Facing Liu Shuyi, who was walking towards her, Ji Mingyue's eyes flashed with cold light. Dare you touch her, I want your life. Jiang Sheng roared and blocked in front of Ji Mingyue. Seeing this, Ji Mingyue hesitated for a moment and waved her hand imperceptibly towards the air. Ha ha ha, you wimp, I'm afraid you've forgotten the miserable state you were in when I opened your head this morning. Seeing Jiang Sheng, who had previously been beaten up by himself, actually trying to be a hero, Liu Shuyi laughed disdainfully and said viciously, "Since you're looking for death, I'll waste you first, so that Miss Ji will understand what kind of trash you are." "Husband, come on." Zhao Zhongxue, on the other hand, viciously cursed non-stop, "Break his limbs so that he can never stand up again in his life. Die." Liu Shuyi yelled, and swung his fist hard at Jiang Sheng's head. Facing Liu Shuyi again, Jiang Sheng noticed that the other person's movements seemed to have slowed down countless times in his eyes. Instinctively, he raised his hand to grab the other person's fist, but... Pop! Liu Shuyi's huge fist was firmly grasped in Jiang Sheng's hand, and he was unable to move it even an inch. This... Liu Shuyi looked at Jiang Sheng in shock, never dreaming that Jiang Sheng, who had been savagely abused by him not long ago, could actually take his fist head-on. Fragments of Jiang Sheng's memories of combat flooded his mind. Grasping Liu Shuyi's fist, he first pulled hard, then seized the position where the opponent's fist met his wrist, and slammed it forward with all his strength. Snap! Ah! Accompanied by a crisp sound of bone dislocation, Liu Shuyi screamed and fell to the ground, his right hand dislocated. Chapter 10, As long as I don't die, I'll fight them to the end. Seeing Liu Shuyi, who had initiated the attack, being defeated by Jiang Sheng in one move, everyone, including Jiang Sheng, was dumbfounded. Liu Shuyi was a disciple of a large family, not only physically strong, but also learned some self-defense fighting methods. Now he can't beat a loser like Jiang Sheng, which is really unexpected. Zhao Zhongxue in particular was surprised. Not long ago, she had witnessed Jiang Sheng being beaten to a bloody pulp by Liu Shuyi, and Jiang Sheng had been completely helpless in the face of Liu Shuyi. How had the situation reversed so quickly? It seems that his knocking over my bodyguard wasn't an accident. He really is a hidden talent. Ji Mingyue stared at Jiang Sheng with sparkling eyes. From Jiang Sheng's actions just now, she could tell that he really knew martial arts techniques. So I'm that good. Jiang Sheng looked at his hands in a daze and muttered, "Could it be that I was once a martial artist? You son of a bitch, I want your life." Liu Shuyi, overcome with shame, got up from the ground and roared as he charged at Jiang Sheng again. He had been defeated by Jiang Sheng, a worthless person who had made him lose his job for 3 years and who had almost been killed by him. Liu Shuyi felt humiliated and angry, and he had to regain face. It must have been an illusion just now, or maybe Mr. Liu made a mistake. Now that Liu Shuyi is serious, he can definitely bully that loser. Kill him, kill him. Zhao Zhongxue and the others comforted themselves while cheering for Liu Shuyi. None of them wanted to believe that that loser Jiang Sheng would actually be stronger than Liu Shuyi. Good riddance. Excitement flashed in Jiang Sheng's eyes, just in time to further verify on Liu Shuyi whether he was really good at fighting. Liu Shuyi's right hand was dislocated, so he could only swing his left fist to attack Jiang Sheng. He was confident that he could beat Jiang Sheng with just his left hand, but the result? Liu Shuyi rushed to Jiang Sheng's front, just about to swing his fist, when Jiang Sheng took the initiative to pounce on him. Jiang Sheng cut in at Liu Shuyi's center, and quickly twisted, tangled, rolled, buckled, and locked his hands at various joints of Liu Shuyi. As Jiang Sheng moved, multiple joints in Liu Shuyi's body were dislocated, and the intense pain made him scream repeatedly. He wanted to back away, but he couldn't get away from Jiang Sheng, and he could only let Jiang Sheng do whatever he wanted to him like a puppet. Fengshen Quogu Shou. Ji Mingyue watched Jiang Sheng's movements with shining eyes. Although she didn't know what specific kung fu Jiang Sheng was using, she could tell that it was a grappling technique similar to Fengshen Quogu. Moreover, Jiang Sheng's movements were steady, ruthless, and precise. His mastery of this technique had reached a level of perfection, which was truly unexpected. Hearing Liu Shuyi's screams and watching him writhe in pain and helplessness in Jiang Sheng's hands, the Xiao family members were dumbfounded. No one had expected Jiang Sheng, who had been a useless person in the Xiao family for 3 years, to be so fierce. Those who had previously armed themselves to attack Jiang Sheng involuntarily took a step back and quietly dropped their weapons. Damn it! Fortunately, they didn't attack Jiang Sheng before, otherwise they would probably be in the same situation as Liu Shuyi, who would rather be dead than alive. 2 minutes later, Liu Shuyi had dozens of dislocated joints, and was lying on the ground, writhing in pain like a piece of rotten mud. Awesome! Jiang Sheng, who had further proven his own prowess, stood in front of Liu Shuyi and breathed in deeply. Liu Xiao, are you okay? Zhao Zhongxue pounced in front of Liu Shuyi with a pale face, and angrily yelled at Jiang Sheng, "You piece of trash, how dare you hit Liu Xiao, just wait for Liu Xiao to make you wish you were dead. Now the one who wishes he were dead is him." Jiang Sheng sneered coldly, "Take him to the hospital, go to the orthopedics department, the doctor will help him restore his dislocated joints. You're dead. Wu Zhu pointed at Jiang Sheng with a sinister smile. The Lu family is a big family, and now they are even partners with the Ji family. You dare to hit Master Lu, and the Lu family will not let you go. Luckily you have now divorced Shuai, otherwise I'm afraid the Xiao family will also be implicated by you. Zhao Tianmon looked coldly at Jiang Sheng. If you don't want to die, then quickly find a way to gain Master Lu's forgiveness, otherwise. I, Jiang Sheng, am a loner, and I'm not afraid of any threats. Jiang Sheng straightened his back and said proudly, not to mention the Lu family, I don't even care about the Ji family. If they want to take revenge, they can just go ahead. You don't even care about the Ji family, you're a bit arrogant. Ji Mingyue looked at Jiang Sheng strangely, but Jiang Sheng's fearless performance made her very satisfied. Do you think the Lu family will let you go just because you're a troublemaker? Zhao Tianmong sneered, you will soon find out that the power of a big family is beyond the imagination of an ant like you. At worst, I will just die, so what's there to fear? Jiang Sheng shrugged, turned around and took Ji Mingyue's hand. Let's go. Good. Ji Mingyue smiled gently, looked down at Liu Shuyi. Young Master Lu, you are right. You should find a man with strength, not someone like you who is such a disgrace. I will never let you go, ah. At this moment, hearing what he had said to Ji Mingyue before, Liu Shuyi was filled with shame and anger. He couldn't catch his breath and fainted from the pain. Seeing Liu Shuyi faint, everyone in the Zhao family panicked and busied themselves with the rescue, not caring about Jiang Sheng and Ji Mingyue. Ji Mingyue drove Jiang Sheng away from the Zhao family. On the way, Ji Mingyue curiously asked Jiang Sheng in the passenger seat, do you hate Zhao Zhongxue and Liu Shuyi? For a man, there is no greater humiliation than this. Jiang Sheng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, but as long as I don't die, I will make them regret it sooner or later. Why don't I help you deal with them? Ji Mingyue suggested with some concern. Thank you, Miss Ji, for your kindness, but I can handle my own affairs. Jiang Sheng hurriedly waved his hand, wary, after all, they have the support of their families. If you want, I can help you destroy the Xiao and Lu families. Ji Mingyue firmly interrupted Jiang Sheng's words. Jiang Sheng stared at Ji Mingyue in shock. He didn't expect this goddess to stand up for him like this. Cough cough. Just consider it my way of repaying you for helping me get rid of the heart-eating worm. Feeling a little uncomfortable at Jiang Sheng's gaze, Ji Mingyue hurriedly explained. Miss Ji has already helped me enough, so I don't want to trouble you anymore. Jiang Sheng shook his head. The Xiao and Lu families may not mean much to you, but the Lu family has after all joined the Ji family's big ship. I don't want you to provoke such a giant because of me. Ji Mingyue asked with interest, so you really don't take the Ji family seriously? Just bragging. Jiang Sheng smiled awkwardly, wary. The Jinling Ji family is the royal family of the southeast, and their strength is enough to rival those top families in the capital city of Dragon Capital. I'm just a commoner, how dare I make trouble? Not to mention the Ji family, even the Lu family, which is a major family in Jiangzhou, I don't have the qualifications to fight against. Upon hearing this, Ji Mingyue became interested. Then how dare you beat Liu Shuyi up? A real man knows what to do and what not to do. Jiang Sheng straightened his back and said firmly, no matter if it's the Lu family or the Ji family, as long as they can't kill me, I will fight them to the end. Chapter 11. Are we living together now? A true husband does what he knows he shouldn't. You have backbone. I support you. Upon hearing Jiang Sheng's words, Ji Mingyue gave him a thumbs up in appreciation. You flatter me, Miss Ji. Feeling a little embarrassed by Ji Mingyue's praise, Jiang Sheng touched his nose. Actually, I'm not afraid of anything because I'm barefoot. I'm all alone, and the worst that can happen is that I die. Don't think like that. I believe you can become strong. Ji Mingyue said seriously, encouraging him, come on. You have to use your strength to make your ex-wife regret it. Jiang Sheng moved his lips and nodded vigorously. In the Xiao family, everyone said he was a loser destined to be unpromising, but only Ji Mingyue believed he had a future. This filled Jiang Sheng's heart with gratitude and warmth. You don't have anywhere to go, do you? Ji Mingyue suddenly asked. Yes. Jiang Sheng looked out the window pensively. I only have 3 years of memories, I don't know the past, I don't know where I belong. Then you can stay at my place for now. That's not very convenient. Jiang Sheng was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Ji Mingyue to help him like this. It's not inconvenient at all, I live alone in Jiangzhou anyway, and you don't have anywhere to go. Ji Mingyue looked at Jiang Sheng playfully. Do you think I would do you any harm? Absolutely not. Jiang Sheng shook his head quickly and said firmly, even if I were to die, I would never do anything to hurt you. Then it's settled. Ji Mingyue made a domineering decision and comforted herself mentally, since he's already seen all of Bunny, it's better to let him live with me so that I can observe him more closely. Soon, Ji Mingyue drove the car to the front of a luxurious villa at the top of a mountain within the Henteing resort. We're home. After getting out of the car, Ji Mingyue pressed the electronic door card and the villa door slowly opened. Who exactly is this Miss Ji, living in the Henteing Palace? Jiang Sheng looked around in shock. Henteing Villa is a well-known high-end residential area in Jiangzhou, and the villa at the top of the mountain in front of him is the king of buildings, known as the Henteing Palace that cannot be bought even if you have money, worth 500 million. The combined assets of the Xiao family may not be as valuable as this villa. Go inside and get familiar with the environment. Pick any room you like. Ji Mingyue slipped a door card into Jiang Sheng's hands. I'll go take care of some things, I'll be back later. After Jiang Sheng entered the villa, his secretary Xiao rushed up to Ji Mingyue. Miss, how could you let a man stay in your exclusive palace? Because I now believe what the fortune teller said. Ji Mingyue looked expectantly in the direction of the villa. He may be my true love. Didn't you say you didn't believe in fate? Xiao widened her eyes in shock and said worriedly, this Jiang Sheng is just an ordinary person, and he's not worthy of you at all. Ordinary person? Ji Mingyue shook her head slightly. Maybe he's ordinary now, but I believe his future achievements are limitless. How did you figure that out, miss? Xiao shook her head in confusion. She really couldn't see anything special about Jiang Sheng, a loser who had been cheated on for 3 years. He has extraordinary skills, but he keeps them hidden, and is low-key and humble. He suffered a great humiliation, but he doesn't want me to help him take revenge. He knows that the Liu family is powerful, and may even have the Ji family backing them up, but he is still unafraid. All signs indicate that he is not someone destined to remain in the shadows. Ji Mingyue spoke with admiration, expressing her opinion of Jiang Sheng. Hearing this, Xiao nervously wiped the fine sweat on her forehead. This was the first time she had heard Ji Mingyue praise a man so highly, and it was obvious that she was impressed. Miss, I have something I shouldn't say, I want to. If you know you shouldn't say it, then shut up. Ji Mingyue regained her cold and domineering expression, and threw the car keys to Xiao. Take the car to be repaired in a while, and then help me arrange a few things. What does Miss want? Xiao took the keys and took out a notebook to prepare to record. The Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce is going to hold a banquet for me in 3 days. Ji Mingyue narrowed his eyes and said coldly, from now until the banquet begins, you will spread the news that the Liu family will soon become the key partner of the Ji family, and that the Ji family will support a young talent in Jiangzhou City. Xiao looked at Ji Mingyue in puzzlement. Although the Liu family has some strength in Jiangzhou, it is not considered one of the top families here, and they are not qualified to become our key partner, are they? Just do what I tell you to do, and don't ask any questions. Ji Mingyue frowned slightly and said imperiously, also, the invitation for Liu Shuyi should have a special remark, and prepare an invitation for Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng is not a member of the business community. Xiao face changed slightly and she reminded, it's against the rules to let him attend the banquet. My rules are my rules. If I say he can attend, he can attend. Ji Mingyue responded domineeringly. After finishing her work, Ji Mingyue walked into the villa. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled a refreshing aroma. She saw that the dining room table was set with 4 home-cooked stir-fries that were delicious in both taste and appearance. Previously, due to the heart-eating worm's mischief in her body, Ji Mingyue had been unable to muster an appetite and had no interest in the delicacies of the mountains and the sea. Now that the heart-eating worm had been removed, these home-cooked stir-fries made Ji Mingyue lose her mind. Ji Mingyue swallowed, picked up a piece of stir-fried meat with her hands and put it in her mouth. Her eyes immediately lit up. It tastes great. Just then, Jiang Sheng walked out of the kitchen with a bowl of soup, teasing, so Miss Ji has such an indecent habit. It's really delicious. Ji Mingyue's face flushed slightly when she was caught eating, but she didn't care about her appearance and grabbed the chopsticks to eat. Miss Ji has helped me so much, I don't know how to thank you? Jiang Sheng looked at Ji Mingyue gratefully. I can only make a few dishes to express my gratitude, please don't mind. No, it's really delicious. Ji Mingyue, with food all over her mouth, spoke with a slurred tongue. I didn't realize that your cooking was so good, better than those so-called chefs. Zhao Zhongxue is really blind, not to cherish such a good man as you. What's the big deal? A man who can't make money is a waste. Jiang Sheng shook his head bitterly. This is how the Xiao family scolded him. Money is not the only measure of a person, and your cooking is excellent in my eyes. Ji Mingyue solemnly expressed her attitude. I'm willing to support you for the rest of your life just for your cooking. You really are a strange woman. Jiang Sheng looked at Ji Mingyue with a fluttering heart, but when he thought about the fact that he was an ordinary person who had been divorced and had lost his memory, he simply wasn't worthy of such a goddess. Jiang Sheng quickly bowed his head and drank his soup, forcing himself to calm down. Jiang Sheng. Just then, Ji Mingyue suddenly looked up and asked solemnly, do you think we're living together now? Puff. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng, who was drinking his soup, was so startled that he spit it out. Chapter 12, Taken Advantage of Again. Seeing Jiang Sheng, who was covered in soup and vegetable leaves, after she said something, Ji Mingyue laughed happily. It's not cohabitation, it's definitely not cohabitation. Jiang Sheng was wiping the spilt soup away in a flustered manner while shaking his head. Ha ha ha, look at you, I was just kidding, cough. Ji Mingyue laughed uncontrollably, but in the end, his joy turned to grief, and his face turned red as he covered his throat. Choke, I'm choking. Don't be afraid, I'll help you. Jiang Sheng's face changed drastically, and he immediately rushed behind Ji Mingyue, put his arms around Ji Mingyue's abdomen, and picked him up. The two of them were pressed together tightly. Jiang Sheng first pressed his right hand's fingers against Ji Mingyue's belly button, then extended 2 fingers above the belly button to confirm the position. Then he made a fist with his right hand and pressed it against the position confirmed by his left hand's fingers. He wrapped his left hand's palm around his right fist, and finally squeezed repeatedly with both hands, pushing upwards diagonally. Instinctively, Jiang Sheng used the standard Heimlich maneuver on Ji Mingyue in the shortest time possible. Puff. After a moment of repeated squeezing, Ji Mingyue spat out a chunk of meat with rice grains and breathed heavily. Jiang Sheng let out a long sigh of relief when he saw Ji Mingyue resume breathing. I feel better. Ji Mingyue slumped in his chair and looked at Jiang Sheng, who still had soup on his face, and laughed again. You almost choked to death, and I almost choked to death. We really are a perfect match. You can still laugh, you really have a big heart. Jiang Sheng was also amused and reached out to remove the rice grains from Ji Mingyue's face. While laughing, Ji Mingyue gently removed the vegetable leaves from Jiang Sheng's face. For a moment, the atmosphere was very happy and warm. When Jiang Sheng was about to return to his seat and continue eating, Ji Mingyue's face changed slightly and she suddenly got up. She was now wearing a crop top and hot pants. Thinking about the fact that Jiang Sheng had been touching her belly with his hands for so long, and that during the first aid session, her back had been repeatedly rubbing against his front, Ji Mingyue suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. I've been taken advantage of again by this guy. Miss Ji, what's wrong? Seeing Ji Mingyue suddenly get up with a bad expression on her face, Jiang Sheng asked with concern, are you still feeling unwell? Ji Mingyue regained her cold expression, gave Jiang Sheng a fierce glare, and then walked upstairs angrily. What's going on? Jiang Sheng looked at Ji Mingyue's back with a dumbfounded expression. Just now, they were chatting and laughing, but why did the mood suddenly change from sunny to cloudy? Just as Jiang Sheng was confused, Ji Mingyue stood on the stairs and turned her head back sharply, saying coldly and domineeringly, you are not allowed to use this method to give first aid to other women in the future. As soon as the words fell, Ji Mingyue ran upstairs without looking back. After entering the bedroom, Ji Mingyue leaned against the door and blushed as she fondled her flat stomach. He saw my little bunny before, but this time it's even worse. Not only was my six-pack touched, he even pushed me from behind for a long time. I'm so embarrassed. Jiang Sheng was at a loss for the whole time regarding Ji Mingyue's abnormal behavior, completely unable to understand the situation. A woman's heart is like an ocean bottom, unfathomable. Jiang Sheng sighed, packed up the dishes, and then went into a guest room to rest. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Jiang Sheng began to sort through the memories that had returned to his mind. Jiang Sheng knew very well that after he had beaten Liu Shuyi, the other party would definitely not let it go. He didn't want to keep relying on Ji Mingyue, so he had to become strong on his own. After sorting through his thoughts, Jiang Sheng discovered that the medical classics, martial arts metaphysics, and arcane immortal methods in his memories were unimaginably powerful. These things have long since merged with him, as if he had once mastered them, but now he is restricted in his ability to use them. And the thing that restricts these supernatural powers is the 9 revolutions of the sky swallowing technique. Many of the supernatural powers in his memory require this technique as a foundation in order to be used. But right now, he has only just begun to practice this technique, so he is unable to use the supernatural powers in his memory that he clearly knows very well. What kind of being was I before? I clearly felt that I knew a lot, but I didn't practice the most important 9 revolutions swallowing sky technique. Jiang Sheng opened his eyes with a knot in his stomach. Could it be that I initially lost my memory because I wanted to practice this technique and went crazy? Forget it. Since everything is based on the 9 revolutions swallowing sky technique, I'll start from the beginning now. After sorting out the situation, Jiang Sheng made his goal clear: this is the only way for me to become stronger now. According to my memory, the 9 revolutions swallowing sky technique, when cultivated to perfection, is powerful enough to reach the heavens and earth. By then, not to mention the Xiao family and Liu family, I may even be able to fight against the Ji family. After making up his mind, Jiang Sheng officially began to cultivate. The 9 revolutions of the Sky Secret has 9 stages in total: refining Qi, innate, foundation building, golden elixir. Each stage is further divided into 9 levels, which can be cultivated by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. As Jiang Sheng practiced, a large amount of essence within the Yunding mountain area converged crazily towards the Yunding heavenly palace and was finally absorbed by Jiang Sheng. After a night of cultivation, the pure energy in Jiang Sheng's lower abdomen became even more abundant, and the 9 revolutions of the Sky Secret was successfully cultivated to the first level of the first stage, which is the first level of refining Qi. Early the next morning, Jiang Sheng couldn't wait to rush into the courtyard to test the power of the first level of Qi refining. Standing in the courtyard and surveying the area, Jiang Sheng finally set his sights on a large stone standing by the pond. "You're the one." Jiang Sheng grinned and quickly rushed towards the boulder, slamming a punch at it. Rumble. After the punch, the stone, which was more than a meter high, shattered. Jiang Sheng let out a shocked gasp. He didn't expect his fist to have such power. After the shock wore off, Jiang Sheng was filled with excitement. The first level of the first stage of the 9 revolutions swallowing sky technique already had such power, so if he cultivated it to the utmost, he might really be able to have the power to pierce the heavens and earth. What's the noise in the morning? Just as Jiang Sheng was overwhelmed with emotion, Ji Mingyue, wearing a pure white nightgown, appeared on the second-floor balcony, dazed, and said, "What was that noise just now, thunder?" "It's nothing, you go back to sleep, I'll go buy you breakfast." Looking at the pile of broken stones on the ground, Jiang Sheng responded, and without looking back, he ran outside the villa. The other person had kindly taken him in, but he had caused destruction, so he really felt a bit guilty. Ji Mingyue, who had not yet woken up, did not notice the stones and went back to sleep confusedly. At this time, Jiang Sheng was not only powerful, but also many times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Sheng ran out of the residential area and was ready to buy breakfast for Ji Mingyue. "Jiang Sheng, you shameless piece of trash, you actually followed me." As soon as he walked out of the residential area, Jiang Sheng heard a familiar stream of curses. Chapter 13, Show Your Affection Quickly. Hire a hitman. Zhao Zhongxue stuck her whole body onto Liu Shuyi's body, and came in front of Jiang Sheng, disgusted. "We are divorced, why are you still following me?" "Don't be so self-righteous, I'm not interested in following you." Looking at Zhao Zhongshue's face, Jiang Sheng felt sick, and he didn't know why he had lived with such a woman for so long. "If you weren't following me, why are you here?" Zhao Zhongxue sneered and said with certainty, "Someone at home must have told you that Shuyi and I were going to the Hentang Hills to look at a house today, so you followed us here to disgust us." "You want to buy a house here?" Jiang Sheng was slightly taken aback and realized why the two of them were here. "That's right." Zhao Zhongxue proudly put her arm around Liu Shuyi's and boasted, "Shuyi and I got our marriage certificate yesterday, and we are now legal husband and wife." "That was pretty efficient." Jiang Sheng sneered, mocking, "After so long an adulterous affair, you finally come to your senses. Congratulations. Don't be so sour here." Zhao Zhongxue thought Jiang Sheng was jealous and sneered, "We got married yesterday, and Shuyi took me to see the Hentang villa today. That's what a real man is like. If I follow you, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to live in such an upscale community as Hentang Resort in my next life." "You?" "Sorry, I've already moved into Hentang Resort." Jiang Sheng rudely interrupted Zhao Zhongxue. "Ha ha ha. Husband, did you hear what this loser said?" Zhao Zhongxue froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. "It's really funny that this loser actually said he's already living in Hentang Resort." "Jiang Sheng, it's important to know your place." Liu Shuyi also mocked, "Hentang Resort is the best villa community in Jiangzhou. Even my Lu family can barely afford a house here, and for a loser like you, it's impossible in the next life. Before Liu Shuyi finished speaking, Jiang Sheng directly took out the access card and swiped it. Click. The gate of the community slowly opened. I really do live inside. Jiang Sheng shook the access card in his hand, otherwise, no outsider can get this community's access card. How is this possible? Zhao Zhongxue stared at the access card in Jiang Sheng's hand in disbelief. How could the loser who divorced her only yesterday have moved into the most exclusive neighborhood in the city today? It's Ji Xiaoyuan's house, isn't it? Liu Shuyi immediately thought of the superb goddess in the Bentley yesterday, her eyes full of jealousy and disbelief. You're living together? Jiang Sheng, a loser, why is he able to win the favor of such a top beauty, and even directly move into her mansion? And as the young master of the Liu family, he is so outstanding, but he has to buy a house for a mediocre woman like Zhao Zhongxue? Yes. Hearing the word cohabitation again, Jiang Sheng did not deny it, and sighed, I have to thank young Master Liu for taking over a pair of worn-out shoes for me, otherwise I would not have had the opportunity to be with Miss Ji. Bastard, who are you calling a broken shoe? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhongxue immediately flew into a rage, you good for nothing. Even if you move into the hentai resort, what can you do? You are now nothing more than a good for nothing who relies on women and eats soft food. Being able to eat soft food from such an outstanding goddess as Miss Ji is also considered my ability. Jiang Sheng shrugged his shoulders and looked at Liu Shuyi sympathetically, and Master Liu spent a huge sum of money, but was only able to marry a broken shoe, which is really pitiful. Jiang Sheng, if you dare to speak rudely to Shuai again, I will waste you right now. Hearing this, Liu Shuyi, who was already unbalanced, became even more ashamed and angry. He warned in a cold tone, waste me? You're afraid you've forgotten how miserable you were yesterday, aren't you? Jiang Sheng's face became strange. He twisted his neck while provoking, come on, let me see, how are you going to waste me? Lu Shu's face turned pale, and he was already scared by Jiang Sheng's tactics yesterday, so he didn't dare to do anything. You keep saying that I'm trash, but in the end, you're even worse than trash. Jiang Sheng looked at Liu Shu disdainfully, with your character, you're only worthy of taking over the broken shoes I'm tired of playing with. Hearing this, Liu Shu turned his head sharply and stared at Zhao Zhongxue, didn't you say that you've never been touched by him? Seeing that Liu Shuyi had doubts about this, Zhao Zhongxue hurriedly explained, my dear, don't listen to his nonsense. You don't really believe that nothing happened between her and me in the 3 years we were in the same room, do you? Jiang Sheng interrupted Zhao Zhongshue's words dramatically, shocked and doubtful. Didn't Liu Shuyi realize that she was no longer a virgin when she was with you? In fact, he really hadn't touched Zhao Zhongxue, he just wanted to disgust the pair of dog lovers. Honey, he's just trying to disgust us, you have to believe it. There was a loud crack. Before Zhao Zhongxue could finish speaking, Liu Shu slapped her. Bitch! Didn't you say that was torn when you were riding your bike to school? Liu Shu yelled at Zhao Zhongxue with a pale face, how dare you lie to me? Oops, a happy accident. Seeing the two people who had just been showing off their love tear up, Jiang Sheng laughed happily, it really is true that love shows itself quickly. He felt that with Zhao Zhongshue's character, it was impossible for him to remain chaste during school, but he never thought he would be right. Jiang Sheng, don't be smug. I was going to deal with you in a few days, but you're looking for death, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Liu Shu took out his phone with a difficult expression on his face, I'll show you what a difference in strength is. My husband contacted Lord Dragon of the Heaven and Earth League yesterday and paid 1 million to buy your life. Unfortunately, he couldn't find your hiding place, so you're still alive. Jiang Sheng had ruined his perfect image in Liu Shuyi's mind, and Zhao Zhongxue covered her face and said spitefully, now that you've come out on your own, just wait for death. Spending money to hire someone from the underworld to deal with me is really a big investment. Jiang Sheng frowned slightly. The Jianzhou underworld is controlled by two big bosses, Dragon and Tiger. They are Huang Long of the Heaven and Earth Alliance and Hong Hu of the Righteous Assembly. The dragon mentioned by Zhao Zhongxue is Huang Long of the Heaven and Earth Alliance. He is a ruthless character with a heart of stone. The Heaven and Earth Alliance under his command has been an irregular force in Jiangzhou for more than 10 years. He has many subordinates, all of whom are outlaws. Zhao Zhongxue looked arrogantly at Jiang Sheng, if you don't want to die, then kneel down and kowtow to us and admit your fault, and then cut off your hands and feet. I can persuade my husband to let you off. You'd better think about how to explain to your husband that you've slept with other men. Jiang Sheng retorted nonchalantly, confident in his current strength. And he knew that there was no use being afraid of such things, just do it and it's over. Husband, you must believe me. Hearing Jiang Sheng's provocative words, Zhao Zhongshue's face changed slightly. Without paying attention to Jiang Sheng, she grabbed Liu Shuyi's arm and changed the subject. Let's go look at the house. Watch your grandmother's legs. Liu Shuyi raised his hand and slapped Zhao Zhongxue again, leaving her behind and driving away. Hubby, I really didn't lie to you, oh. Zhao Zhongxue chased after the BMW, rolling and crawling, and finally fell to the ground like a dog eating shit, watching the car leave. Serves you right. Seeing Zhao Zhongxue in such a state, Jiang Sheng let out an exasperated curse and left the scene without looking back. 10 minutes later, Jiang Sheng returned to the residential area with a bunch of things in his hands. As soon as he reached the gate, he was stopped by a van. Then, four burly men carrying machetes jumped out of the car and, without saying a word, swung their machetes directly at Jiang Sheng. Chapter 14, The 9 Mysterious Dragon Order. It seems you're not wearing. On the second floor of the Hentang Heavenly Palace, on the luxurious bed in the master bedroom, Ji Mingyue was sound asleep when his phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Having been woken up twice, Ji Mingyue was full of anger and, groggily, reached for his phone. He said icily, "If it's not important, I'll kill you." "Miss, something happened to Jiang Sheng." Upon hearing the report on the phone, Ji Mingyue sat up abruptly, instantly losing all sleepiness. She ordered frostily, "If something happened to Jiang Sheng, then you will all be buried with him." After hanging up the phone, Ji Mingyue took out a silver pistol from the drawer of the bedside table and quickly ran outside. At the entrance of the community, facing the four fierce-looking assassins, Jiang Sheng's eyes flashed with brilliance. He saw Jiang Sheng lightly tap his feet on the ground, twist his body, and nimbly avoid the attacks of the four machete-wielding men. He then drew away from the men and formed a standoff with them. "Good boy, you actually have some skills. No wonder someone is willing to pay for your life." A bald, burly man nearly 2 meters tall got out of the van and looked coldly at Jiang Sheng. "You take other people's money and do other people's work. Someone is paying for your life, so get ready to die." The person who came was Longya, hired by Liu Shuyi. Heaven and Earth Alliance Huanglong. Feeling the aura of this Huanglong, which was far superior to that of an ordinary person, Jiang Sheng's face became grave, while at the same time, he had some expectations in his heart. With his current strength, he would face these ordinary thugs without any pressure at all. Only sparring with a master like Huanglong could better verify his own strength. "How dare you? How dare you call Master Long by his first name? I'll kill you." A few minions waved their machetes furiously, ready to continue their attack. "Wait." Huanglong stopped his subordinates with a word, and looked at Jiang Sheng coldly. "Since you have kung fu, I'll give you a chance. If you can defeat me, I'll let you go and withdraw from this job." "Interesting, you are very confident in your own strength." Jiang Sheng laughed, put down what he was holding, and looked at Huanglong curiously. "What is your current strength?" Last night, when sorting through his memories, Jiang Sheng helplessly discovered that although there were levels of cultivation for the 9 revolutions swallowing heaven technique in his memories, those were indeed the level settings for immortal cultivation, and there was no level of cultivation for martial arts. As a result, Jiang Sheng was also confused, and he couldn't figure out what level he was at in the martial arts system, with his current first-level qi cultivation. "I have now entered the early stage of internal strength." Huanglong crossed his arms and said proudly, "If you feel you are no match, you can give up resisting, and I can give you a quick death. I really don't know what level I am at right now." Jiang Sheng stood up straight and took a deep breath. "Come on. Use your early internal strength to test and see what my first-level qi cultivation is capable of. Good boy, you dare to use me as a touchstone, then you better be prepared to die." Huanglong snorted, stomped his foot, causing a crack to appear in the concrete floor, and then rushed towards Jiang Sheng like a cannonball. "It doesn't seem to be putting any pressure on me." Facing Huanglong, who was rushing towards him, Jiang Sheng frowned slightly, while raising his hands to draw up his guard, ready to fight. Huanglong, who was in the middle of charging, was about to swing his fist to attack when his gaze fell on the black ring on Jiang Sheng's right index finger, and his face suddenly changed. The 9 mysterious heavenly dragon ring. Huanglong's eyes widened in shock, and he suddenly dropped to his knees. Due to the inertia caused by the charge, Huanglong's knees slid hard to Jiang Sheng's feet after he dropped to his knees. Seeing the aggressive Huanglong suddenly kneeling in front of him, Jiang Sheng, who was ready for battle, was dumbfounded. "What's going on?" Jiang Sheng took a step back and stared at Huanglong warily. "What kind of fighting technique is this? I deserve to die. I didn't know you were here in person, Your Highness. I hope you will forgive me." After stabilizing himself, Huang Long knelt on the ground and fearfully apologized to Jiang Sheng. "What, Your Highness?" Jiang Sheng looked at Huang Long, who had knelt and kowtowed to him, confused. "What are you playing at?" "Your Highness." Looking at Jiang Sheng, who looked confused, Huang Long suddenly realized, "I understand, Your Highness. You must not want to reveal your identity, and I will definitely keep your secret." Jiang Sheng's mouth twitched, and he cursed inwardly. "Hiding from you? I really don't know what's going on. I have eyes but cannot see. I have offended the leader, please forgive me." Huang Long got up from the ground with a worried look on his face and said sincerely, "I will host a banquet at Drunken Immortal Restaurant at noon to apologize to the leader. Please accept my invitation." Without waiting for Jiang Sheng's response, Huang Long told his men to get into the car and left. Damn, what the hell happened? Jiang Sheng didn't react until the van had gone far away. He was speechless and said, "Could it be that the leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance is an idiot? He was going to kill me, but why did he run away?" Although he couldn't figure out the situation, Jiang Sheng could only give up as the person had disappeared without a trace. Not long after entering the residential area, Jiang Sheng ran into Ji Mingyue, who was wearing a white nightdress and running down the hill. At the same time, Ji Mingyue also saw Jiang Sheng. "Miss Ji, Jiang Sheng, are you okay?" The two looked at each other and asked almost at the same time. "I'm fine, but why did you run out like that?" Jiang Sheng looked at Ji Mingyue suspiciously. Perhaps because she had run in a hurry, Ji Mingyue was not only panting, but had also lost one of her slippers. "I heard that you were attacked at the entrance to the community, so I hurried out without changing my clothes." Ji Mingyue put her pistol behind her back and said with concern, "What actually happened? Are you hurt?" Hearing this, Jiang Sheng was so moved that he almost burst into tears. It turned out that Ji Mingyue had run out of the house so recklessly that he had even lost his shoe, and he was worried about his own safety. "I don't know what happened. A few guys with knives tried to kill me, and then they suddenly ran away." Jiang Sheng didn't want to worry Ji Mingyue, so he casually responded, "I'm fine." "That's good." Ji Mingyue let out a sigh of relief, and then frowned, "You're fine, but I'm not." "What's wrong with you?" Jiang Sheng suddenly became nervous. "I lost my shoe, it hurts like hell." Ji Mingyue pointed pitifully at his bare right foot. "You have to carry me back." "Ha, it's the least I can do." Jiang Sheng laughed, turned around and squatted in front of Ji Mingyue. "Come on up." While Jiang Sheng was turning around, Ji Mingyue threw the pistol into the grass nearby, then wrapped her arms around Jiang Sheng's neck and lay on his back. "I'll make breakfast for you when we get back. What do you want to eat?" Jiang Sheng clenched his fists, carefully dragging Ji Mingyue's thigh bends, and stood up. Halfway through his sentence, his body froze. "What's wrong? Going home?" Ji Mingyue urged, puzzled. "Miss Ji, you don't seem to be wearing." Jiang Sheng's face turned red as he paused. "What did you say?" Ji Mingyue asked blankly. "No, nothing." Jiang Sheng stopped talking and carried Ji Mingyue on his back as they walked towards the top of the mountain. Ji Mingyue, on the other hand, was enjoying the romantic feeling and did not say another word. Back in the living room of the Heavenly Palace at the top of the mountain, Jiang Sheng put Ji Mingyue down on the sofa. "I'm not shy, and I'm a girl, so why are you blushing?" Ji Mingyue rubbed her feet while looking at Jiang Sheng, who was blushing, with confusion. Jiang Sheng blushed and looked at Ji Mingyue's chest, then ran awkwardly to the kitchen. "I'll go prepare breakfast." "What's going on?" Ji Mingyue puzzledly touched her chest, then her face suddenly turned red. "Damn it. I forgot I'm not wearing underwear." Chapter 15. Is it that small? Liu Shuyi came to apologize at the door. Kitchen. Jiang Sheng stood in front of the sink, frantically washing his face with cold water to suppress the restlessness in his body. Ji Mingyue was in a hurry to go out, and he went straight into a vacuum, so that when he was carrying Ji Mingyue just now, Jiang Sheng could clearly feel Ji Mingyue's proud dick rubbing against his back. Just thinking about the wonderful feeling of warmth and softness when carrying Ji Mingyue, Jiang Sheng couldn't help but feel his blood boil. "Jiang Sheng, you bastard." Jiang Sheng slapped himself hard in the face. "Miss Ji has been very kind to you, how could you react negatively to her?" Although he knew it was wrong, Jiang Sheng really couldn't control himself when it came to intimate contact of that level. After a long while, Jiang Sheng calmed down and began preparing breakfast for the two of them. Outside the courtyard gate, Ji Mingyue was already fully dressed, her face flushed, staring dreamily in the direction of the villa. Realizing that she had been lying on Jiang Sheng's back for so long, she was angry and embarrassed, and also a little fluttery, and Jiang Sheng had taken quite an advantage of her. "Miss." At that moment, the bodyguard who had been knocked over by Jiang Sheng before appeared behind Ji Mingyue, holding a silver pistol in one hand and a folder in the other. Ji Mingyue instantly regained her cold expression, turned around to take the things, and while checking the documents, she said coldly, "You did a good job of not letting Jiang Sheng get hurt." "Miss, we didn't help Jiang Sheng." The bodyguard hesitated for a moment and recounted what had happened at the entrance to the community truthfully. "You said that Huang Long was going to kill Jiang Sheng, but suddenly he knelt down and apologized to him." Ji Mingyue frowned in puzzlement. According to this investigation information, the Tiandi Alliance is the local tyrant in Jiangzhou City, controlling half of the underground world. How could Huang Long, the underground overlord, kneel down and apologize to Jiang Sheng? "We were hiding in the shadows and couldn't hear their conversation, so we don't know what exactly happened." The bodyguard was also at a loss for an explanation, adding, "But judging from the fact that Jiang Sheng was able to avoid the attacks of the four assassins, he is indeed a martial artist. It wasn't a coincidence that he ran me over that day. I already knew that. I'm more curious as to why Huang Long would yield to him." Ji Mingyue turned her head and looked at the villa, then laughed. "No wonder he's the man I've set my sights on. He really is a mysterious being." When Ji Mingyue returned to the villa, Jiang Sheng had already prepared breakfast. "Miss Ji, I saw that the food sold outside was very ordinary, so I personally cooked breakfast for you." Jiang Sheng's eyes darted, afraid to look directly at Ji Mingyue. "I like it when you cook for me personally." Seeing Jiang Sheng's appearance, Ji Mingyue felt a little cute and teased. "How did you feel when I didn't wear underwear and lied on your back for so long before?" "I didn't feel anything, not a thing." Jiang Sheng suddenly blushed and shook his head frantically. "Am I that small?" Ji Mingyue became displeased and asked, "Is my figure that bad that it has become so small that you can't even feel it when we're pressed together?" "I didn't mean it like that. You're already very big." Jiang Sheng hurriedly waved his hands, but when he saw Ji Mingyue staring at him with strange eyes, he suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Okay, I was just asking casually, I'm not blaming you." Ji Mingyue couldn't help but laugh. "It's my own carelessness, not that you're deliberately taking advantage of me, so why are you so nervous?" "You don't mind?" Jiang Sheng looked at Ji Mingyue apprehensively, thinking that the other party would be furious. "Of course I mind. Next time you carry me, I will definitely check my body." Ji Mingyue picked up a piece of egg tart and shoved it into her mouth. "Okay, next time I'll remind you directly." Jiang Sheng suddenly brightened up upon hearing that there would be a next time. "By the way, how come the yellow dragon guards suddenly withdrew after they were about to kill you?" Ji Mingyue asked curiously. She had previously thought that the bodyguard had secretly helped Jiang Sheng, so she had not asked any detailed questions. Now that she had learned that the bodyguard had not intervened, she became very interested in the matter. Jiang Sheng faithfully recounted what had happened. "Your leader? That's a new term." After listening to the story, Ji Mingyue became interested. "Drunken Immortal Restaurant is an asset of the Heaven and Earth Alliance. Are you going to the banquet at noon?" "It concerns my past. Even if it's a den of thieves, I have to go and find out what happened," Jiang Sheng firmly declared. "Then I'll go with you." "No." Jiang Sheng quickly shook his head and refused, saying, "You also said that the Drunken Immortal Restaurant is an asset of the Heaven and Earth Alliance. If Huang Long plays any tricks, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you." "Okay." Ji Mingyue thought about it for a moment and didn't insist. "It so happens that I still have some work to attend to." "You be careful." Zhao family. Zhao Zhongxue, who had been dumped by Lu Shu on the roadside, sat on the sofa, howling and crying, while Zhao Tianmong and his wife sat next to him, comforting him. Zhao the old man, on the other hand, sat expressionless in front of the tea table, leisurely sipping tea. "Dad, this is the good son-in-law you found for Shuer in the first place." Zhao Tianmong yelled angrily at the old man. "He has already divorced Shuer and even went to Master Lu to sow discord. He is shameless." "Yes. Shuer and Master Lu just got their marriage certificate yesterday, and that good-for-nothing went to Master Lu to spread lies." Wu Shu angrily scolded. "He is obviously not a good person himself, and he doesn't want Shuer to have a good life. If I had known this, I would have killed him directly. Shuer didn't know how to behave herself when she was at school and fooled around with dubious people, so she's not a virgin anymore." The old man calmly said with a neutral expression as he took a sip of tea. "Jiang Sheng didn't lie about this, it's Shuer who has been deceiving Liu Shuyi." "Old man, what are you saying?" Wu Shu was furious, because Jiang Sheng was talking nonsense. The day after Shuer got her certificate, she was slapped twice by Lu Shua, and she has had to suffer all kinds of humiliation since then. Humph. If she suffered, she did it to herself. The old man put down his teacup and snorted. She let Jiang Sheng go, a good man, and didn't know how to cherish him, but she had to mess around with Liu Shuyi, that spoiled brat. If Liu Shuyi can slap her around today, he can abandon her tomorrow and find someone new. Hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Tianlong were so angry that they could hardly hold back their curses, if it weren't for the old man's prestige. Jiang Sheng is a good-for-nothing, he's not even worthy of being mentioned in the same sentence as the Liu family's young master. The Zhao Tianlong couple didn't lose their temper, but Zhao Zhengxue couldn't stand it anymore, and yelled in disgust, even if I have to be a widow in the Liu family, it's still better than following that good-for-nothing. The old man's face turned a bit ugly, and he said in disgust, you really don't know how to appreciate good things, sooner or later you'll regret it. I will never regret it, and I believe that young Master Liu will definitely make me happy. Zhao Zhengxue shouted with a determined face. Swear, I was wrong. I've come to take you home. Just then, Liu Shuyi's voice suddenly came from outside. See? My husband has come to fetch me. Zhao Zhengxue proudly raised her head at the old man. Soon, Liu Shuyi walked in, a change from his usual arrogant attitude. He humbly said, Old man, father-in-law and mother-in-law, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit Shuer. Please forgive me. Chapter 16, Invitation. It's just like a bad dream that won't go away. Seeing Liu Shuyi humble himself and apologize as soon as he walked in the door, the Xiao family members were all a little dumbfounded. Liu Shuyi had always acted condescendingly in front of the Xiao family. Today, after having a conflict with Zhao Zhengxue, he lowered his stance instead. Could this be true love? My dear son-in-law, you must not be provoked by that bastard Jiang Sheng. Wu Shu anxiously spoke up to explain, Shuer's feelings for you are evident to the heavens and earth. Mother-in-law, don't worry, I don't believe a word Jiang Sheng said. Liu Shuyi said seriously, I have 100% trust in Shuer, and it was all my fault before. Shuer, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Liu Shuyi squatted in front of Zhao Zhengxue with a face full of apology and guilt. I was so angry at that bastard Jiang Sheng that I lost my head and hit you. Please forgive me, okay? It's okay, as long as you believe me. Zhao Zhengxue was so happy that she felt a little dizzy. She had always been quite humble in front of Liu Shuyi. In order to please the other person, she had obeyed his every word and had never been treated with such respect by Liu Shuyi before. Of course I believe you. Liu Shuyi took out a golden envelope from his pocket. To make up for my mistake, I have specially prepared a surprise for you. This is the invitation to the banquet hosted by the Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce for the Ji family representatives the day after tomorrow. Good son-in-law, you got an invitation for my Zhao family? Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianmong and his wife were overjoyed, and even the old man was moved. With the Zhao family's status in Jiangzhou, they were not eligible to attend this banquet at all. If they could really attend this banquet, it would mean that the Xiao family had entered the threshold of Jiangzhou high society. It's not the Xiao family, it's Shuer. Liu Shu smiled and looked at Zhao Zhengxue. Open it and take a look. Zhao Zhengxue hurriedly opened the invitation, which read Invitation, Liu Shuyi and his wife Zhao Zhengxue. Dad, Mom, this invitation specifically invites me, it has my name. Zhao Zhengxue excitedly showed the content of the invitation. The business leaders of Jiangzhou actually know my name. Daughter, you have really made it. Zhao Tianmong and Wu Zhu were also very excited. Although the Zhao family was not an invitee, Zhao Zhengxue was Miss Xiao, and her presence would bring the family glory. That's not right. No member of the Zhao family is qualified to attend the banquet specially prepared by the Chamber of Commerce for the Ji family. The old man put on his reading glasses and looked at the invitation in Zhao Zhengxue's hand with a frown, instinctively feeling that there was something fishy about it. Humph. This is the gap between people. My husband must have fought for this place for me. Zhao Zhengxue snorted, looking at the old man mockingly, and Jiang Sheng, whom you value, could never achieve what my husband has done in his many lifetimes. You really are old man. Yes. Shuyi's son-in-law is capable, 100 times better than some useless person who only knows how to do laundry and cook. Wu Shu chimed in, slapping the old man in the face. Am I wrong? The old man frowned, surveying Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhengxue, wondering, Liu Shuyi is supposed to be a playboy, why is he really so concerned about Shuer? On such a happy day, why mention that useless person? Zhao Tianmong immediately scolded, looking at Liu Shuyi adoringly, good son-in-law, it must be your efforts that gave Shuer the opportunity to attend such a high-end banquet, right? That's for sure. Liu Shuyi smiled proudly. The Xiao family is indeed not qualified to receive an invitation based on their status, but Shuer is now my wife. After the Liu family fought hard, they were finally able to add her name to the guest list. In fact, when the Liu family received the invitation, they were also dumbfounded. They couldn't figure out why the Ji family's banquet would specifically invite Zhao Zhongxue. But the invitation clearly stated that it was an invitation to Liu Shuyi and his wife Zhao Zhongxue, so Liu Shuyi had to bring Zhao Zhongxue to avoid being criticized. This was the main reason why Liu Shuyi, who had previously been furious, came to Zhao Zhongxue to apologize. If it weren't for this invitation, Liu Shuyi was going to stop paying attention to Zhao Zhongxue and even divorce her. "Hubby, you are really amazing and so good to me." Zhao Zhongxue threw herself into Liu Shuyi's arms, kissing and hugging him. "You are my beloved wife, I have to be good to you." Looking at Zhao Zhongxue, whose makeup had already worn off, Liu Shuyi gritted his teeth against the nausea and put on a loving face. By the way, according to reliable sources, the Liu family will become the Ji family's key partner in Jiangzhou this time. Liu Shuyi put his arm around Zhao Zhongxue and said, "The Ji family is going to support a young talent in Jiangzhou." My goodness! What good fortune! Wu Shu excitedly clapped her hands and said, "The young talent who is going to be supported must be the son-in-law." After all, the Liu family has become the key partner of the Ji family, and the son-in-law is the one who has contributed to the Liu family's success today. I agree. Liu Shuyi's head swelled with pride. His contribution to the Liu family is obvious to all, so it is only natural that the Liu family, having become the Ji family's key partner, should support him. Great, the good times have finally come. Zhao Zhongxue excitedly pulled out his phone. "Let's go to Zui Xian Lu at noon to celebrate. I want all my friends and family to know that I've become rich." Yes, yes, yes. The Zhao family will pay for the meal, and you, son-in-law, just make yourself at home. Wu Zhu and Zhao Tianmeng also got busy. Although they were not qualified to attend the Ji family banquet, these things were enough for the Xiao family to show off in their own little circles. Noon. Jiang Sheng arrived early at the entrance of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, but did not see Huang Long. Since he did not have Huang Long's contact information, Jiang Sheng was about to go to the front desk and ask which private room Huang Long was in. "Jiang Sheng, who told you to come here?" Before Jiang Sheng could say anything, a voice of disdain suddenly sounded. Jiang Sheng turned his head and saw Liu Shuyi and a group of people from the Xiao family walking in from outside. Wu Shu was walking in front, and from afar she pointed at Jiang Sheng and yelled, "You piece of trash have already divorced Shuer, but you still came to our family dinner, you're so shameless. Why do I keep running into this family everywhere?" Jiang Sheng rubbed his eyebrows in frustration, "They just won't go away." When they saw Jiang Sheng, Liu Shuyi, and Zhao Zhongshue's faces looked very ugly. Zhao Tianmeng and the Zhao family's relatives and friends all looked at Jiang Sheng with contempt and disgust. "I didn't come to attend any Zhao family dinner, I just came here to eat." Jiang Sheng responded listlessly, "Really too lazy to bother with these people." Ouch. Just divorced from Shuer, and you've become successful. Hearing this, Wu Shu was even more motivated and mocked. Although Drunken Immortal restaurant is not the most high-end hotel in the city, the per capita consumption starts at 2,000. Can a waste like you, who doesn't even have a job, afford it? Chapter 17, How Dare You Disrespect Master Long? This waste must have heard that Shuer has become successful and wants to take advantage of her ex-husband's status to get something out of the Zhao family. He's so shameless. I think he just wants to eat for free. Otherwise, with his character, he would never have the chance to eat at such an upscale restaurant in his life. Under the leadership of Wu Zhu, the Zhao family members one after the other spoke out to mock and humiliate Jiang Sheng. What a bunch of psychopaths. Jiang Sheng frowned in disgust and impatiently said, "I did come here to eat. Believe it or not." Liu Shu waved his hand to silence the crowd and stared straight at Jiang Sheng. "It was Miss Ji who brought you here, wasn't it?" "No. She's not with me," Jiang Sheng responded truthfully. "Without Miss Ji's backing, you dare to eat at Drunken Immortal restaurant, you've got some nerve." Liu Shuyi's eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Liu Shuyi drove a Bentley and lived in Henteing Resort, so he had some trepidation and intentions towards Ji Mingyue. Hearing that Ji Mingyue was not here, he no longer had to be cautious. "It's just a meal, I don't need anyone's backing," Jiang Sheng responded expressionlessly. "You almost got a perfect score with this forced act of humility." Liu Shuyi gave a cold smile and said, "Since Miss Ji is not here, you won't be able to eat here today." "Yes, husband, get rid of this useless person quickly." Zhao Zhongxue nodded repeatedly, disgusted, "I lose my appetite just by looking at him." The Xiao family members also chimed in. Jiang Sheng, if you know what's good for you, you'd better get lost quickly before you lose face. Liu Shuyi threatened arrogantly. Drunken Immortal Restaurant is not a Liu family business, so why are you trying to get rid of me? Jiang Sheng frowned in disgust. Ha ha ha. Liu Shuyi laughed proudly. Although Drunken Immortal Restaurant is not a Liu family business, I am a top-level member of the restaurant. After saying this, Liu Shuyi turned his head and yelled at the waiter, tell your manager that Liu Shuyi has arrived, and tell him to come and see me. Soon, a portly middle-aged man in glasses and a suit ran over. Young Master Liu, please forgive me for not being able to come out to greet you in person as you are here. Manager Ma. The quality of Drunken Immortal Restaurant is getting lower and lower. Liu Shuyi gave the other person a hard time. Dissatisfied, any trash and waste can come to Drunken Immortal Restaurant to spend money, which seriously affects the mood of members like us who pay hundreds of thousands of annual membership fees. What's going on? Manager Ma looked at everyone doubtfully. There's no point in talking about it. Zhao Zhongshu pointed impatiently at Jiang Sheng and said, Manager Ma, you should have this trash thrown out immediately. What my wife means is what I mean. Liu Shuyi put his arm around Zhao Zhongshu's waist and said expressionlessly, this guy is my wife's trash ex-husband, who has the sincerity to come to us and disgust people. If Manager Ma doesn't throw him out, then I will never set foot in Drunken Immortal Restaurant again. After roughly figuring out the situation, Manager Ma pulled a long face and looked at Jiang Sheng impolitely, Sir, Drunken Immortals does not welcome you, please leave immediately. Manager Ma had already heard that the Liu family had become a key partner of the Ji family, and the young talent the Ji family wanted to support was likely Liu Shuyi. Naturally, he could not offend Liu Shuyi for the sake of Jiang Sheng, a former useless son-in-law of the Xiao family. Upon hearing Manager Ma's words, Liu Shuyi and the rest of the Xiao family all sneered at Jiang Sheng. This is the gap between people. Jiang Sheng is a little stronger than Liu Shuyi in terms of strength, but he is the young master of the Liu family, and his identity and background are far beyond what Jiang Sheng's strength can compare to. I'm having dinner at Drunken Immortal Restaurant, so I'm a customer. What makes you think you can kick me out? Jiang Sheng frowned when he saw that Manager Ma could not distinguish right from wrong. Just because I'm the manager of Drunken Immortal Restaurant, and just because you're in the way of Liu Xiao's eyes. Manager Ma pushed his glasses up his nose and said coldly, you'd better leave right now, or I'll have the security guards throw you out. What a bully. Jiang Sheng narrowed his eyes and sneered, I'll complain to your boss, and I hope you won't regret it. Our boss is Master Long, and he hates being disturbed. Last time, a stranger called Master Long to complain, but he ended up with both legs broken. Manager Ma laughed, mocking him, do you still dare to complain? Then, Manager Ma fearlessly took out his phone, looked up Master Long's number in the address book, and put it in front of Jiang Sheng. This is Master Long's number, do you have the guts to call him on my phone? You're a loser, so don't pretend to be important in front of us. Wu Zhu looked at Jiang Sheng with contempt. Master Long is notorious for his temper. If you dare to disturb him, be careful, you'll be dismembered. Losers are losers, they're good for nothing, they're just good at talking big. Zhao Tianmong also looked down on Jiang Sheng. Zhao Zhongshui and Liu Shuyi exchanged a glance, then looked at Jiang Sheng with amusement. Liu Shuyi spent $1 million to hire Master Long to deal with Jiang Sheng, and Drunken Immortal Restaurant is Master Long's property. If Jiang Sheng dares to call Master Long and let him know that he is at Drunken Immortal Restaurant, then Jiang Sheng will not just be thrown out, he will likely be killed. Looking at the fearless Manager Ma and the Xiao family members full of contempt in front of him, Jiang Sheng did not hesitate to pick up the phone and dial Master Long's number. This kid really has the nerve to call him. Manager Ma's face changed slightly. If Master Long got angry, he would be implicated too. The Xiao family members looked at Jiang Sheng with glee, waiting for him to be severely punished by the furious Master Long. Zhao Zhongshui and Liu Shuyi giggled and hugged each other, as if they could already see Jiang Sheng being hacked to death by Master Long's men. Huang Long, this is Jiang Sheng. After the call was connected, Jiang Sheng said expressionlessly, I'm in the lobby on the first floor of the Drunken Immortal Restaurant. A man named Manager Ma is trying to evict me, so come over and deal with it. After saying this, Jiang Sheng threw the phone at Manager Ma. Hearing Jiang Sheng directly address Master Long by his name and give him orders, everyone present was dumbfounded. Who is Boss Long? He is the head of the Jiangzhou Underground World Power, the Heaven and Earth Alliance, and is notorious for his ruthlessness, hot temper and cruelty. And Jiang Sheng actually, he's got some nerve. Jiang Sheng, you're so full of yourself. Wu Zhu reacted, scolding contemptuously, not many people in Jiangzhou would dare speak to Boss Long like that. I think you must not have got through on the phone and are just pretending to be arrogant in front of us. Yes, that must be it. He's a loser. Where does he get the nerve to boss Long Yi around? Manager Ma, even if the call didn't go through, this kid dared to be rude to Long Yi. You can't let him off lightly. The Xiao family all believed that Jiang Sheng had never managed to get through to Long Yi, but was just pretending, and they all despised him. How dare you show disrespect to Long Yi, you're looking for death. Manager Ma also believed that Jiang Sheng did not dare to dial the phone, and angrily yelled, "Guards, this kid dared to disrespect Master Long, break his legs and throw him out." Hulala! A dozen security guards entered in an orderly manner and quickly surrounded Jiang Sheng. Seeing this, Liu Shuyi and the rest of the Xiao family were in high spirits, finally able to see the miserable end of this loser. Stop it! When a group of security guards rushed towards Jiang Sheng, a sound of anxiety like a bolt of thunder resounded throughout the venue. Chapter 18, He is my man. How will Huang Long choose? All of a sudden, Huang Long, a tall man with a pale face, walked out of the elevator and roared to stop the security guards. Master Long! Manager Ma's face changed drastically and he respectfully called out from afar. My goodness! This is the legendary Master Long, and he really has an extraordinary air about him. Wu Zhu looked at Huang Long in disbelief, then sneered, even Master Long has personally intervened. Jiang Sheng, that piece of trash, is dead for sure this time. It seems that Jiang Sheng really did just call Master Long. Zhao Tianmeng's eyes flashed with excitement. It's just that piece of trash has no idea of the horror of Master Long, and actually spoke to him in that tone of voice. He really is looking for death. Master Long's face looked so ugly, he must have been really angered by Jiang Sheng. That trash is trash, and he doesn't even realize that he's caused a big problem. Master Long is furious, and rivers of blood are flowing. I predict that Jiang Sheng will definitely be dismembered. Seeing Huang Long walking over with a face full of anger, the Xiao family members all gloated, waiting to see how Jiang Sheng would be dealt with. Humph. Even without that phone call, Master Long would not have let that trash go. Liu Shuyi, who was hugging Zhao Zhongxue, gave a cold smile. He spent $1 million hiring Huang Long to deal with Jiang Sheng, so even if Jiang Sheng didn't make a mistake, he would definitely die. Finally, I don't have to see this loser hanging around anymore. Zhao Zhongxue looked at Jiang Sheng teasingly. He thinks that by marrying into the Ji family, he can act cocky in front of us. It's really laughable. Under the expectant and excited gaze of Liu Shuyi and the rest of the Xiao family, Huang Long quickly walked up to the group. Manager Ma curried favor with Master Long by slithering up to him and saying, Master Long, this kid spoke rudely to you, and I was about to have someone teach him a lesson. Teach your uncle a lesson. Before Manager Ma could finish his sentence, Huang Long slapped him in the face. Master Long, you. Manager Ma, dumbfounded, covered his face, not knowing why Huang Long was angry with him. Could it be that he was implicated by that kid? Mr. Jiang, please forgive the rudeness of my subordinates who don't know the rules. Huang Long walked up to Jiang Sheng and bowed to apologize. Ist. When they saw this, everyone was shocked and gasped, except Jiang Sheng, who looked indifferent. The boss of the mighty Tiandi Alliance actually bowed to Jiang Sheng and apologized. What was going on? It's over, I've kicked the iron plate. Manager Ma instantly paled, and the person who could make Huang Long treat him like this was definitely someone he could not afford to offend. Hey, are you really Master Long? Wu Zhu reacted from her shock and stared at Huang Long suspiciously. Why would the leader of the Heaven and Earth Alliance bow and apologize to a nobody like Jiang Sheng? Bitch! Are you talking to me? Huang Long turned sharply and looked at Wu Zhu coldly. Huang Long was a big shot who had fought his way out of the shadows, and his cold stare directly scared Wu Zhu into trembling and unable to speak. Shut up! Zhao Tianmeng hurriedly pulled Wu Zhu back and apologized. A woman's hair is long but her knowledge is short. Please forgive me, Master Long. As the head of the Xiao family, he knew Huang Long and knew that this big shot was a ruthless character who would not hesitate to kill. The Xiao family simply could not afford to provoke him. Husband, what's going on? Zhao Zhongxue asked Liu Shuyi blankly. You paid Master Long to deal with Jiang Sheng, so why is he being so polite to him? I don't know what's going on either. Liu Shuyi frowned and took a step forward. Master Long. This kid is the one I need you to teach a lesson to. You? Young Master Liu, I'm sorry. Huang Long waved his hand to interrupt Liu Shuyi. I refuse to take this job. I will return the deposit in full later. Why? Liu Shuyi stared in disbelief. These people in the underworld have always done things for money, and Huang Long's action has damaged his own reputation. Can't you see that? Jiang Sheng said leisurely, the so-called Master Long is my man. Liu Shuyi and the Xiao family members could already tell that Huang Long's attitude towards Jiang Sheng was not ordinary, they just didn't want to believe it. Huang Long. That woman is my ex-wife, and young Master Liu has been screwing her for 3 years. Now they have finally consummated their relationship. Jiang Sheng pointed at Zhao Zhengxue and Liu Shuyi and introduced them. They are now saying that they want to kick me out of Drunken Immortal restaurant and won't let me eat here. What do you think? Rotten. Mr. Jiang is my VIP. Whoever is rude to you is crossing the dragon Huang. Huang Long looked at Liu Shuyi and the others expressionlessly and said coldly, Drunken Immortals welcomes you. Please leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Liu Shuyi and the Xiao family members all looked very unpleasant. Before, they had wanted to get Jiang Sheng thrown out, but now they were the ones being thrown out. It was so humiliating and embarrassing. Why? Zhao Zhengxue couldn't stand it anymore and screamed, my husband is a senior member of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, even Master Long can't kick us out for no reason. He is not our member anymore. Huang Long waved his hand and said imperiously, Manager Ma, refund the membership fee of Mr. Liu, and from now on, the Drunken Immortal restaurant will no longer receive Mr. Liu and these people in front of you. Yes, I will do it right away. Manager Ma nodded repeatedly, immediately having someone refund the membership fee and blacklisting these people in front of him. With things having come to this, the Zhao family was completely at a loss. They didn't have the guts to argue with Huang Long, and looked at Liu Shuyi with ugly faces. At the moment, only the young master of the Liu family could turn the situation around. The Liu family is about to become the Ji family's key partner, and I will also become the young talent that the Ji family will support. After being so insulted, Liu Shuyi's temper flared up. Master Long, have you thought about the consequences of offending the Liu family over such a worthless person? That's right. By bullying people today, you are making enemies with the Liu family, and we will not let this go. Hearing Liu Shuyi's words, Zhao Zhengxue suddenly felt confident. The Zhao family members also perked up, looking at Huang Long with heads held high. The Liu family is a large family in Jiangzhou City, and they are not weak themselves. They are also a respectable business family, and are strong enough to deal with underground forces like the Tiandi Alliance. Moreover, the Liu family is about to become partners with the Ji family, so there is really no reason to fear the Tiandi Alliance. Ha ha ha. Drunken Immortal restaurant is my property, and I call the shots. Facing the threats of Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhengxue, Huang Long laughed, not to mention that the Liu family is only a partner of the Ji family. Even if someone from the Ji family were here today, I would still not give face. Master Long has a big mouth. Unexpectedly, Huang Long was so disrespectful. Liu Shuyi said coldly, but don't forget, Jiangzhou is not the only underground force in the world. The tiger boss of the Righteous Assembly owed my Liu family a favor back then, and I was only unwilling to use that favor. That's why I paid you to do things. If you can't satisfy me today, you'll be forcing me to use the tiger boss's favor. By then, it won't be difficult for the Liu family to join forces with the Righteous Assembly to destroy your Tiandi Alliance. Upon hearing this, Huang Long's face turned cold. The Righteous Assembly is the Tiandi Alliance's biggest rival in Jiangzhou. If the Liu family cooperates with the Righteous Assembly, it will be very dangerous for the Tiandi Alliance. Jiang Sheng stood expressionless on the side, wanting to see what choice Huang Long would make. Chapter 19, Master Long's Slap. A disciple of the 9 mysterious dragon Heavenly Dragon Gate? Master Long, those who know how to adapt to the situation are the heroes. Seeing that Huang Long did not say a word, Liu Shuyi thought that the other party was shocked by him, and said coldly, as long as Master Long helps me get rid of Jiang Sheng now, then I won't need to use Tiger Boss's favor, and I will no longer pursue the responsibility of the Heavenly and Earth Alliance. What do you think? I think. Huang Long looked at the smug Liu Shuyi with a serious expression, and when he was halfway through his sentence, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped him in the face. There was a crisp sound of pop. Liu Shuyi's body was sent flying by the slap, and as he was in the air, he spat out 2 broken teeth with blood on them. Huang Long is a master of early internal strength. He didn't even use any strength when he slapped Manager Ma before, but this time when he slapped Liu Shuyi, he was really angry and sent him flying with his teeth. Little brat, your father wouldn't dare speak to me like that, and yet you dare threaten me. Huang Long shook his hand and looked down at Liu Shuyi, who had fallen to the ground, with disdain. If a tiger doesn't show its teeth, you'll think I'm a sick cat. Husband. Zhao Zhengxue screamed, pounced next to Liu Shuyi, and angrily said, why did you hit him? Hitting someone is the least I can do. If you dare to be noisy again, I'll kill you. Huang Long's gaze was cold as he surveyed the Xiao family members. Anyone in the Xiao family who was caught in Huang Long's fierce gaze seemed to be locked by a beast, trembling with fear and not daring to make a sound. Huang Long, you dare to hit me! Liu Shuyi roared indistinctly as he got up from the ground. My Liu family has the Ji family backing us up, and we have the favor of Tiger Boss. If you dare to touch me, just wait for your downfall. Humph. I, Huang Long, am not easily intimidated. Huang Long snorted in a domineering manner. I have said it before, whoever dares to touch Mr. Jiang is my enemy. You can do whatever you want, I will take it. In fact, Huang Long also fears the Liu and Ji families. After all, underground forces cannot be seen in the light of day. The Juyi Hall, which is also an underground force, is already enough to make Huang Long suffer. Not to mention the Ji family, the royal family of the southeast, whose casual remark can bring the Heaven and Earth alliance to ruin. But with the personal presence of the Order's leader, even if it meant losing everything in gambling with the entire Heaven and Earth alliance, Huang Long would still unhesitatingly take the side of the alliance. Mr. Jiang, what do you plan to do with these people? Huang Long then looked at Jiang Sheng and said coldly, if you want their lives, I guarantee that they will never leave this gate. Hearing this, the Xiao family members all panicked. Huang Long was a ruthless killer who did not bluff, and he really dared to get rid of them all. Zhao Zhongshui and Lu Shu stood aside with pale faces, not saying a word. It was even more unbearable than death for them to beg Jiang Sheng, a useless person. Moreover, Lu Shi was confident that with the backing of the Liu and Ji families, Huang Long would not dare do anything to him. Jiang Sheng. Lu Shuyi was fearless, but Zhao Tianmeng dared not be careless. Wiping the cold sweat on his face, he ingratiated himself, saying, no matter what, you have also stayed in my Zhao family for 3 years. Although but the old master was very good to you. Look at the old master's face, and don't let Master Long make things difficult for us. Yes. You had amnesia before, but the old master picked you up, healed your wounds, and raised you for 3 years. Wu Zhu also licked his face and pleaded, one must not be ungrateful. The rest of the Xiao family were also afraid that Jiang Sheng would let Huang Long get rid of them, and they all changed their attitude and begged Jiang Sheng for mercy. A bunch of spineless cowards. Looking at the cowardly faces of the Xiao family, Jiang Sheng sneered with disdain, Huang Long, tell them all to get out. Hearing this, the Xiao family members let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, not only were they not grateful to Jiang Sheng, but they resented him even more. Guards, get them out of here. Huang Long didn't waste any words, giving a cold order. A dozen security guards swung their batons without hesitation and charged at Liu Shuyi and the Xiao family members. Soon, Liu Shuyi and the Xiao family members were beaten out of the hotel, howling like ghosts and wailing like wolves, surrounded by a group of security guards. These people had come here in style, but now they were in a sorry state. They were especially ashamed and indignant to have ended up like this in front of Jiang Sheng, but there was nothing they could do about it. After Liu Shuyi and the Xiao family had been driven away, Huang Long stood uneasily in front of Jiang Sheng. Sir, are you satisfied with the outcome? It's okay. Jiang Sheng nodded and looked at Huang Long with interest. I came to the banquet as promised. If you have anything to say, let's talk while we eat. He didn't expect Huang Long to still support him so much in the face of such pressure, but why? On the top floor of the Drunken Immortal restaurant, in the private room of the Emperor. You said I am the leader of the order, what exactly is going on? Jiang Sheng looked at the apprehensive Huang Long across the table and asked straight away. You wear the 9 Heavens Dragon Order, so naturally you are the Order Master. Huang Long pointed in awe at the ring on Jiang Sheng's hand. Jiang Sheng looked at the ring on his hand and said doubtfully, you say this ring is the 9 Heavens Dragon Order? Yes. This is the token of the 9 Heavens Dragon sect. Although I don't know what your status is within the sect, it is enough to prove that you must be a full disciple of the 9 Heavens Dragon sect. What the hell is the 9 mysterious heavenly dragon gate? Upon hearing Huang Long's words, Jiang Sheng frowned in confusion, unable to recall anything at all. The 9 mysterious heavenly dragon gate is the most mysterious force in the world today. Only those with connections to it know of its existence, and outsiders may not even have heard of it. Huang Long respectfully sat up straight and introduced, the Zhengzhou Heaven and Earth Alliance is one of the outer forces of the 9 mysterious heavenly dragon gate. I am also just an outer member, and I know very little about the inner affairs of the gate. I only know that there are 9 branches like the Heaven and Earth Alliance within the Zhoushuan Tianlongmen in the Huaxia country. Unfortunately, I am too low in rank to get in touch with other branches, and I don't know exactly how they exist. The Zhoushuan Tianlongmen is very powerful. Jiang Sheng was slightly moved and muttered, could it be that I am a disciple of the Zhoushuan Tianlongmen? The Heaven and Earth Alliance is already the underground overlord of Jiangzhou, and the Zhoushuan Tianlongmen actually has 9 such branches, which is terrifying to think about. Sir, you hold the 9 mysterious heavenly dragon order, so you must be a disciple of the sect, and you are the only official disciple I have seen so far. Huang Long responded with certainty, then looked at Jiang Sheng expectantly. Can you tell me about the sect or other branches? Jiang Sheng moved his lips, wanting to speak but stopping himself. He cursed inwardly, I've lost my memory, damn it, and I don't know as much as you do. What the hell would I say? In fact, what I know now is extremely limited. Jiang Sheng hesitated for a moment and said honestly, I have lost my memory, otherwise I would not have spent 3 years in the Xiao family being a loser. Huang Long looked at Jiang Sheng dumbfounded, so have you recovered your memory now? It has partially recovered, but I still have no impression of the 9 mysterious heavenly dragon gate or this ring. My lord, don't worry, I only recognize the 9 mysterious heavenly dragon order. Since you have the ring in your hands, you are the order master. Upon hearing this, Huang Long's eyes lit up, and he said firmly, whatever you command, your subordinate and the entire Heaven and Earth Alliance will go through fire and water without hesitation. Huang Long's greatest goal in life was to become a full-fledged disciple of the 9 mysterious heavenly dragon gate. However, given his aptitude and the state of the Tiandi Alliance, it would be extremely difficult for him to become a full-fledged disciple. The only full-fledged disciple he currently encountered was Jiang Sheng. As long as he clung to Jiang Sheng's coattails, when Jiang Sheng regained his memory in the future, there was a good chance that he would be promoted to a full-fledged disciple. This was a great opportunity for Huang Long. Chapter 20, A Beautiful Woman Farting is a Lucky Omen. 1 million each. Jiangzhou City, the conference hall of the government. The heads of various government departments, led by the mayor of Jiangzhou City, are holding a meeting. However, the person sitting in the main seat is Ji Mingyue. In addition to the business community, the senior officials in Jiangzhou also attach great importance to the Ji family's investments. Sitting with these big shots, Ji Mingyue is a little distracted. Although he had already sent someone to secretly protect Jiang Sheng, Ji Mingyue was still unable to rest assured, and as a result, he was constantly daydreaming and never paid any attention to the content of the meeting. Just as the meeting was in full swing, Ji Mingyue suddenly received a text message from his bodyguard. For a moment, everyone fell silent and looked at Ji Mingyue, afraid of disturbing the young lady. After reading the text message, Ji Mingyue laughed, I was right, you didn't disappoint me. Seeing Ji Mingyue, who had been cold and aloof throughout the meeting, suddenly smile, everyone else looked confused. But even Shi Zun did not dare to ask. Xiao Yuan, next, you will attend the meeting on my behalf. I have something to do, so I will leave first. Ji Mingyue said, getting up and walking out without looking back. My lady has something urgent to attend to. Please forgive her, Xiao Yuan apologized to the others helplessly. She knew that Ji Mingyue must have received news about Jiang Sheng, and only that guy could make Ji Mingyue care so much. As Ji Mingyue drove back to the Hentang Palace, she encountered a burly man leading someone to carry things into the courtyard. Who are you? Where is Jiang Sheng? Ji Mingyue frowned slightly and asked in a puzzled voice. Mrs. Jiang is a good person. The burly man immediately put down the things in his hands and respectfully bowed to Ji Mingyue. My name is Huang Long. I was ordered by Mr. Jiang to deliver a batch of medicinal herbs here. He is busy in the villa, and I dare not go in and disturb him. You, don't call me that, I'm not Mrs. Jiang. Ji Mingyue blushed at Huang Long's address, and at the same time, she was secretly surprised. This Huang Long not only did not harm Jiang Sheng, but instead obeyed his every command like a servant. It's really surprising. Huang Long grinned and said with certainty, Madam, you and my husband are a match made in heaven, and sooner or later, you will be together. Oily tongue. Ji Mingyue gave Huang Long a cold stare and walked quickly towards the villa. She was very flattered by the title Mrs. Jiang. As she pushed open the door to the villa, she smelt a pungent smell of medicinal herbs and quickly covered her nose. Jiang Sheng, what are you doing? Miss Ji, you're back so early. Jiang Sheng poked his head out of the kitchen, holding a soup pot, and said, I prepared something good for you to strengthen your body. You're not brewing medicine for me, are you? Ji Mingyue looked warily at the pot in Jiang Sheng's hands. Correct. Previously, the heart-eating worm was wreaking havoc inside you, draining a lot of your vital energy. Jiang Sheng nodded and placed the pot on the table. Based on my memory, I have refined a pill that can quickly restore your vital energy. You can also refine pills. Ji Mingyue was shocked and looked down into the pot, where she found a shiny black pill at the bottom. This is the pill you refined in the soup pot? Ji Mingyue stared at the pill incredulously. It was the first time he had heard of someone refining pills in a soup pot. I don't know how to explain it, but I have memories in my head about refining pills, so I just naturally know how to do it. After last night's practice, Jiang Sheng knew that in addition to relying on absorbing the spiritual energy of the world to practice the 9 transformations swallowing heaven technique, one could also enhance one's cultivation by taking pills. Although the Yunding Palace was full of spiritual energy, he had exhausted the surrounding aura after just one night of practice, and he didn't know when it would recover. If Jiang Sheng still wanted to become stronger, he could only rely on pills, so he asked Huang Long to prepare a batch of medicinal herbs. After the herbs arrived, Jiang Sheng thought about Ji Mingyue's weak body and first made a pill for her. I believe in you. Without any hesitation, Ji Mingyue took the pill and put it in her mouth, curiously asking, "Who were you before? You know medical skills, martial arts, metaphysics, and you can even make pills. You're just too all around." If Huang Long is correct, I may be an official disciple of the Zhohuan Tianlong Gate. Jiang Sheng told Ji Mingyue the truth about what Huang Long had said. Zhohuan Tianlong Gate? After listening to Jiang Sheng's account, Ji Mingyue frowned. I've never heard of that name before. Huang Long probably didn't lie to you, did he? The herbs Huang Long sent are all real. Jiang Sheng ran his hand along his chin and shook his head nonchalantly. I can't remember anything from the past anyway, so even if I really was a disciple of the Zhohuan Tianlong sect, it doesn't really matter to me now. I've been missing for 3 years, and no one's come looking for me, so I guess I wasn't that important in there. My immediate priority is to work hard to improve my strength, so that I can deal with Liu Shuyi and Xiao Zhengshue's revenge. That's right, you need to be strong yourself in order to fight back against Liu Shuyi and Xiao Zhengshue. Ji Mingyue nodded in agreement, but although the Tian and D alliance is just an underground force that can't be seen in the limelight, if you really have 9 such forces at your disposal, that would be a formidable force. You. Halfway through his sentence, Ji Mingyue suddenly blushed and covered his stomach. It feels like there's a ball of fire burning inside my stomach. This is a normal reaction to taking the solidifying pill. Jiang Sheng calmly explained, the solidifying pill will first expel the impurities in your body, and then it will restore your vitality. Expel it? How? Ji Mingyue's face changed drastically, and he stared at Jiang Sheng. Through metabolism and... Puff. Before Jiang Sheng could finish his sentence, there was a muffled sound behind Ji Mingyue. You bastard, why didn't you say so earlier? Ji Mingyue cursed, blushing as she ran upstairs. This really ruined her image. A beautiful woman farting brings good luck. Looking at Ji Mingyue's back, Jiang Sheng laughed wickedly. Hearing this, Ji Mingyue almost fell down the stairs, and she was determined to get Jiang Sheng. Having finished Miss Ji's solid pill, I should start refining medicine for myself. Jiang Sheng sorted through the medicinal herbs delivered by Huang Long and only managed to gather the ingredients needed to refine one gathering pill. I didn't realize that cultivation would be so resource-intensive. It seems that I will have to earn a lot of money in the future to be able to maintain my cultivation. Jiang Sheng sighed helplessly. Although Huang Long had some financial resources, they could not support his long-term cultivation, and he had to support himself. 2 hours later, Jiang Sheng successfully refined a pill that gathers qi, and incidentally, refined the remaining herbs into 10 Longhu pills that are specially designed to improve the body for ordinary people. In the courtyard of the villa. You have prepared so many herbs for me, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Sheng looked at Huang Long gratefully. It is my honor to be able to serve you, sir. Huang Long's face became serious, and then he shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, the Heaven and Earth League has not set foot in the pharmaceutical industry, and the herbs I was able to acquire for you are very limited. I appreciate your intentions, and I won't let you work for nothing. Jiang Sheng asked with a smile, how much did you spend on buying all these herbs? Huang Long hesitated for a moment and said honestly, a total of 5 million. Jiang Sheng's mouth twitched. In less than a day, 5 million was spent, but only 1 Juhua pill was refined. It was literally burning money. These are the 10 Longhu pills I have refined, each selling for 1 million. Jiang Sheng handed Huang Long a bottle of pills. 5 of them are for the cost of the medicinal herbs you purchased this time, and the remaining 5, after they are sold, you will transfer the money to me. 1 million each. Huang Long's eyes widened in shock. Sir, you're joking, right? Chapter 21, I want to challenge you. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. When Huang Long heard Jiang Sheng say that a Longhu pill would sell for 1 million, he couldn't believe his ears. This was too exaggerated. I'm not joking with you. Jiang Sheng looked at Huanglong calmly and introduced, "This Longhu pill is a medicine that can restore a person's energy and spirit to their prime, and it is especially effective for men's sexual function." An aphrodisiac? Huanglong looked at the bottle in his hands in disbelief and said sadly, "Even if it is, it's still impossible to sell it for $1 million. This is not an ordinary aphrodisiac, but a tonic that can fundamentally improve the quality of the human body and prolong life." Jiang Sheng smiled and explained, "For ordinary people, $1 million is indeed an astronomical price, but for wealthy people whose bodies have been depleted by alcohol and sex, it is nothing. You should know many of these wealthy people, and they are your target customers." "I'll try my best." Huanglong nodded with a stiff face, secretly vowing, "If I can't sell this medicine, I'll pay for it myself to show the gentleman that I'm serious. I guarantee that the medicine he makes will be in high demand. Even if it costs $2 million, there will still be people who want it." Just then, Ji Mingyue suddenly walked out, excitedly saying, "I took the medicine he made, and the effect was amazing." When they saw Ji Mingyue appear, Jiang Sheng and Huanglong's eyes lit up at the same time. Ji Mingyue had been devastated by the heart-eating worm for many years, causing him to lose a lot of vitality and become very weak. His face was always pale and haggard. But at this moment, Ji Mingyue's face was rosy and radiant, his skin had become fairer and more tender than before, and his energy and spirit were more abundant than ever before, like two different people. This was all thanks to the effect of the pill. What a transformation! Seeing how much Ji Mingyue had changed in just an hour, Huanglong held the bottle tightly in his hands and said, "Please rest assured, sir and madam, I will definitely complete the task." Then Huanglong leaned over to Jiang Sheng's ear and whispered, "Sir, would you like me to leave you a pill of dragon and tiger essence so that you can serve madam properly? Get lost." Jiang Sheng glared at Huanglong fiercely and kicked him out of the courtyard. "What did he say to you?" Ji Mingyue asked Jiang Sheng curiously. "He asked me if I needed to keep one of the dragon and tiger pills for myself." Jiang Sheng responded with some embarrassment. "Rogue." Ji Mingyue blushed immediately and quickly changed the subject. "I didn't realize that you were such a talented alchemist. After taking the pill that reinforces the essence, I feel like I've been reborn, and I'm also a lot prettier than before, which is amazing. The main effect of the pill that reinforces the essence is to help you restore your vitality, and making you beautiful is just a side effect." Jiang Sheng smiled and looked at Ji Mingyue. "In the future, I will concoct a beauty pill for you that will guarantee to make you look 10 years younger. If you take it for a long time, you can even stay young forever." "Really? You're not lying to me, are you?" Ji Mingyue's eyes widened, and she said excitedly, "When will you concoct the beauty pill for me? I can't wait." Although Ji Mingyue is the eldest daughter of the Ji family, she is ultimately still a woman. As long as they are women, they have no resistance to beauty and youth, and Ji Mingyue is no exception. Jiang Sheng moved his lips and shook his head with some difficulty. "Right now, you haven't completely absorbed the power of the solid yuan pill, and let's talk about it after a while. You're not saying that you can't refine it because you don't have the herbs, are you?" Ji Mingyue frowned slightly. "After you completely digest the solid yuan pill, I will definitely refine the Ningji pill for you," Jiang Sheng promised awkwardly. Although the main reason was that he had not fully absorbed the solid pill, he did not have the herbs on hand right now. He was poor. Seeing Jiang Sheng's appearance, Ji Mingyue compassionately refrained from saying anything. After Jiang Sheng returned to the villa, Ji Mingyue walked to the entrance of the courtyard and waved his hand in the air. Soon, a bodyguard in black appeared in front of Ji Mingyue. "Ah Bao, have you heard of the 9 mysterious heavenly dragon gate?" Ji Mingyue asked the bodyguard with an uncertain expression, as if he had just regained his composure. "I'm sorry, miss, I've never heard of that name." Bao shook his head blankly. "Tell everyone to do their best to collect information on this Zhoushuan Tianlongman." Ji Mingyue frowned slightly and then ordered, "Also, go and prepare a batch of high-quality medicinal herbs to be sent here for Jiang Sheng to use." "Miss, is this Jiang Sheng really worth all this trouble?" Bao looked at Ji Mingyue in puzzlement. When Jiang Sheng was mentioned, Ji Mingyue revealed a smile and reached out to touch her pretty face, which had improved a lot thanks to the solid pill. She asked in return, "What do you think?" Looking at Ji Mingyue's complexion, which was countless times better than before, Bao suddenly had nothing to say. Jiang Sheng did not know about everything that Ji Mingyue had arranged for him, and sat cross-legged on the floor of the bedroom, taking the qi-gathering pill. In the evening, Jiang Sheng successfully refined the qi-gathering pill, and successfully broke through to the second level of qi cultivation with the 9 revolutions swallowing sky technique. After a while of inhaling and exhaling, Jiang Sheng opened his eyes with a bitter expression. It cost 5 million to refine a single gathering qi pill, and it only allowed me to barely break through to the second level of qi cultivation. It's so expensive. The medicinal herbs that Huang Long spent 5 million to prepare only allowed Jiang Sheng to break through one level, and that was still when he was at the beginning of his cultivation and easily broke through. The further along the cultivation path one goes, the more difficult it is to make progress. In the later stages, even 10 gathering qi pills might not be enough to help him break through to the next level. By then, the amount of money needed for the herbs required to make a breakthrough would be astronomical. It seems that in the future, I must look to money and make a lot of it. Only in this way can I continue on the path of cultivation. Jiang Sheng sighed helplessly, and at the same time, he strengthened his resolve to work hard to make money. Jiang Sheng, come to the courtyard quickly. Just then, Ji Mingyue's voice came from the window. When he arrived in the courtyard, Jiang Sheng was shocked to see that the pavilion in the courtyard was already full of medicinal herbs. The quality of these herbs was much better than the ones Huang Long had prepared, and the quantity was also several times more. These are the medicinal herbs my young lady has prepared for you. A Bao, who was standing next to Ji Mingyue, looked at Jiang Sheng expressionlessly. He felt that Jiang Sheng was just living off his hard work and was very unhappy about it. Don't listen to his nonsense. Ji Mingyue waved his hand and smiled. The pill of consolidating the yuan you made for me before was of immeasurable value. These medicinal herbs are my reward to you, so please don't refuse. This is too precious. I'm doing this for my pill of consolidating the flesh. Ji Mingyue didn't give Jiang Sheng the chance to refuse, teasing him, just make me a few more pills of consolidating the flesh when the time comes. Okay. Knowing that this was Ji Mingyue's wish, Jiang Sheng no longer refused, and promised, not just the rejuvenating elixir, I will cover all the medicine that Miss Ji needs in the future. Jiang Sheng, I want to challenge you. At this moment, a Bao stepped forward, staring at Jiang Sheng with a fighting spirit. You knocked me over at the hospital before, and I must seek an explanation, otherwise I will lose face. Ji Mingyue frowned in dissatisfaction and wanted to stop at the first opportunity. Although she knew that these martial artists liked to be competitive, she didn't want Jiang Sheng to get hurt. It's better not to. Before Ji Mingyue could say anything, Jiang Sheng quickly refused. I'm afraid I won't know how hard to strike and hurt you. Hearing this, a Bao almost vomited blood. This remark was not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. Chapter 22, Do you like me? Why are you angry? Ji Mingyue was a little surprised to hear Jiang Sheng say that he was afraid of hurting a Bao. In Ji Mingyue's impression, Jiang Sheng had always been a low-key and humble person, so why did he suddenly say such annoying things? You're so arrogant. A Bao was very angry with Jiang Sheng and looked firmly at Ji Mingyue. Miss. Please, let me fight him. Okay, you must not hurt him, or I won't let you off the hook, Ji Mingyue warned solemnly. Don't worry, miss, I'll go easy on him. A Bao decisively took off his suit jacket and walked towards Jiang Sheng with gritted teeth. If we really have to fight, then you must not go easy on him. Jiang Sheng solemnly reminded as he watched a Bao walking towards him, or I'm afraid I'll beat you to death. This is so infuriating. Ji Mingyue covered her forehead in exasperation. Not to mention a Bao, who was the person involved, even she, listening to Jiang Sheng say such things, had an urge to hit someone. If you have any skills, just use them. If you really beat me to death, I'll accept my fate. With a pale face, a Bao took up his stance. If it weren't for the face of Ji Mingyue, he would definitely beat the shit out of this asshole today. What level of strength are you at? Jiang Sheng asked Bao curiously. He only knew that he was now at the second level of qi cultivation, but he was not sure what level this was within the martial arts system. I am not talented, but I have now reached the early stage of internal strength, and I am only one step away from the intermediate stage of internal strength. Bao responded expressionlessly, and suddenly raised his fist and smashed it hard at Jiang Sheng's head. Watch out! Bao was very fast, and the power in his fist was terrifying, as he punched the air with a loud sound. However, his movements seemed very slow to Jiang Sheng's eyes, and the so-called power did not cause him any pressure. Be careful! Seeing Jiang Sheng standing in place and stunned, Ji Mingyue anxiously shouted, "A Bao, you must not hurt him in the slightest." After all, Ji Mingyue was not a martial artist, so when she sensed something was wrong and tried to stop it, it was already too late for A Bao to stop. To be precise, A Bao did not intend to stop, and was prepared to teach Jiang Sheng a lesson, but the result? When A Bao's huge fist was about to hit Jiang Sheng's face, Jiang Sheng suddenly moved. He saw Jiang Sheng take a quick step back, sink his waist, and slam a punch at A Bao's fist. Bang! There was a muffled sound as the two fists collided. Crack! Accompanied by a sound of bone breaking, Bao's body flew backward like a kite with its string broken. Poof! Bao fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. His right arm hung limply by his side, broken. Jiang Sheng's strength was at least mid-level internal energy, and this guy was hiding it really well. Big brother, are you okay? Jiang Sheng quickly ran up to Bao and apologized. It was a reflex, I didn't mean to hurt you, I'm really sorry. Upon hearing this, Bao couldn't catch his breath and coughed up another mouthful of blood. Jiang Sheng, this is not Versailles, but I really didn't expect the power of my punch to be so terrifying. When he was at the first level of Qi cultivation, Jiang Sheng could smash rocks with a single punch. He knew that after reaching the second level of Qi cultivation, his strength would become even more terrifying. Therefore, when he attacked Bao, he only used 30% of his strength, but he never expected that even 30% of the strength of the second level of Qi cultivation would be so terrifying. At this time, Jiang Sheng still did not realize that the 9 revolutions swallowing heaven technique he cultivated was a cultivation method for immortals. An immortal going up against a martial artist, this is bullying. Big brother, don't move around, just wait a minute. Jiang Sheng casually connected Bao's broken arm, then hurriedly ran into the villa after finding some medicinal herbs from the gazebo. This is the Restore Bone and Muscle pill. After you take it, your injuries will heal quickly. 10 minutes later, Jiang Sheng ran out of the villa and handed Bao an ebony pill. I've already reduced the strength, but I still didn't expect to hurt you like this. I'm really sorry. After taking the pill, Bao's injuries improved significantly. He almost didn't spit blood again, but he had to admit that he was convinced. Okay, I'm hungry, hurry up and cook. Seeing Bao's deflated look, Ji Mingyue suppressed her laughter and rescued him. I didn't expect your kung fu to be so good, and even Bao is no match for you. Ji Mingyue leaned against the kitchen door, staring at Jiang Sheng, who was cooking, in admiration. You're highly skilled in martial arts, you know medicine, you can make pills, and you know some strange techniques. I really don't understand what your ex-wife was thinking, not to treasure such an outstanding man as you. Actually, it's not her fault. I only recently recovered some of my memories and learned these things. Jiang Sheng sighed as he fried the vegetables. Before, I only knew how to do laundry and cook, I was useless. Maybe no woman could stand a husband like that. She hurt you so much, and you're still defending her. Ji Mingyue frowned and muttered, could it be that you're still in love with her? That's impossible. Once unfaithful, never faithful. Jiang Sheng shook his head firmly. Regardless of whether I loved her before, she did so many disgusting things. If I still love her, I'd be a wimp. That's right. Ji Mingyue laughed, blushing and asking, so what do you think of me? You're very nice, pretty, kind, and you've been very good to me. That's not what I meant. Ji Mingyue interrupted Jiang Sheng impatiently and whispered, I meant, do you like me? What did you say? Jiang Sheng's body stiffened, and he looked up at Ji Mingyue uncertainly. No, it's nothing. Facing Jiang Sheng's burning gaze, Ji Mingyue blushed and shook her head, turning around and running out of the kitchen. I must have heard it wrong. Miss Ji is so outstanding, how could she like a small person like me who has been cuckolded and divorced? Jiang Sheng looked at the back of Ji Mingyue's head, and said to himself, if Miss Ji really has that kind of intention, then I will definitely risk my life to love her. In the dining room. Oh, why did I become so uninhibited, and how could I be the first to ask him that kind of question? Did he really not hear it, or is he pretending to be confused? Damn it, he must still be unable to let go of his ex-wife. It makes me so angry. In terms of figure, appearance, family background, I am 100 times better than that bitch, so why doesn't he like me? Ji Mingyue sat at the table, rubbing her red face furiously, and started to think nonsense. The more she thought, the more angry she became. Let's eat. Soon, Jiang Sheng came over and placed 2 plates of delicious stir-fries in front of Ji Mingyue. I'm not hungry, I'm not eating. Ji Mingyue glared at Jiang Sheng angrily and got up to walk upstairs. What's going on? Jiang Sheng looked at the back of Ji Mingyue's confusedly, completely unable to understand what had happened. Women. It was fine before, but suddenly she's angry, inexplicable. Chapter 23, Attending a Banquet. Your identity is already known. Ji Mingyue was annoyed by her own rambling thoughts and ignored Jiang Sheng for 2 consecutive days. Jiang Sheng had no idea what he had done wrong, and since he was busy cultivating using the medicinal herbs prepared by Ji Mingyue, he had no time to care about anything else. It is worth mentioning that Huang Long sold all 10 dragon and tiger pills in just one day. Due to the limited number of pills, the price of the later pills skyrocketed to millions of dollars for the wealthy who had been drained of their energy by alcohol and sex. Huang Long was loyal to Jiang Sheng and only kept 5 million yuan of the principal, transferring the remaining 13 million yuan to Jiang Sheng's account. In other words, Huang Long sold the 10 dragon and tiger pills for 18 million yuan, with an average price of nearly 2 million yuan each. After receiving the money, Jiang Sheng felt that he had underestimated the importance that the wealthy attached to health. Although the dragon and tiger pills had an amazing effect, the medicinal ingredients needed for their preparation were not expensive, and this would definitely become an important source of income. Time passed quickly, and the day came when the Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce hosted a banquet for the Ji family. This banquet was of great significance to the entire Jiangzhou business community, and it also caused a huge stir in the outside world, with all kinds of forces paying close attention to it. Jiang Sheng, however, paid no attention to the turmoil in the outside world, and remained focused on his cultivation. In the evening, Jiang Sheng was sitting in his bedroom meditating when the door was suddenly knocked on. "Hello, Miss Ji." Jiang Sheng opened the door and, looking at the black dress that Ji Mingyue was wearing, hurriedly said, "Are you hungry? I'll go prepare dinner. We're not eating at home today. I'll take you out." Ji Mingyue raised her hand and threw a pile of clothes at Jiang Sheng, imperiously ordering, "You can change first." Although Ji Mingyue had ignored Jiang Sheng for the past 2 days, Jiang Sheng had not missed a single meal that he had prepared himself. She also knew that she had been unreasonable for getting angry with Jiang Sheng because of her idle thoughts. But Jiang Sheng did not take the initiative to appease her, and she could not bring herself to change her attitude. Before Jiang Sheng could react, Ji Mingyue turned and left. "Shit, this is expensive." Jiang Sheng's face turned green when he glanced at the name tag on the clothes. This outfit cost a small million yuan, enough for him to buy a lot of medicinal herbs. However, Ji Mingyue ignored him for 2 days, and he was puzzled. He obediently changed into the clothes and did as he was told. A few minutes later, Jiang Sheng, dressed in an Armani suit, appeared in front of Ji Mingyue. Not bad, you are also a very handsome guy in this outfit." Ji Mingyue's eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Sheng, and she stood up to fix his clothes. Jiang Sheng was originally quite good-looking, but a few years of life as a stay-at-home husband had made him lose his luster. Now, after a bit of grooming, he has regained his former glory and looks quite good standing next to Ji Mingyue. "Miss Ji, you're not angry, are you?" Jiang Sheng asked weakly, watching as Ji Mingyue took the initiative to fix his clothes. "You know I'm angry, and you don't even know how to appease me?" Ji Mingyue complained unhappily. "I don't even know why you're angry, so how can I appease you?" Jiang Sheng looked at Ji Mingyue with a face full of grievances. "Why are you angry anyway?" I'm having my period, okay?" Ji Mingyue gave Jiang Sheng a fierce glare. She really didn't know why she was angry. Wouldn't it be crazy to tell Jiang Sheng that she was angry because she was thinking nonsense? No way. "I can tell from your complexion that you haven't reached your period. You're such a straight man." Ji Mingyue angrily tightened her tie and interrupted Jiang Sheng. "It's too tight, I can't breathe." Jiang Sheng begged pitifully, but still didn't know what he had done wrong. "Let's go. I'll take you somewhere that might make you uncomfortable. You'd better be prepared." After straightening Jiang Sheng's clothes, Ji Mingyue walked out. "It's fine. With you, I'll brave any danger." Afraid that Ji Mingyue would get angry again, Jiang Sheng didn't dare ask any more questions and firmly stated his position. "That's a very interesting thing to say." Ji Mingyue gave Jiang Sheng a satisfied look and then drove Jiang Sheng to the banquet venue. The State Capital International Manor is the most luxurious top manor in Jiangzhou, and is specially used to hold top business banquets. When Ji Mingyue and Jiang Sheng arrived at the entrance to the manor, they happened to run into Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhongshui. Over the past 2 days, news had spread widely through various channels that the Liu family would become the key partner of the Ji family's investment in Jiangzhou City, and that the Ji family would support a young talent to rise to power. As a result, the Liu family had become the new aristocracy of Jiangzhou, overshadowing the old families and acting like the #1 family in Jiangzhou. The Xiao family, as the Liu family's alliance family, had also risen in status along with them. Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhongshui have been so pleased with themselves these past few days that they have temporarily forgotten their grudges with Jiang Sheng. They are busy socializing and installing forks everywhere. Liu Shuyi is revered as the #1 young man in Jiangzhou. He acts arrogantly and domineeringly, and no one dares to criticize him. Zhao Zhongxue has become the most powerful and most influential person in the entire Xiao family. He no longer even pays any attention to the old man. Although the Xiao family was not eligible to attend the banquet, the Xiao family members ignored the old master's opposition and gathered at the entrance of the manor under the organization of Zhao Tianmeng and his wife. A group of people sent Zhao Zhongxue into the entrance with gongs and drums, and were prepared to wait for Zhao Zhongxue to come out. This was also a good opportunity for the Xiao family to show their faces in the Jiangzhou high society circle. How could a waste like you appear here? Zhao Zhongxue, who was feeling very pleased with himself, put his arm around Liu Shuyi's shoulders. When he saw Jiang Sheng, he sneered, "This is the top banquet in Jiangzhou, not for trash like you." What banquet? Jiang Sheng looked blankly at Ji Mingyue. He still had no idea what Ji Mingyue wanted to bring him to do. Even a shameless woman like you can come to the banquet. Ji Mingyue took Jiang Sheng's hand and responded impolitely, "Why shouldn't Jiang Sheng be able to come? You're the shameless one." Seeing that Ji Mingyue was defending Jiang Sheng again, Zhao Zhongxue became furious and pulled out the invitation. "I am a guest of honor specially invited by the host, unlike some people who don't even have an invitation and are relying purely on the back door." Ji Mingyue was just too beautiful, so Zhao Zhongxue, as a woman, instinctively felt very uncomfortable towards her. "Miss Ji, I already know your identity." Lu Shu pulled Zhao Zhongxue and looked at Ji Mingyue playfully. "Although your identity is not ordinary, I'm afraid it's not in line with the rules for you to forcibly bring this waste to such an important banquet, is it?" "You know my identity?" Ji Mingyue frowned slightly. Her identity is no secret, and people at a certain level know about it, but this Lu Shu's level seems to be insufficient. What exactly is Miss Ji's identity? Jiang Sheng couldn't help but ask, and he has always been curious about who Miss Ji really is. Chapter 24, Just a Little Secretary. I'll support you in the future. You're just a little secretary, so why are you acting like a big shot in front of us? Zhao Zhongxue sneered at Ji Mingyue. "Even if I'm not good enough, I'm still an official guest invited by the organizer, but you're abusing your power by bringing this useless person to the banquet through the back door. If your master finds out that you're being so selfish, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your job." Secretary? Ji Mingyue's face became strange. "Don't pretend. Ji Xiaoyuan, I've already found out all about you." Lu Shu looked at Ji Mingyue with a smug smile. "You're just the secretary in charge of the Ji family's investment projects in Jiangzhou, but you dare to drive the Ji family car and use the Ji family mansion to keep a gigolo. No matter which one of these things is discovered by the people above, you won't have a good end." "Miss Ji, is what he said true?" Jiang Sheng's face changed slightly. If Ji Mingyue really had abused the Ji family's assets, the consequences could be unimaginable. "What do you think her status is, so that she can bring a waste like you to the banquet?" Zhao Zhongxue sneered coldly. "Arrogant, she is just a little secretary, and my husband will be the young talent that the Ji family will support, and the Liu family will become the focus of the Ji family's cooperation. We want to get rid of her, it's as easy as squishing an ant. The Ji family is not going to give up a key partner like the Liu family just because of a secretary." Lu Shu licked his lips and greedily surveyed Ji Mingyue. "If you don't want to be punished by the Ji family, you'd better think of how to make me calm down, or else you'll be out of a job. You dog and bitch, I think you want to get beaten up again." Seeing Lu Shu and Zhao Zhongxue humiliate and threaten Ji Mingyue like this, Jiang Sheng's anger rose in his eyes. "Don't get carried away." Ji Mingyue took Jiang Sheng's hand and said nonchalantly, "At worst, I'll just find another job. I'm not going to be blackmailed by two trash. Besides, until the dust settles, anything is possible, and I may not necessarily become a castaway." "Ha ha ha. I have collected a lot of evidence in the past 2 days about you using company resources for personal gain, so don't even think about getting away with it." Liu Shuyi laughed evilly and said, "If you can't make me happy, then I will hand all the evidence over to the person in charge of the Ji family. By then, there will be no way for you to turn things around." In front of Zhao Zhongxue, Liu Shuyi didn't say anything too blunt. The underlying meaning was to threaten Ji Mingyue. If he didn't want to be fired from the Ji family, then he would have to let him sleep his way out of it. How dare a little secretary fight back against us? She really doesn't know her own strength. Zhao Zhongxue looked at Ji Mingyue arrogantly and said viciously, "After I bring you down, I'll see how you can protect that piece of trash Jiang Sheng. By then, I'll make you two beg for food on the streets together. You think you can bring me down? You're dreaming." Ji Mingyue sneered, dragging Jiang Sheng towards the manor, and said without looking back, "We'll see who laughs last." "Bitch." Sooner or later, I'll make you crawl to me on your knees. Liu Shu stared coldly at Ji Mingyue's back, his eyes full of greed and evil. After I've ruined Ji Xiaoyuan, I'll make that bastard Jiang Sheng wish he was dead. Zhao Zhongxue, on the other hand, glared vengefully at Jiang Sheng's back, ready to repay the humiliation he had suffered some time ago. Miss Ji, are you really the Ji family secretary? After entering the manor, Jiang Sheng asked Ji Mingyue worriedly. What's wrong? Ji Mingyue smiled and flirted. You're not looking down on me just because I'm just a secretary, are you? Of course not, it's just that. Jiang Sheng hurriedly shook his head and asked nervously, the car you crashed earlier and the Hentaying palace where we are staying are all part of the Ji family's property? Yes. Seeing Jiang Sheng's nervous expression, Ji Mingyue smiled. Not only that, but the medicinal herbs I gave you before were also bought with the Ji family's money. If the Ji family finds out, you will be in big trouble. Jiang Sheng's face suddenly turned grave, but he was very moved inside. Miss Ji has actually done so many extraordinary things for me. How can I, Jiang Sheng, deserve such kindness? Using public property for personal use, embezzlement. If the higher-ups find out, there will be big trouble indeed. Ji Mingyue put on a look of fear and pitted Jiang Sheng. It's possible that I'll go to jail. What do you think should be done? It's actually that serious. Jiang Sheng's face turned extremely pale, and he paced back and forth with his brows knitted. Don't worry, if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. You did all this for me, and I will never let you get hurt. The worst that can happen is that we have to find a way to pay for the damages. Ha ha ha. I'm just joking. Ji Mingyue laughed, unconcerned. Even if the higher-ups find out, the worst that can happen is that I'll be fired from the Ji family and find another job. What kind of job can be more promising than working for the Ji family? Jiang Sheng looked at Ji Mingyue with a complex expression, feeling guilty. I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. You must not blame yourself. I am willing to do these things for you. Ji Mingyue looked at Jiang Sheng firmly and changed the subject. But if things come to light, then I will just be an ordinary person in the future, and I won't be able to take you around in a luxury car and live in a mansion. Maybe, having offended the Ji family, I will even have trouble finding a job. It's okay, I will support you in the future. Jiang Sheng shouted without hesitation, I have now recovered some of my memory, and I am completely capable of supporting you. You're not joking. Ji Mingyue froze for a moment, her eyes red as she looked at Jiang Sheng. I'm serious. Jiang Sheng took a deep breath, pulled a bank card out of his pocket, and slipped it into Ji Mingyue's hands. There's 13 million yuan on this card, the money I made from Huang Long selling the dragon and tiger pills the other day. You can use it to see if you can make up for the shortfall. Ji Mingyue looked at Jiang Sheng with a little more awe as she took the bank card. She knew that Jiang Sheng's situation was not good, but she did not expect that Jiang Sheng would pour everything he had into her. If the money is not enough, I will think of another way. I have refined quite a lot of pills from the batch of medicinal herbs you got before, and they can all be exchanged for money. Jiang Sheng looked at Ji Mingyue seriously. In short, even if you are fired from the Ji family, you don't need to worry at all. I will support you, and I will definitely make you a woman who is nobler and happier than the young lady of the Ji family. Good, remember what you said, I'll rely on you to support me in the future. Ji Mingyue held back her tears and gave Jiang Sheng a big hug. I hope you won't let me down. Ji Mingyue had used Ji Xiaoyuan's name at the beginning as a form of self-protection, not wanting Jiang Sheng to have any improper thoughts about her because of her status as a Miss Ji. After learning that she was just a secretary who had violated the rules, Jiang Sheng not only didn't look down on her, but instead took responsibility for her, even professing his love in a roundabout way. Jiang Sheng's various actions have made Ji Mingyue admire and even admire her more and more. Don't worry. Embracing Ji Mingyue formally for the first time, Jiang Sheng greedily sucked in the fragrance of her hair. For you, I will definitely work hard to reach the top. I believe in you. Ji Mingyue smiled as she parted from Jiang Sheng. Let's go, there's a big show waiting to start over there. Chapter 25, The Arrogant Liu Shuyi. That's the Ji family's eldest daughter. When she arrived at the banquet hall, Ji Mingyue had work to attend to, so she let Jiang Sheng go and explore on his own. At this time, the banquet hall was filled with powerful people. In addition to the wealthy merchants of Jiangzhou City, there were also many big shots from surrounding cities and even the provincial capital gathered together. However, Jiang Sheng didn't know any of them, and had no intention of befriending any of them. He was more interested in the dazzling array of delicious food. After all, he had spent the past 3 years at the Xiao family's home, living like a dog, and had never seen so much good food. Soon, Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhengxue also arrived at the banquet hall. The Liu family was now in the limelight, and Liu Shuyi's reputation had skyrocketed. His appearance immediately made him the focus of the small circle, and countless people came up to greet and socialize with him. Trash is trash. He knows how to eat and drink at this top-level banquet, but he doesn't even know how to make connections. He's really hopeless. Seeing Jiang Sheng stuffing his face at the food station, Zhao Zhengxue cursed contemptuously. Right now, we should focus on socializing, so we don't need to worry about that idiot. Liu Shuyi sneered, he only got in here because of Ji Xiaoyuan's connections. No one will take him seriously. After the Liu family officially becomes a partner of the Ji family, I will directly complain to the person in charge of the Ji family about Ji Xiaoyuan's various crimes. As long as Ji Xiaoyuan collapses, that useless person will naturally be at our mercy. While talking, Liu Shuyi looked around to see where Ji Mingyue was. He couldn't wait to see the scene of Ji Mingyue begging for mercy and offering herself to him in order to keep her job. Unfortunately, Liu Shuyi's level was ultimately limited, and he was unable to reach Ji Mingyue's circle. Ji Mingyue was busy socializing with the real bigwigs and simply didn't have time to pay him any attention. Liu Shuyi didn't see Ji Mingyue's figure, but he saw an acquaintance in the crowd. A plump young man wearing a white suit and gold-rimmed glasses was holding a glass of red wine and sitting alone on the sofa, lost in thought. This person was called Wang Manjin, and he was the only son of Wang Banji, the richest man in Jiangzhou. Wife, we'll deal with Ji Xiaoyuan and Jiang Sheng later. For now, let's find an enemy to take our mind off things. Liu Shuyi led Zhao Zhengxue towards Wang Manjin. As both were wealthy young men from Jiangzhou, Wang Manjin and Liu Shuyi had had conflicts before. Wang Manjin had not only beaten Liu Shuyi, but also suppressed the Liu family, finally forcing the head of the Liu family to apologize at the door before he would let go. Liu Shuyi has never forgotten this, but he dared not retaliate due to the Wang family's strength. Now that the Liu family is about to rise, Liu Shuyi naturally will not let go of his enemy Wang Manjin. Young Master Wang, you have also come to this banquet, what a coincidence! Liu Shuyi, embracing Zhao Zhengxue, walked proudly to Wang Manjin. Humph. As the richest family in Jiangzhou, the Wang family naturally has the most qualifications to attend this banquet. Wang Manjin snorted, disdainfully pursing her lips, it's the Liu family that doesn't know what kind of luck they've had that they've managed to get on the Ji family's good side. You fat bastard, how dare you! Hearing this, Zhao Zhengxue exploded, the Liu family is a key partner of the Ji family, and my husband is a young talent who is about to be supported by the Ji family. Who the hell are you to be rude to my husband? Are you tired of living? What kind of bullshit young talent is he? He's just a piece of scum. Wang Manjin gulped down the red wine in his glass and said with disgust, it's really unjust that this kind of trash can get the Ji family's favor. This is fate. Liu Shuyi was not angry at Wang Manjin's words, but sneered, I will never forget the slaps that Wang gave me as a reward. I will definitely repay him in the future. You drugged a female student and plotted to do something indecent. No one would let someone die without helping them. Hearing this, Wang Manjin got up abruptly and stared at Liu Shuyi, if I had known this, I would have stepped on you directly. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Liu Shuyi looked at Wang Manjin coldly and threatened arrogantly, now that the Liu family is about to take off, and I am also about to rise rapidly, then the next ones to suffer will be you and the Wang family. After the Liu family officially becomes the Ji family's partner, I will be the first to bring down the Wang family, and then I will repay you tenfold for the slap you gave me in the beginning. You are a wolf from Zhongshan, and you will become arrogant when you get your way. I just don't believe you can stay arrogant forever. Wang Manjin stared at Liu Shuyi with an unpleasant expression on his face, really unable to figure out why such a person would be valued by the Ji family. Honey, look. Just then, Zhao Zhengxue suddenly pointed not far away, that bitch Ji Xiaoyuan is coming out. Ji Mingyue was seen chatting and laughing with a white-haired old man, her every move and gesture dazzling. No wonder she's a little secretary who can get by so well. She's serving those old guys really well. Looking at the radiant Ji Mingyue, Liu Shu's eyes burned with rage. The more she does this, the more I look forward to the scene of her kneeling before me and begging. I'll humiliate and torture her then. This bitch must be serving the old guys all the time and not getting enough herself, that's why she's supporting that loser Jiang Sheng. Zhao Zhengxue scoffed, after all, she's just a socialite who's available to everyone. Wang Manjin's face suddenly changed as he looked in the direction of Zhao Zhengxue and Liu Shuyi's gazes. He asked with a trembling voice, who do you think that lady is? A slut. Zhao Zhengxue blurted out. A little secretary who will be in my bed sooner or later. Liu Shuyi looked at Wang Manjin with amusement. Why, even someone as upright as Mr. Wang is interested in this kind of woman. I'm interested in your mother. Upon hearing this, Wang Manjin cursed, raised his hand and slapped Liu Shuyi in the face. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Liu Shuyi covered her face in confusion, her eyes wide. Wang Manjin, you dare to hit me. My husband now has the Ji family backing him up. You dare to hit him, and we will definitely not let you go. Xiao Zhongxue supported Liu Shuyi and yelled angrily, you're dead. Ha ha ha. It seems that all the news spread in the past 2 days were rumors. I was wondering why the Ji family would be unable to recognize people in value trash like you. Wang Manjin laughed and looked at Ji Mingyue in awe. Do you know who that young lady is? Isn't she just a secretary in the Ji family? Xiao Zhongxue looked up with disdain and said, although she works for the Ji family, she can't possibly influence the decisions of the higher-ups. To the Ji family, my husband is much more important than a secretary. She's more than just a secretary. Liu Shuyi sensed that things were not going well, and stared at Wang Manjin, asking, what special status does she have? She is the most favored little princess of the Jinling Ji family, the eldest daughter of the Ji family, Ji Mingyue. Wang Manjin looked at Liu Shuyi and Xiao Zhongxue with a sneer. You dare to be rude to the Ji family's eldest daughter, and the Ji family will be merciful if they don't kill you. It's ridiculous to actually expect the Ji family to support you. Chapter 26. It's really her. My name is Ji Mingyue. Hearing Wang Manjin's words, Liu Shuyi's face turned ashen. If Wang Manjin is telling the truth and that woman is the eldest daughter of the Ji family, then based on his previous attitude towards her, he definitely won't get off lightly. What's even more terrifying is that that woman has an unusual relationship with Jiang Sheng, and the grudges between him and Jiang Sheng can be described as irreconcilable. Once Ji Mingyue supports Jiang Sheng, then he and even the entire Liu family will be doomed. Impossible, you must be talking nonsense. Just as Liu Shu was in a state of confusion, Xiao Zhongxue spoke firmly, that woman is just a little secretary, she can't possibly be the Ji family's eldest daughter. How could the Ji family's eldest daughter possibly get involved with a divorced guy like Jiang Sheng? She may be shameless, but the Ji family can't be. You're right. Liu Shu wiped a cold sweat from his brow and said angrily, Wang Xiao, even if you and I have a grudge, you can't just blurt things out like that. What you're doing is only making me angrier, and in turn more crazily retaliate against you and the Wang family. You don't have the rank, and you haven't seen Miss Ji's true appearance, but I have seen her once with my father. Wang Manjin laughed coldly, looking at Liu Shuyi mockingly, offending Miss Ji, and you still think that the Ji family will cooperate with the Liu family, that's really whimsical. At the moment, Wang Manjin was in a great mood. Originally, he was worried that after the Liu family came to power, the Wang family would be suppressed. Now it seems that the Liu family will never be able to be of any use to the Ji family, and the stone in his heart has been completely lifted. No matter what you say, we will never believe you. Xiao Zhongxue said with certainty, Jiang Sheng is such a waste, there is no way he can get the attention of the Ji family's eldest daughter. Believe it or not, I'm not the one who'll suffer. Wang Manjin was too lazy to waste any more words, and walked away happily, teasing without looking back, the Ji family's key partner and key supported young talent is really a big joke. Is what this guy said true or false? Seeing Wang Manjin's words, Liu Shu initially wondered. Husband, don't worry, that fat idiot must be talking nonsense. Xiao Zhongxue took Liu Shuyi's arm and comforted him, saying, think about it. The Ji family's eldest daughter is such a noble being, how could she possibly fall for a spineless loser who has been divorced and cuckolded? You do have a point. Liu Shuyi said, relieved. He glanced at Jiang Sheng, who was eating and drinking like crazy, and said, no matter what, the Ji family's golden branch and jade leaf could never fall for this kind of loser, and the Ji family, as the royal family of the southeast, could never accept such a thing. That's right. It must be that fat guy who has a grudge against you talking nonsense to scare us. Xiao Zhongxue nodded repeatedly, reassuringly, there's no need for us to panic, lest we let that fat guy's plot succeed. Liu Shuyi steadied his nerves and continued to entertain with Xiao Zhongxue, still looking magnificent. After the guests had arrived and taken their seats, the lights dimmed and the spotlights on the stage lit up. A host in a tuxedo passionately warmed up the crowd on stage, and finally shouted, next, please welcome the most distinguished guest of this banquet, Miss Ji Mingyue of the Jinling Ji family, to give a speech. Upon hearing this, Liu Shuyi, who was in the crowd, immediately became nervous, staring at the stage, secretly praying that the person who would go on stage next was not the woman they knew. In the corner, Jiang Sheng, who had been eating and drinking the whole time, also looked up at the stage. This Ji Mingyue should be Xiao Yuan's immediate supervisor. I need to see what she looks like, so that I can go to her later to resolve Xiao Yuan's matter. Under the gaze of countless people, Ji Mingyue, dressed in a black dress, walked gracefully onto the stage. It's really her, it's over, it's all over. Seeing this, Liu Shuyi's face turned pale, and she collapsed in a chair, trembling. She said her name was Ji Xiao Yuan before, but now she's become Ji Mingyue? Zhao Zhengxue looked at the radiant Ji Mingyue on stage, clenching his fists. That scheming bitch has been playing us the whole time, she deserves to die. You deserve to die. Liu Shuyi suddenly raised his hand and slapped Zhao Zhengxue in the face. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have offended Miss Ji, and now it's all over. Honey, how can you blame me? Zhao Zhengxue covered her face in distress. The grudge between us and Ji Mingyue originated from Jiang Sheng, and when we were together, Jiang Sheng didn't even know Ji Mingyue. If I had known. Liu Shuyi stared viciously at Zhao Zhengxue. At this moment, his intestines were filled with remorse. The young master of the Liu family could get any woman he wanted, but he deliberately liked to fool around with a married woman like Zhao Zhengxue. He thought Jiang Sheng was a useless loser, and even if he was cuckolded, he would not pose a threat to him. But who would have thought that Jiang Sheng would be able to befriend Ji Mingyue? This is too ridiculous. Honey, don't be nervous. Zhao Zhengxue covered her face and shrugged indifferently. Even if that woman is Miss Ji, we don't need to be afraid of her. You know nothing. The Ji family is the royal family of the southeast, and they can destroy the Liu family with just a word. Liu Shuyi scolded impatiently. But she is only a lady of the Ji family, not someone in power. Zhao Zhengxue reminded seriously, if this woman really had that much power, the Liu family would not have become the Ji family's key partner in Jiangzhou, and you would not have become a key talent cultivated by the Ji family? We just saw her fawningly accompanying those bigwigs, which shows that there is someone even more powerful above her. Zhao Zhengxue further reassured, in other words, Ji Mingyue cannot influence the decisions of the Ji family's senior management, the Liu family will continue to thrive, and you will still be given priority. That makes sense. Liu Shuyi nodded repeatedly and muttered, we have been offending Jiang Sheng and her for more than a day or two. If she really had that much power, she would have kicked the Liu family out long ago, and it wouldn't have come to this. Exactly. We don't need to be afraid of her at all. The worst that can happen is that we don't provoke her in the future. Seeing that Liu Shuyi had calmed down, Zhao Zhengxue also let out a sigh of relief. In the future, not only can't we provoke her, we have to find an opportunity to apologize to her. Liu Shuyi took a deep breath and muttered, although she can't influence the cooperation between the Liu and Ji families, she is after all the Ji family's young lady, so we have to be careful that she doesn't make things difficult for the Liu family. When he saw that the Ji Mingyue who had walked onto the stage was actually the Ji Xiao Yuan he had spent every waking moment with, Jiang Sheng was dumbfounded. Isn't her name Ji Xiao Yuan, the secretary of the Ji family? Jiang Sheng looked at the radiant Ji Mingyue on stage in disbelief, his mind blank. How did she become the young mistress of the Ji family, Ji Mingyue? When Jiang Sheng's mind was down and he thought he had heard it wrong, Ji Mingyue's pleasant voice rang out on the stage. Hello everyone, I am the investment representative of the Jinling Ji family to Jiangzhou City. My name is Ji Mingyue. Chapter 27, Utter Despair. The person I have my eyes on is... After Ji Mingyue finished introducing herself, everyone in the venue, except Jiang Sheng and Zhao Zhengxue, including Liu Shuyi, applauded wildly. Zhao Zhengxue stared at Ji Mingyue on the stage with envy and jealousy, full of disbelief in her heart. Why is a woman who picked up a useless man? I don't want the Ji family's eldest daughter. Jiang Sheng frantically dug his ears to make sure he heard it right, and his mind became even more confused. She is really the Ji family's eldest daughter, not some little secretary. Jiang Sheng stared at Ji Mingyue. So, all those things she said before were just teasing me. She never abused her power and will not be punished by the Ji family. After figuring out the situation, Jiang Sheng smiled. Instead of being angry that he had been deceived, he was relieved. He was truly happy that Ji Mingyue would not get into trouble. After introducing herself, Ji Mingyue gave a very professional explanation of the Ji family's investment project in Jiangzhou. The applause on the scene came and went, and most people admired Ji Mingyue and welcomed the Ji family's investment in Jiangzhou City. Only Liu Shuyi, who was uneasy inside, could not sit still. Zhao Zhengxue, on the other hand, had a long face the whole time. The more popular Ji Mingyue was, the more jealous and unhappy she became. Zhao Zhengxue didn't feel that Ji Mingyue's identity could threaten her in any way. No matter how powerful the Ji family was, the worst that could happen was that they wouldn't cooperate with them, and there was simply no need to flatter them. This was the tragedy of coming from a small family. Because they were so low on the social ladder, their horizons were limited, and the ignorant were fearless. After half an hour, the formal speech was over. Ji Mingyue knocked on the microphone and sighed. I have been in Jiangzhou as a representative of the Ji family for some time, and during this period, I have been very satisfied with the words and deeds of an absolute majority of people in Jiangzhou. However, I have also encountered some very disgusting people and things. As he said this, a light suddenly shone from the audience onto Zhao Zhongshue's seat. For a moment, everyone's gaze turned to Zhao Zhongxue. Who is that woman? The disgusting people and things that Miss Ji mentioned must be related to her. That's the young wife of the Liu family, whose surname is Xiao, I think. I just don't know what she did to anger Miss Ji. For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Suddenly being illuminated by the spotlight, she became the focus of the entire audience. Zhao Zhongshue's face turned pale, and she wanted to lose her temper but had no way to speak. Liu Shuyi, who was sitting next to Zhao Zhongxue, hurriedly moved her body to distance herself from her. Fortunately, the spotlight didn't illuminate me, so it seems that Miss Ji isn't angry with me. Liu Shuyi secretly felt relieved. It's probably just as I expected. The Ji family's senior management decided to cooperate with the Liu family to support me in taking over, and Miss Ji couldn't do anything about me, so she took out her anger on Zhao Zhongxue. Thinking about this, Liu Shuyi's mood improved a lot. As for Zhao Zhongshue's situation, if you're not dead, you're not poor, so he didn't bother to care. As it concerned Jiang Sheng's face, Ji Mingyue didn't say too much against Zhao Zhongxue. After the light beam disappeared, Ji Mingyue said indifferently, of course, my greatest gain in Jiangzhou was meeting here an outstanding young talent, whom I will do my best to train to become the head of the Ji family's investment projects in Jiangzhou. Hearing this, the crowd became nervous again, speculating who the young talent that Miss Ji had her eye on would be. Previously, there had been news that the Ji family wanted to support Liu Shuyi in his rise to power, but just now, Miss Ji had hinted that she disliked Liu Shuyi's wife, so this person might not necessarily be Liu Shuyi. Liu Shuyi, on the other hand, was confidently straightening his clothes. So far, Ji Mingyue has not announced that the Liu family will become the focus of the Ji family's cooperation, but instead, she has directly said that she will promote an outstanding young talent. Although Jiang Sheng has a close relationship with Ji Mingyue, Jiang Sheng, the cuckolded loser, has nothing to do with the word excellent. After thinking about it, Liu Shuyi felt that he was definitely one of the top young people in Jiangzhou. Plus, just now, Ji Mingyue only targeted Zhao Zhongxue and did not implicate him, so this person had to be him. The young talent I have my eye on is. On the stage, Ji Mingyue deliberately played up the suspense, while a beam of light quickly moved back and forth over the crowd below. For a moment, everyone held their breath nervously, staring fixedly at the movement of the light beam, trying to see who would become the lucky one. Accompanied by a quick rhythm of music, the light beam enveloped Liu Shuyi and stopped moving. It really is me. Liu Shuyi clenched his fists, his face flushed with excitement. Honey, you're amazing. Zhao Zhongxue was also extremely excited, exulting. Even if she is the Ji family's eldest daughter, she cannot stop the Ji family's senior management from selecting talent. The Liu family is destined to soar, and you, my dear, will certainly rise to the top. It seems that the rumors are true, and the person the Ji family wants to support is really Liu Shuyi. In that case, it is a foregone conclusion that the Liu family will become the Ji family's key partner. The Liu family is really going to rise. In the venue, apart from Wang Manjin, who gloated with glee, sneered repeatedly and looked puzzled, everyone else congratulated Liu Shuyi. Liu Shuyi stood up in a spring breeze, clasped his hands and expressed his gratitude to everyone. Thank you all, and thank you, Miss Ji, for your love. I will definitely. Before Liu Shuyi could finish his words, Ji Mingyue on the stage suddenly shouted, the young talent I have my eye on is Jiang Sheng. As Ji Mingyue spoke, the light beam illuminating Liu Shuyi disappeared, and then 4 lights from different directions shone on Jiang Sheng at the same time. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sudden change, and at the same time wondered in their hearts, who is Jiang Sheng? Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhongxue still had smug smiles on their faces, but their bodies were frozen in place. This sudden feeling of falling from the clouds to the bottom of the valley was really hard to bear. Ha ha ha. All for naught. Wang Manjin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Things had turned out just as he had predicted. Zhao Zhongxue and Liu Shuyi had no idea how terrifying Ji Mingyue's real status was. She was the little princess of the Ji family, who was said to be infallible, and she had absolute say over the Ji family's investments in Jiangzhou. After offending Ji Mingyue, those 2 idiots still dared to harbor delusions, which was downright stupid. The others looked at each other, none of them expecting the situation to turn out like this, especially those who had previously tried to curry favor with Liu Shuyi, who were now feeling extremely embarrassed. No one paid any more attention to Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhengxue, and they all looked at Jiang Sheng, who was now in the spotlight. Is this guy Jiang Sheng? He looks like a decent-looking guy, no wonder Miss Ji took a fancy to him. The question is, who is Jiang Sheng? There doesn't seem to be anyone like him in the Jiangzhou business community. I don't know him at all, but if he can be noticed by Miss Ji, he must have something extraordinary about him. In the venue, apart from Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhengxue, who knew Jiang Sheng, no one else had any idea who he was. These bigwigs present didn't even know Zhao Zhengxue, the Miss Xiao, let alone Jiang Sheng, a useless son-in-law who had no sense of existence in the Xiao family. Not to mention that everyone else was confused. Jiang Sheng, as the person involved, was also dumbfounded and shocked. Chapter 28, The Young Lady's Casual Scheme. Before this, Jiang Sheng had no idea what Ji Mingyue had brought him here for. Having just learned of Ji Mingyue's true identity, he had not yet recovered from the shock when he became the focus of the entire audience. For an ordinary person, this would not be a surprise, but a shock. Fortunately, Jiang Sheng had a good level of concentration, and after calming down, he slowly got up and, guided by the lights, strode proudly towards the stage. When Jiang Sheng appeared on stage, Ji Mingyue took the initiative to go up to him and gave him a mischievous smile from an angle that no one was looking at. How many things are you hiding from me? Jiang Sheng grumbled in a low nasal voice without moving his lips. You should at least have told me in advance. I told you that today's scene would make you feel a little uncomfortable, and I reminded you to be mentally prepared. Ji Mingyue said in a low voice as she helped Jiang Sheng fix his clothes. You said before that you would support me, and now I'm putting all my eggs in your basket. You won't let me down, will you? You're the eldest daughter of the Ji family, you don't need me to support you. Jiang Sheng sighed helplessly, sadly saying, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do now. If you want to support me, you have to keep going, starting with Jiangzhou. Ji Mingyue placed her hands on Jiang Sheng's collar and encouraged him, if you can't even conquer the small city of Jiangzhou, how can I expect you to support me? Who? Don't worry, I will definitely work hard and strive to be worthy of your status as the eldest daughter of the Ji family. Jiang Sheng took a deep breath. After learning about Ji Mingyue's true identity, he felt an unprecedented pressure. If he wanted to be with Ji Mingyue, then the road ahead would definitely be full of obstacles, but he would definitely forge ahead and never let Ji Mingyue down. Seeing that Ji Mingyue was actually helping Jiang Sheng to arrange his clothes, and the two of them whispering to each other as if they were the only people in the room, everyone at the scene was shocked. At the same time, these people also realized that the relationship between Jiang Sheng and Ji Mingyue was extraordinary. This is a damn good match. Everyone speculated about Jiang Sheng's background, wondering how he had managed to capture the heart of the Ji family's little princess. At the same time, Jiang Sheng was also bound to be pushed to the forefront of the storm. If he wasn't careful, Ji Mingyue would also lose face because of him. Ji Mingyue took Jiang Sheng's hand and walked to the center of the stage, ready to hand the microphone to Jiang Sheng. Shady, this must be shady. Before Jiang Sheng could take the microphone, Zhao Zhengxue suddenly stood up and angrily yelled, Jiang Sheng is nothing but a waste, not qualified to be supported by the Ji family, let alone be in charge of the Ji family's investment. Shut up. At this point, Liu Shuyi had already seen the situation clearly and snapped at him impatiently. If there is injustice, then you must stand up and resist. Watching Jiang Sheng, whom he had abandoned, standing on the stage in the limelight, Zhao Zhengxue was furious to the extreme, and he yelled unwillingly, the Liu family is the one the Ji family wants to focus on cooperating with, so my husband, as the young master of the Liu family, should be the one to be supported. Why is it that piece of trash Jiang Sheng? Hearing this, Liu Shuyi moved her lips, wanting to speak but stopping herself. She was also dissatisfied and unwilling to accept it. Everyone else was also full of doubts, unable to understand Ji Mingyue's actions. It was really puzzling. Who told you that the Liu family would become the key partner of the Ji family? Ji Mingyue asked Zhao Zhengxue expressionlessly. Everyone has been saying this for the past few days. I don't believe it. You haven't heard of it. Zhao Zhengxue raised his head and said coldly, you can't change the decision of the Ji family's top management to cooperate with the Liu family. Just letting Jiang Sheng take my husband's place is simply too dark. Ha ha. Everyone says that, so it must be true? Ji Mingyue sneered, and asked in a flat tone, everyone, has anyone seen an official announcement or one from my Ji family about cooperating with the Liu family? Everyone shook their heads. There had always been rumors about the Liu family, but no substantive announcements or documents had ever been released. No one has seen it, have you? Ji Mingyue looked coldly at Zhao Zhongxue and Liu Shuyi. This. Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhongxue were suddenly at a loss for words. They had never seen anything that could prove this. Everything is just your imagination and speculation. Ji Mingyue gave a contemptuous smile and said firmly, on behalf of the Ji family, I formally inform you all that the news that the Liu family will become the Ji family's key partner is purely a rumor. I will also make a public statement that, from beginning to end, the Ji family has never considered involving the Liu family in any of its investment projects in Jiangzhou. Next, Jiang Sheng will be fully responsible for all matters related to the investment. Upon hearing this, Liu Shuyi's face instantly turned ashen, and all hope was completely dashed. Not only had all his previous fantasies been shattered, but Ji Mingyue had also stated his intention to block the Liu family, which was simply a disaster for the family. Zhao Zhongxue was also dumbfounded on the spot, as everything was different from what he had expected. He had originally thought that the Liu family would become a partner of the Ji family and would take off from there, but he never expected to be blocked by the Ji family. And the useless husband she had abandoned before had become the person in charge of controlling the Ji family's investment affairs. This person in charge was far more powerful than becoming a partner of the Ji family, and there was simply no comparison between the two. After figuring out the situation, the people present realized that the Ji family had never looked at the Liu family. From Ji Mingyue's attitude, it could be seen that this young lady of the Ji family was very disgusted with Liu Shuyi and his wife. Then the next thing would be interesting. Those who previously fawned over Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhongxue will definitely distance themselves from the Liu family in order to avoid being implicated, and they may even turn around and give the Liu family a few kicks. And people like Wang Manjin, who had a grudge against Liu Shuyi before, will show no mercy to the Liu family. Over the past few days, the Liu and Zhao families thought that they had the Ji family backing them up, and they acted arrogantly and domineeringly within Jiangzhou, causing trouble and offending many people. Now that they know that the Ji family will not stand up for the Liu family, those who have been bullied by the Liu and Zhao families no longer have any scruples. It won't be long before the Liu and Zhao families become public enemies throughout Jiangzhou, and they will either die or suffer greatly. This was a trap that Ji Mingyue had casually set in motion at the beginning. She had somewhat spread the news that the Liu family was going to become a key partner of the Ji family. If you want to destroy someone, you must first drive them mad. Since Jiang Sheng was unwilling to let her help deal with the Liu and Zhao families, Ji Mingyue used a move to kill them by boosting them, in the form of rumors, to make Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhongxue kill themselves in their own hubris. And indeed, because of Ji Mingyue's casual move, the Liu and Zhao families faced an end from which there was no return. Now that things had come to this, no one paid any more attention to Zhao Zhongxue and Liu Shuyi, and everything was just waiting to be settled after the autumn harvest. On stage, Ji Mingyue handed the microphone to Jiang Sheng and gave a gesture of encouragement. Thanks to Miss Ji's kindness, she has given me an important role. Although everyone there was a big shot, Jiang Sheng didn't care about them at all. He wasn't stage fright either, looked at Ji Mingyue, and firmly stated, although everyone doesn't know who I am now, I will definitely not let Miss Ji down. It won't be long before the name Jiang Sheng resounds throughout Jiangzhou and even the entire Jiangdong province. Under Ji Mingyue's leadership, the audience gave a warm round of applause. Although most people did not know Jiang Sheng, did not take his words seriously, and did not believe his words at all, Ji Mingyue's face must be given. Humph. Looking at Jiang Sheng, who was stealing the limelight on stage, Zhao Zhongxue snorted in disgust and scolded, a wimp who has been cheated on for 3 years and can only eat soft food and brag, what is there to pretend? Chapter 29, Zhao Zhongxue, you're asking for it. Are we considered together? Hearing Zhao Zhongxue's words, the faces of the crowd in the venue all became strange. At the moment, these people were being nice to Jiang Sheng on stage purely out of respect for Ji Mingyue's face. In fact, no one actually knew Jiang Sheng, and not many people believed in Jiang Sheng's heroic words, and many people even looked down on him. However, no one would dare say it to Jiang Sheng's face, as they would be offending Ji Mingyue. Will you shut up? Liu Shuyi, on the other hand, glared at Zhao Zhongxue with a pale face. He was thinking of how to salvage the situation, but this stupid woman was actually adding fuel to the fire and antagonizing people. She was nothing but a moron. He now deeply regretted why he had married such a brainless idiot as Zhao Zhongxue. It was so deceptive. Jiang Sheng also hated the disgusting Zhao Zhongxue, and firmly said into the microphone, I will make every word I say come true, and I will also make some people who have hurt me in the past regret it. Just keep bragging. You have a strong desire to perform. Ji Mingyue interrupted Zhao Zhongxue's words and said coldly, do you want to come up on stage and say a few words? Fine, I'm not afraid of you. Zhao Zhongxue immediately got up and was ready to go on stage and talk about Jiang Sheng's unbearable past over the past 3 years. Since there was no hope anyway, he might as well publicly slander Jiang Sheng. Are you crazy? Seeing that Zhao Zhongxue was really going against Ji Mingyue, Liu Shuyi suddenly got up and slapped her hard, sending her flying to the ground. Sorry, she's drunk and acting crazy. After slapping Zhao Zhongxue, Liu Shuyi hurriedly apologized to Ji Mingyue. Humph. Control your woman, or don't blame me for being rude. Ji Mingyue snorted, and instead of pursuing the matter further in such a setting, she pulled Jiang Sheng and walked off stage. Liu Shuyi pulled Zhao Zhongxue out of the meeting with a difficult expression on his face. If they continued to stay, the Liu family might be ruined by this idiot Zhao Zhongxue. I forced you to your current position today so that you can grow even better. After stepping down from the stage, Ji Mingyue did not take Jiang Sheng to socialize, but instead pulled him aside. Can you withstand this kind of pressure? It's no big deal. Jiang Sheng grinned and said nonchalantly, I was prepared to go all the way against the Liu family and even the Ji family before, but now that you have become the young mistress of the Ji family, I just need to work hard to be worthy of you. This is much less stressful than having to take down the Ji family. Ha ha. I like your arrogance despite your limited abilities. When she heard that Jiang Sheng was going to take down the Ji family, Ji Mingyue was amused and said, that's enough for today. I still have to entertain some elders that you can't face right now, so you should go home first. Okay. I don't like these kinds of occasions either, so I'll go home and wait for you. Jiang Sheng nodded and turned to walk out the door. After taking 2 steps, Jiang Sheng suddenly stopped and turned around, looking at Ji Mingyue seriously. Mingyue. Are we considered to be together now? If we're not considered to be together, then you're already guilty of a capital crime for living in my house. Ji Mingyue's heart jumped, and then she blushed, looking charmingly at Jiang Sheng and saying, and I've let you take advantage of me so much, shouldn't you be responsible? Hee, I'll take responsibility to you with my life, and then we'll officially become boyfriend and girlfriend from now on. Jiang Sheng grinned and said firmly, even if you weren't the Ji family's eldest daughter, and even if you were a fairy from the heavens, I would still work hard to be worthy of you. After he finished speaking, Jiang Sheng walked out without looking back. This straight man has suddenly come to his senses. Ji Mingyue's cheeks were burning as she looked at Jiang Sheng's back. He even called me Mingyue directly and domineeringly settled the relationship. Not bad. Mingyue girl, where is that bastard Jiang Sheng? Just then, an elderly man in traditional Chinese dress with gray hair at the temples and a spring in his step appeared behind Ji Mingyue, breathing heavily. The old man was Dong Tianbao, from the Ji family. He had once been a high-ranking official in the Jiangdong War Department and, after a career change, had become the top official in Jiangdong Province. He was now retired. Dong Tianbao had watched Ji Mingyue grow up and loved her dearly. When he heard that Ji Mingyue was representing the Ji family to invest in Jiangzhou, he made a special trip from the provincial capital to support her. However, he saw Ji Mingyue and Jiang Sheng acting in an ambiguous manner in public, and the old man was enraged. Old Dong, I told him to go home first. What do you want with him? Ji Mingyue quickly composed herself, turned around, and respectfully bowed, I'll accompany you for a drink. Don't change the subject. What you did today was outrageous. Old Dong glowered at Ji Mingyue, the honorable identity of the noble Ji family's eldest daughter is so precious, how can you casually engage in an ambiguous relationship with a boy of unknown origin? This is not an ambiguous relationship. Jiang Sheng is my serious boyfriend, Ji Mingyue responded seriously. That's even worse. What is his identity? What is his background? What is the family's background? What are his personal talents? Dong Lao widened his eyes and questioned, a man who can match you must at least have a provincial identity and background like Ling Yun, and be from a prominent family in the capital to be on the same level as you. What is he? I don't look at these things when I look for a man, it's enough that I like him. Ji Mingyue rubbed her brows, and she also had a headache about this kind of care from her elders. Nonsense, just because you like him, will the Ji family agree? Dong Lao stared at Ji Mingyue unhappily, not to mention your grandfather, even if your father knew you had found this kind of thing, he would have to kill someone. You must not tell my family about this. Ji Mingyue's face changed slightly, and she looked at Dong Lao pleadingly, although Jiang Sheng has nothing now, I believe in my own judgment. His future achievements will surely surpass everyone in the same era, but he still needs time to grow. You girl really are quite emotional. Old Dong stamped his foot in anger, scolding, nowadays, ordinary women know that looking for a potential stock is unreliable, but you, the precious pearl of the Ji family, actually have such thoughts. Even if that kid becomes the richest man in Jiangzhou, the richest man in Jiangdong province, or even the richest man in the country, he is still not good enough for you. Ji Mingyue moved her lips and said firmly, I believe he will definitely not let me down. You believe what the hell? Dong Lao said impatiently, I'll find some real young talents in Jiangzhou tomorrow, and you bring the kid to my place so he can understand his own weight and back off. That's not necessary, Ji Mingyue looked at Dong Lao helplessly. If he's not even as good as these kids in Jiangzhou, then get lost as soon as possible. Dong Lao said without a doubt, if you don't bring him over, I'll tell your grandfather about him and see how you can be so willful then? No, I'll just bring him to visit you. Ji Mingyue hurriedly waved his hands and pleaded, please don't tell my grandfather. Don't worry. If he can't even pass my test, I won't bother the old king with his business. Dong Lao waved impatiently and angrily said, I'm really old now. If this were when I was young, I would just slap this toad who wants to eat the swan's flesh to death. Hey! I already let Jiang Sheng go first, but I still couldn't avoid this. Ji Mingyue looked helplessly in the direction Jiang Sheng left. She knew that Jiang Sheng needed time to develop, but the people around him might not give Jiang Sheng that time. The pressure was huge. Lu Shu dragged Xiao Zhongxue to the courtyard and gave him a big mouthful on the face, scolding him while he hit him. Chapter 30, I must apologize to Jiang Sheng and beg for forgiveness. The Xiao family blocked the road. You brainless idiot, you dare to go against Ji Mingyue, do you want to get the Lu family and me killed? Liu Shuyi shouted as she continued to lash out with her fists, I was really blind to fall for such a stupid idiot. Stop, honey, I'm sorry. Xiao Zhongxue cried out in distress, hugging her head, I just can't stand Jiang Sheng's smug look, and that Ji Mingyue, what a shit princess, is still wearing the worn-out shoes I don't care about. How dare you say that? Hearing this, Liu Shuyi became even more enraged, pointing at Xiao Zhongxue and yelling, no matter what happened in the past, now that Jiang Sheng has embraced Ji Mingyue's thigh, it is not something we can afford to offend. Ji Mingyue can bring down the Liu and Xiao families with just a word. Even now, if we don't find a way to turn the situation around, our families could be ruined. Honey, don't scare me. Is it really that serious? Zhao Zhongxue still asked doubtfully, no matter how arrogant the Ji family is, they are still an outsider. At most, they won't cooperate with us, but they won't ruin us, will they? Stupid. The Ji family doesn't need to do anything to ruin us. With just one attitude, countless people will do it for them. Lu Shu paced back and forth with a pale face, frightened, saying, although Ji Mingyue didn't explicitly target us, various forces have sensed her hatred for us and will definitely not let go of this opportunity to please the Ji family. In particular, the Wang family and those family forces that we have offended before will definitely retaliate furiously. Is it really that serious? Zhao Zhongxue finally realized the severity of the situation and exclaimed in alarm, so what should we do now? I've already thought about it. We have no direct grudges against Ji Mingyue, and everything stems from Jiang Sheng. Liu Shuyi narrowed her eyes and analyzed, as long as we find a way to beg Jiang Sheng's forgiveness, all problems will naturally be solved. We have to find a chance to apologize to Jiang Sheng and beg for forgiveness. Let me apologize to that piece of trash? No way. Zhao Zhongxue decisively shook her head. It felt more unacceptable than death for her to apologize to Jiang Sheng. Liu Shuyi raised his hand sharply and slapped Zhao Zhongxue hard again, yelling, if you don't go, I'll beat you to death. I'll go, okay? Zhao Zhongxue was really scared by the beating, and although she was reluctant, she had to give in. She worried, we offended Jiang Sheng so badly before, even if I go and apologize, he may not accept it. Then you find a way to make him accept it. Lu Shu narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth, saying, he used to lick you and do whatever you said. If you just use the same tactics on him that you used on me, I think he'll forgive you. I'm your wife now, and you're actually telling me to. The family is about to perish, what's the point of talking about wives and husbands? Lu Shuyi glared fiercely at Zhao Zhongxue and said fiercely, as long as you can get Jiang Sheng to forgive you, even if he tells you to kneel and lick, you have to do it immediately for me, or I'll get you killed. The fear is that even if I'm willing to sacrifice, he may not be able to forgive us. Zhao Zhongxue shook his head in humiliation. That's not impossible. Lu Shu frowned, his eyes flashing with cold light. Then we should prepare for both scenarios. If he doesn't know how to behave himself, then I'll use Tiger Boss's favor to get rid of him. In this situation, if we kill Jiang Sheng, Ji Mingyue won't let it go, will he? Zhao Zhongxue's face changed slightly, worriedly saying, and Jiang Sheng has Ji Mingyue backing him up, so Tiger Boss might not dare to touch him. That's why everything has to be done quickly. Liu Shuyi gave a cold smile. Master Tiger's identity cannot be revealed, and he is not qualified to attend this banquet. He doesn't know what's going on here yet, and he should go after Jiang Sheng. And not many people in Jiangzhou know about the relationship between Master Tiger and my Liu family. Even if Master Tiger gets rid of Jiang Sheng, Ji Mingyue will only seek revenge on Master Tiger, and it has nothing to do with my Liu family. Husband, you are so clever. Zhao Zhengxue looked at Liu Shuyi with admiration and urged, then hurry up and call Tiger Master and directly get rid of that bastard Jiang Sheng. I'll call him right away, but killing Jiang Sheng is just a bad plan. You still have to go first and beg for forgiveness. Liu Shuyi really enjoyed Zhao Zhengxue's admiration and flattery, which was the main reason why he got involved with this woman in the first place. Yes, I'll do whatever you say, Zhao Zhengxue was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly pointed in the distance and shouted, Hubby, Jiang Sheng is leaving. It really is Jiang Sheng. Lu Shu looked over and immediately pulled Zhao Zhengxue after him. After leaving the banquet hall, Jiang Sheng walked straight to the main gate of the manor. After experiencing what happened tonight, he also felt a lot of pressure and was ready to go home and work hard to improve his cultivation. Originally, Ji Mingyue had been with him as a secretary, and Jiang Sheng already felt that he was not good enough for her. Now that he has learned that Ji Mingyue is the high and mighty Ji family's eldest daughter, his pressure has increased even more. But since Ji Mingyue has accepted him, Jiang Sheng will do his best to become stronger and strive to be worthy of her, even if it means risking his life. After leaving the villa gate, Jiang Sheng walked quickly downhill, preparing to take a taxi home, but was stopped by a group of people. The Xiao family, led by Zhao Tianmong and Wu Zhu, were gathered on the road leading out of the villa, holding banners and preparing a salute, waiting for Zhao Zhengxue to return. Hey! Isn't this Jiang Sheng, the loser who has been working at our family for 3 years? Seeing Jiang Sheng come out, Wu Zhu shouted at the first opportunity, why did you finish the banquet so quickly? Did your little secretary's girlfriend not arrange it properly and get you kicked out? Jiang Sheng looked at the Zhao family members with a strange expression on his face. These people had made such a big fuss, preparing to use this as an opportunity for the Xiao family to officially enter the Jiangzhou upper class. However, they had never expected that Zhao Zhengxue would be a buffoon at the banquet, and even Liu Shuyi had lost face. In this situation, it was really laughable for the Xiao family to put on such a show. Facing Wu Zhu's mockery, Jiang Sheng shook his head sympathetically. He was too lazy to argue with these people and didn't respond, striding forward and preparing to leave. Worthless, can't you see that your former father-in-law and mother-in-law can't even greet you? Wu Zhu stopped in front of Jiang Sheng and sneered, you've been kicked out of the banquet, are you too ashamed to see people? Get out of the way. Facing Wu Zhu, who was blocking the road, Jiang Sheng said wearily, for the sake of your father, I don't want to get into it with you people right now. After learning about Ji Mingyue's identity, Jiang Sheng's horizons had also opened up. Not to mention the Zhao and Liu families, even Jiangzhou City, the entire Jiangdong province, were just stepping stones on his path to becoming stronger. His future was to catch up to and even surpass the Ji family, and only in this way would he be worthy of Ji Mingyue and give her happiness. Hey! You're acting like this, and you're still so arrogant. Who gave you the courage? Wu Zhu blocked Jiang Sheng's way, arrogantly provoking, I'm not going to move today. What are you going to do about it? Chapter 31, I couldn't help but fight. I wanted to show off, but it turned out. I promised the old man that I would try not to make things difficult for the Xiao family. Facing Wu Zhu, who was provoking him in front of him, Jiang Sheng said expressionlessly, you'd better not mess with me, too, or don't blame me for being rude. Trash is trash, all you can do is talk big. If you're not rude, what can you do? Zhao Tianmong walked over to Wu Zhu and looked at Jiang Sheng with a strange expression, I thought you had a big backer, but I didn't realize that Ji Xiaoyuan was just a little secretary. And my son-in-law is the young talent that the Liu family is focusing on cultivating, and he can easily screw up that little secretary. The Xiao family had already learned from Zhao Zhengxue that the woman who stood up for Jiang Sheng was just a little secretary in the Ji family, but they had no idea what had happened at the banquet. They thought they had seen through Jiang Sheng's true colors, and naturally no longer took Jiang Sheng seriously. That woman had stood up for Jiang Sheng at the beginning, causing them a lot of humiliation, and now they must get revenge. Say what you want, I'm going home now, I don't want to waste time here with you. Jiang Sheng moved expressionlessly, preparing to leave by detouring. Don't go, you're scared now that we've uncovered your true colors. Wu Zhu stopped Jiang Sheng again, when you had that woman backing you up, weren't you very arrogant? He was just a petty person with a small mind. Now that we've seen through his true colors, of course he doesn't dare to be arrogant. Zhao Tianmong gave a cold smile and looked at Jiang Sheng with contempt. Scum like you should stay in the garbage dump, but you just had to come running to us to rub our noses in it. That's right. My son-in-law has already said that once the Liu family becomes the Ji family's partner, and he is promoted by the Ji family, he will find a way to bring down that little bitch. Wu Shu stared at Jiang Sheng with hatred in her eyes. Dare to stick up for you, this piece of trash. That little bitch must pay the price. I have already agreed to let him get that little bitch into bed and fix her up. I have to say, although that Ji is only a secretary, her face and body are quite good. Zhao Tianmong gave a lewd smile and said wickedly, it wouldn't be bad to let her be a plaything for my son-in-law, and see how she can put on that domineering airs. As the saying goes, the secretary has work to do, and if the secretary has nothing to do, she can't possibly become the secretary of the Ji family without some body and skill. She doesn't know how many bosses she has to accompany before she climbs to her current position. She is definitely not a good person. After the young master gets used to her, let's have some fun with her too. The rest of the Xiao family also spoke out, hurling obscenities at Jiang Sheng, as if they had returned to the time when they could freely humiliate Jiang Sheng. Shut up. If you dare to speak rudely to Miss Ji again, don't blame me for not remembering old friendships. Jiang Sheng roared in exasperation, unable to understand why these people from the Xiao family, with whom he had spent 3 years, could be so disgusting. Even if you raise a dog, you will develop feelings for it in 3 years, but these people. He didn't want to deal with this trash from the Xiao family, but these people insulted Ji Mingyue, so even though he had promised the old man not to make things difficult for the Xiao family, he couldn't stand it anymore. You worthless piece of trash, you've got some nerve, daring to yell at us. Zhao Tianmong's face turned cold, and he pointed at Jiang Sheng's nose and scolded, that little bitch. I already warned you. Before Zhao Tianmong could finish his sentence, Jiang Sheng grabbed his index finger and snapped it with a sharp force. Crack! Ah! Accompanied by the sound of a bone snapping, Zhao Tianmong screamed as Jiang Sheng snapped his finger off. You piece of trash, how dare you lay a hand on me? Seeing this, Wu Shu was furious and yelled viciously, that little secretary who supports you will sooner or later be played to death by my son-in-law, you. Pop. There was a crisp sound. Hearing Wu Shu dare to speak rudely to Ji Mingyue, Jiang Sheng directly raised his hand and slapped her in the face. If you dare to be rude again, I will tear your mouth apart. Zhao Tianmong covered his fingers, and Wu Shu covered her face, both of them stunned by Jiang Sheng's beating. They never dreamed that Jiang Sheng, who had been beaten and scolded at the Xiao family for 3 years, would ever lose his temper and hit someone. You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on the head of the family? You've really gone too far. The others, seeing that Zhao Tianmong and his wife had been beaten, angrily surrounded Jiang Sheng. If it weren't for the old man's face, I'd have you all disowned. Jiang Sheng gave the crowd a cold stare, frightening everyone into not daring to approach. I'm warning you all again, if anyone dares to speak rudely to Miss Ji, don't blame me for not remembering old friendships. Jiang Sheng had used the batch of medicinal herbs provided by Ji Mingyue to break through to the 3rd level of qi cultivation, and his explosive momentum directly stunned everyone present. You ungrateful wretch, how dare you hit us? My son-in-law will not let you go. Wu Shu covered her face and really didn't dare to speak ill of Ji Mingyue again, glaring at Jiang Sheng with hatred. The Ji family is about to support my son-in-law to rise to power, and by then both you and the Ji Xiaoyuan will suffer greatly. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Jiang Sheng gave a cold smile and said, the person the Ji family will support to rise to power is me. I am now in charge of the Ji family's investment projects in Jiangzhou. Upon hearing this, the scene fell into silence, followed by a loud burst of laughter. Jiang Sheng, after leaving the Xiao family, not only did you have the gutless nerve to eat soft food, you also learned to brag. Zhao Tianmong endured the pain in his finger and looked at Jiang Sheng with disdain. With your character, you are only good enough to be supported by a secretary. Even if the Ji family is blind, they will never let you be in charge. Why don't you say that the Ji family's eldest daughter is your woman? Wu Shu got up from the ground and said with contempt, if you really became in charge, you would be socializing at the banquet right now, not being kicked out early. Hearing this, Jiang Sheng's face turned strange. Now the Ji family's eldest daughter really is his woman, but there is still a long and difficult road ahead before they can consummate their relationship. Wait. Just then, 2 figures hurriedly ran down the hill, and it was Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhengxue. My son-in-law and daughter are here, I'll deal with you trash later. Zhao Tianmong and Wu Zhu immediately perked up, glared fiercely at Jiang Sheng, and then beckoned the Xiao family to line up to welcome them. You've come just in time. Jiang Sheng's mouth curled up slightly, and he didn't hurry to leave. He didn't want these people in the Xiao family to give up completely, because they might do something disgusting in the future. He simply wanted to make them completely despair at once. Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhengxue ran breathlessly in front of the crowd. Before they could catch their breath, the Xiao family members cheered loudly, "Welcome back, master and mistress. Congratulations on your promotion." Bang, bang, bang. After the cheering, the salute sounded, and countless pieces of confetti soared into the sky and scattered all over Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhengxue. Faced with such pomp and circumstance, Liu Shuyi's face turned green. He had no idea that Zhao Zhengxue had asked the Zhao family to arrange all this. Zhao Zhengxue, on the other hand, was full of embarrassment and wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. If everything had developed according to the original plan, then this arrangement would indeed have been the icing on the cake, and the Xiao family would have been able to show their faces in high society as a result. But the problem is that they have suffered a crushing defeat, and it is too ironic for the Xiao family to pull this stunt. This is not showing off, but stupidly showing your ass, and embarrassing yourself to the extreme. Chapter 32, You Must Not Be Rude to Jiang. I will never forgive you in this life. Good son-in-law, how was your banquet? After the salute, Zhao Tianmong endured the pain in his hand and walked up with 2 glasses of champagne, looking at Liu Shuyi with a pleasing expression. The Liu family should have officially become partners with the Ji family, and you, son-in-law, have also been supported, right? Come on, let's have a drink and celebrate. Drink your mother. Liu Shuyi angrily shouted, raising his hand and knocking the glass Zhao Tianmong was holding over to the ground. Son-in-law, what's wrong with you? Wu Zhu's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly asked, Honey, did you do something wrong and make our good son-in-law angry? I didn't. Zhao Tianmong shook his head confusedly. He also couldn't figure out why Liu Shuyi suddenly lost his temper. Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhengxue ignored everyone else and looked at Jiang Sheng, who was not far away, with a complex expression. The trash that they had once recklessly humiliated and almost killed had now become someone they needed to look up to and beg for forgiveness. This feeling was so suffocating. Following the 2 men's gaze, Wu Zhu and Zhao Tianmong suddenly remembered Jiang Sheng and became a little panicked. My son-in-law must have been angry because he saw Jiang Sheng, this trash, here, Wu Zhu anxiously whispered. That must be it. If we had known, we wouldn't have stopped Jiang Sheng. Zhao Tianmong nodded repeatedly, then looked at Liu Shuyi and explained, My dear son-in-law, don't be angry. We have already severed our ties with that good-for-nothing, we just happened to run into each other here. Yes. That ungrateful white-eyed wolf even slapped me in the face and broke your father's finger. We haven't had a chance to get even with him yet. Wu Zhu pointed miserably at the palm print on her face and Zhao Tianmong's broken finger. Daughter, son-in-law, you must avenge us and deal with that bastard severely. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhengshue's face turned a little ugly and she yelled angrily, Jiang Sheng. No matter what my parents said, they were once your father and mother-in-law. How could you lay hands on them? Are you still a human being? They spoke rudely to Miss Ji, full of filthy language, and deserved to be beaten. Jiang Sheng gave a cold smile and said playfully, I only gave them a small punishment to set an example because they were once my father and mother-in-law and your grandfather. If others knew that they were rude to Miss Ji, Zhao Zhengshue's face froze and she involuntarily shivered. After learning about Ji Mingyue's energy, she didn't dare offend the young lady anymore. Her parents actually scolded someone else, aren't they looking for death? You dare to speak rudely to Miss Ji. Lu Shu stared at the Zhao couple with wide eyes and a vicious glare, then you deserve to die. If anyone else found out that the Zhao couple had been rude to the Ji family's eldest daughter, it would not be just a matter of being beaten up, they could very well lose their lives. Son-in-law, what do you mean by that? Zhao Tianmong asked with confusion, that Ji person is just a little secretary, and you are now the Ji family's favorite person, so why should we be afraid of her? Son-in-law must still be angry about that useless person. Wu Zhu looked at Liu Shuyi with a flattering expression and said, I'll go get rid of that trash so you don't have to see him and get upset. Then, pointing at Jiang Sheng, she scolded, the Xiao family is not someone you can get close to anymore. You trash, get lost. I'll get lost then. Jiang Sheng looked at Liu Shuyi and Zhao Zhengxue playfully, then turned around and prepared to leave. Trash. You're scared to see my daughter and son-in-law here. Wu Shu raised her head proudly, if you've got the guts, keep being arrogant like before. Ignorant shrew, if you dare to be rude to brother Jiang again, I'll kill you. Seeing that Jiang Sheng was about to leave, Liu Shuyi couldn't hold back any longer and kicked Wu Zhu to the ground with his foot. Good son-in-law, what's wrong with you? Wu Zhu fell to the ground and looked at Liu Shuyi dumbfounded. Zhao Tianmong was also full of confusion. What's wrong with his own good son-in-law? He smashed his father-in-law's cup and kicked his mother-in-law. This is too much. Jiang, please wait. Liu Shuyi ignored Wu Zhu and walked quickly towards Jiang Sheng. Daughter, what is going on? Zhao Tianmong also realized that something was wrong and looked at Zhao Zhengxue with confusion. Your husband's attitude towards Jiang Sheng is not normal. Hey! Zhao Zhengxue sighed and helplessly followed Liu Shuyi towards Jiang Sheng. Do you have something on your mind? Jiang Sheng stopped in his tracks and looked at Liu Shuyi expressionlessly. Jiang, I shouldn't have treated you like that before. Please forgive me for being petty. Liu Shuyi forced a smile and pleaded, I formally apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me. Hearing this, everyone in the Zhao family was dumbfounded. In their impression, Liu Shuyi was notorious for his arrogance and domineering manner, and his hot temper, otherwise he would not have beaten Jiang Sheng half to death before. But now, Liu Shuyi had actually apologized to Jiang Sheng. Were they dreaming? Forgive you? Jiang Sheng's face turned cold, and he gritted his teeth and said, the hatred of killing my father and stealing my wife. You committed adultery with my wife for 3 years, and you even had the audacity to fool around in front of me, and in the end you beat me seriously. How could I forgive you for such a great humiliation? I'm sorry. I did do wrong before, and it was all my fault. Lu Shu forced Zhao Zhengxue to come in front of Jiang Sheng and said, Shuer is now my wife. If you want to take revenge on me, take her. She's a lot better at kung fu now. I just hope you can tell Ms. Ji to leave my family alone. Zhao Zhengxue clenched her lips tightly, her face gloomy as she clenched her fists. She never dreamed that one day her husband would give her away like a piece of goods, and to Jiang Sheng, the loser of an ex-husband she once looked down on. In the beginning, she was Jiang Sheng's unattainable goddess, but now she has to take the initiative to come to his door. It's so humiliating. I have no interest in this shameless slut. Just looking at her makes me sick. Looking at Zhao Zhengxue, with her hair in disarray and her cheeks red and swollen, Jiang Sheng's eyes were full of disgust. He said disdainfully, and I don't have Lu Xiao's perverted hobby of playing with other people's wives. You might as well keep her for yourself. Jiang Sheng, don't go too far. Zhao Zhengxue was so angry that her face turned red. Believe it or not, After 3 years of marriage, Jiang Sheng had obeyed her every command like a dog, but now he was so disgusted with her, it was too much to bear. Shut up. How dare you speak to brother Jiang like that? Liu Shuyi sternly interrupted Zhao Zhengxue and looked adoringly at Jiang Sheng. Brother Jiang, what do you want in order to forgive us? Just tell me, and I will do my best to satisfy you. I will never forgive you in my life. Jiang Sheng firmly stated, coldly saying, I have said that I will make you regret it, and I will definitely keep my word. And this is just the beginning. Upon hearing this, Lu Shu's eyes flashed with cold light. It seemed that the grudge between him and Jiang Sheng could not be settled amicably, so he could only ask Tiger to step in and get rid of him. Chapter 33, Go Find the Old Man. Hongwu of the Righteous Assembly. You piece of trash. Don't be so insolent. Seeing Jiang Sheng so disrespectful to Wu Zhu, who didn't understand the situation, stared angrily at Jiang Sheng. My son-in-law is apologizing to you, which shows his high moral character. If you don't know how to appreciate it, be careful, he might get you killed. That's right. The Ji family wants to support my son-in-law to the top, and he will be the #1 person in Jiangzhou in the future. Zhao Tianmong also chimed in, my son-in-law can make you, this worthless person, die without a burial place with just a word. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sheng laughed out loud, looking at Zhao Tianmong and Wu Zhu with contempt. You might as well ask him who the person is that the Ji family will support to the top. After saying this, Jiang Sheng ignored these people and strode down the mountain. What do you mean? The person the Ji family is supporting is not my son-in-law. Could it be you, this useless person? Looking at Jiang Sheng's back, Wu Zhu kicked her foot and yelled, with your character, you will never amount to anything in the next life. The person the Ji family is supporting is him. He is now in charge of the Ji family's investments in Jiangzhou. Lu Shu cut Wu Zhu off with gritted teeth. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhao Zhengxue's face was gloomy and she didn't say a word. She didn't want to admit it, but it was a fact. Good son-in-law, you're not joking. Zhao Tianmong was the first to react, staring at Liu Shuyi with a trembling voice. Jiang Sheng is a useless person who can only do laundry and cook. Why would the Ji family want him? Shuyi is telling the truth. Zhao Zhengxue took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. It's all because of the woman who broke into our house in a Bentley before. She is actually the eldest daughter of the Ji family, Ji Mingyue. How is that possible? Wu Shu screamed in disbelief. Didn't you guys say before that that woman was just a little secretary? How did she become the Ji family's eldest daughter? It's absolutely true. Zhao Zhongshui closed his eyes in pain, really unable to figure out why the Ji family's eldest daughter would look at the worthless man that he had abandoned. She's actually the Ji family's eldest daughter. It's over, it's over. Zhao Tianmong fell to the ground with a face ashen as death, trembling with fear. Even Jiang Sheng has become the head of the Ji family's investments, and my Zhao family is completely finished. As the head of the Zhao family, he knows better than anyone else the horror of the Ji family. Without the Ji family having to lift a finger, Ji Mingyue only needs to give a wink of the eye to bring the Xiao family to its doom. And Jiang Sheng has already taken over. Given what they did to Jiang Sheng before, if Jiang Sheng were to take revenge on the Xiao family, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wu Zhu was also at a loss for words for a moment, and deeply regretted having spoken so harshly to Jiang Sheng before. In particular, after learning about Ji Mingyue's identity, the pain in her face from Jiang Sheng's beating no longer mattered. Dare to speak foul language to the Ji family's eldest daughter, not to mention being beaten. Even if you were to be killed 1,000 cuts, you deserve it. Go home quickly and find the old master. Zhao Tianmong looked up anxiously and said, the old master treats Jiang Sheng like his own son. As long as he steps in, he can definitely make Jiang Sheng forgive us. Yes, yes, yes. As long as Jiang Sheng doesn't make things difficult for us, then Miss Ji won't go after us little people. Wu Shu nodded repeatedly, helped Zhao Tianmong up, and called out, Shuer, let's go back together and beg the old master to come out of retirement. Hubby, I'll go home first to see what the situation is like. Zhao Zhongshui glanced at Liu Shuyi and quickly followed the rest of the Zhao family members out of the scene. Jiang Sheng, you shameless piece of shit, since you won't leave me alive, then go to hell. Liu Shuyi looked at the direction Jiang Sheng left in a grimace, pulled out his phone, dialed a number, and said spitefully, Master Hu, the peace negotiations have failed, so it's up to you next. I want that bastard dead and dismembered. After descending the mountain, Jiang Sheng hailed a taxi and sat cross-legged in the back seat, closing his eyes to rest. He believed that after this battle, the Xiao family should not provoke him again. As long as the Xiao family did not provoke him, then he would not make things difficult for the Xiao family in the name of the old master. As for the Liu family, although Jiang Sheng didn't want to use Ji Mingyue's power against the Liu family, the subtle attitude that Ji Mingyue had at the banquet today was enough to cause the Liu family harm. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped. Are we there yet? Jiang Sheng slowly opened his eyes and asked casually. Welcome to hell. A cold voice rang out, and then the driver quickly pushed the door and got out of the car. What's going on? After getting out of the car, Jiang Sheng realized that the car had not returned to Hentang Resort, but instead had stopped in a remote area, surrounded by dozens of fierce men armed with weapons. Kid, you must be Jiang Sheng, the one who was thrown out of the Ji family banquet. Not far away, the headlights of a car turned on, illuminating a middle-aged man sitting on a sofa, spinning 2 iron balls in his hands. A beautiful woman wearing a fiery red low-cut cheongsam, showing off her long legs and wearing seductive makeup, stood behind the middle-aged man, massaging his shoulders. I'm Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng glanced around, his gaze lingering for a moment on the beautiful woman in the cheongsam, and finally asked the middle-aged man, Who are you people and what do you want? I'm not going to change my name, and I'm not going to change my surname. I'm Honghu from the Righteous Assembly. The middle-aged man suddenly clenched the 2 iron balls in his hands and said coldly, When I first arrived in Jiangzhou, I stayed overnight at the Liu family, so I owe the Liu family a favor. Now the young master of the Liu family wants to use this favor to exchange for your life, so you can be considered to have died for a good cause. So you are Master Tiger. Jiang Sheng suddenly looked at Honghu. Before, I thought that when Lu Shu said that Master Tiger owed the Liu family a favor, he was bragging. I never thought he could actually persuade you to come after an insignificant nobody like me. Jiangzhou City is dominated by the underground forces of 1 dragon and 1 tiger, represented by Honghu of the Righteous Assembly and Huang Long of the Heaven and Earth Alliance. Now that Huang Long is Jiang Sheng's man, he had expected that in order to develop the Heaven and Earth Alliance, sooner or later he would have to confront Honghu of the Righteous Assembly. Since you know you are a nobody, then don't resist needlessly. Honghu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Be smarter in your next life and never offend the wrong people. Brothers, do it, kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of swordsmen around him rushed towards Jiang Sheng at the same time. Since you are from the underworld, I don't need to hold back anymore. Facing these desperate men rushing towards him, Jiang Sheng licked his lips and stomped his foot, taking the initiative to attack. It was as if Jiang Sheng was a swimming dragon, dodging and weaving through the crowd, leaving the knife fighters in his path either crippled or injured. In less than 3 minutes, all of the dozens of brothers from the Righteous Assembly were beaten to the ground by Jiang Sheng. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Honghu sat up straight and angrily cursed, Liu Shuyi, that bastard didn't say that the target was a martial artist, and he was also a master of external strength at the pinnacle. It's unlikely that these small minions alone can kill me. Jiang Sheng kicked the last standing minion with one foot and sent him flying in front of Honghu, playfully saying, "Next, it depends on whether Master Tiger has the ability to kill me." Chapter 34, The Real Tiger Master. This seems like a disease. How dare you? Seeing Jiang Sheng being so arrogant, Honghu got up abruptly and licked his lips. "In Jiangzhou, no one has dared to speak to me like this for a long time, except Huang Long. In that case, I have overestimated you." Jiang Sheng shook his head disappointedly and said disdainfully, "Huang Long is just my little brother. If he dares to speak to you like this, I'm afraid you're not very capable either." "Huang Long is your little brother?" Honghu was slightly taken aback, and then burst out laughing. "What an insolent brat who knows nothing of the world. I'm going to waste you today." As soon as he finished speaking, Honghu threw the ball in his hand like a cannonball, slamming it at Jiang Sheng. Facing the oncoming ball, Jiang Sheng did not dodge or avoid it, but simply raised his hand and caught it. "You don't know when to die." Seeing this, Honghu sneered, "I am a powerful internal strength practitioner, and this iron ball contains my internal strength. You, a martial artist with external strength, actually dare to catch it with your bare hands. It's simply..." Before Honghu could finish his sentence, Jiang Sheng had already used his 4 fingers to pinch the iron ball. Jiang Sheng did not block the attack head-on, but as soon as his fingertips touched the iron ball, he pulled his arm back diagonally, changing the trajectory of the ball with a subtle force. Then, Jiang Sheng rotated his body in place, and when the internal energy in the ball was used up, he firmly grasped it in the palm of his hand. Tai Chi force release. Honghu's face changed slightly, and then his gaze intently surveyed Jiang Sheng. "No wonder Liu Shuyi was willing to use his influence to hire me to deal with you. At your age, you have already mastered Tai Chi to this extent. If you are allowed to cultivate internal strength, you will definitely become another Tai Chi master in the future. In fact, I was just reacting instinctively, and I am not proficient in what you call Tai Chi." Jiang Sheng played with the iron ball in his hands and looked at Honghu with a smile. He really didn't know how much Kung Fu he knew. The Kung Fu in his memory was integrated with his bloodline and naturally manifested itself. Tai Chi was just one of them. "Kid, you're so arrogant." Hearing Jiang Sheng say this, Honghu thought Jiang Sheng was just showing off, and he became furious. In the face of absolute power, any technique is useless. "I'll see how your Tai Chi can take my full strength blow." I saw Honghu stand up from the sofa, swing his arms back, lift his feet high, and his right arm muscles swelled by 3 points, making an action of a baseball pitch. "Die." With a roar, Honghu slammed his feet down, swung his arm, concentrated his internal strength on another iron ball, and threw it at Jiang Sheng. Whoosh! The iron ball, containing Honghu's internal strength, flew towards Jiang Sheng like lightning. The difference between internal strength and external strength is really quite large. Jiang Sheng narrowed his eyes, foreseeing that without using his true chi, it would be difficult to dodge or catch the iron ball. Jiang Sheng decisively mobilized his inner strength, injected it into the iron ball, and then threw the iron ball in his hand. "A mere peak of external strength wants to fight me head-on, it's..." Just as he said this, Honghu stared with shocked eyes, and exclaimed in horror, "You are also a master of the inner strength stage?" It was seen that the iron ball thrown by Jiang Sheng cut through the night sky at a faster speed than Honghu's iron ball. Dang! There was a loud noise. The 2 iron balls collided in the air, and Honghu's iron ball was directly knocked flying, while Jiang Sheng's iron ball continued to fly towards Honghu at great speed. "No good!" Honghu exclaimed, moving his body to dodge in the first instance, but in the end he was still a step too late, and his shoulder was hit by the iron ball. Crack! Ah! Accompanied by a sound of bone breaking, Honghu screamed and flew out, falling heavily to the ground. His shoulder had been smashed to bloody pulp by the iron ball. "No wonder you can only be on the same level as Huang Long, your strength is really similar." Jiang Sheng looked at the seriously injured Honghu with disdain. Before reaching the second level of Qi cultivation, Jiang Sheng was able to easily beat Bao, the bodyguard who had reached the early stage of internal strength. Huang Long and Honghu were not as strong as Bao, and with Jiang Sheng having broken through to the third level of Qi cultivation, Honghu was even more vulnerable in his presence. "I didn't realize you were so strong. I'm finished today, Honghu."
Honghu's face turned pale as he covered his shoulder and stared at Jiang Sheng with a miserable expression.
It's too late to admit defeat. You tried to kill me, so I won't let you go easily. Jiang Sheng walked towards Honghu step by step, and suddenly changed the subject, playfully saying, Master Hu. If you don't have anything to say, I'm really going to waste Honghu. Upon hearing this, Honghu's face changed slightly, and he looked imperceptibly at the Cheongsam beauty who had previously massaged his shoulders and neck.
Interesting, how did you find me?
The Cheongsam beauty smiled slightly, turned around, and sat on the sofa.
Looks like I was right.
Jiang Sheng narrowed his eyes and surveyed the woman, curiously asking, who would have thought that the Real Tiger Master, who controls the Righteous Assembly, is actually such a beautiful woman?
Who are you?
You are a dead man, so who I am has no meaning to you.
The beautiful woman in a Cheongsam gave a sly smile and said dejectedly, I was just curious about what was so special about the man the Ji family's eldest daughter was interested in, so I followed along to join the fun, but I never expected you to find out. In that case, I'll have to kill Ji Mingyue's man myself. That'll be exciting.
Upon hearing the words of the beautiful tiger lady, Jiang Sheng's face grew solemn.
You know Mingyue? Hey, you've even called her Mingyue. It seems like things have developed pretty quickly between you two.
The beautiful tiger master smiled playfully and shook her head. I don't know Ji Mingyue, but that doesn't stop me from killing you.
It's just your fault for discovering my existence.
You can say your last words now, and I'll have the chance to tell them to Ji Mingyue for you later. I have nothing to say to Mingyue that I wouldn't say to her myself, so there's no need for you to relay it. Jiang Sheng scoffed disdainfully and took up a fighting stance, and just a little girl like you can't kill me at all.
How dare you underestimate me?
Hearing this, the beautiful tiger lady instantly became furious, her pupils turning brown in an instant, and she looked extremely irritable.
This seems like a disease in you.
Jiang Sheng frowned slightly when he saw that the beautiful tiger lady was so irritable.
None of your business, you can go to hell.
The beautiful tiger lady didn't bother with any nonsense, and suddenly jumped up from the sofa. While moving through the air, she swung her two dazzlingly long legs around and kicked Jiang Sheng hard in the chest. Facing this series of kicks from the beautiful tiger master, Jiang Sheng dared not be careless. He retreated while constantly swinging his arms to fend off the opponent's attacks. From the very beginning, Jiang Sheng sensed that this woman had an aura far more terrifying than Honghu, which is why he speculated that she was the true controller of the Righteous Assembly. After connecting with the Tiger Master's 6 kicks in midair, Jiang Sheng, who had condensed his qi, suddenly felt his arms go numb.
This shows just how terrifying this woman's strength is. Even if Huang Long, Honghu and Bao were to join forces, it would not be a match for this woman.
This is definitely the strongest opponent Jiang Sheng has encountered so far, and at the very least, a mid-level internal strength master or even stronger.
Although this is somewhat unexpected, Jiang Sheng is not in the least bit afraid.
When the 7th kick of the beautiful tiger lady came, taking advantage of the opponent's momentum dissipating in mid-air, Jiang Sheng grabbed her ankle with his right hand and lifted it high up. At the same time, Jiang Sheng swung his left fist and smashed it into the opponent's left knee, forcibly pulling the legs of the beauty tiger master in the air into a split position. Then, Jiang Sheng stepped forward and slammed his shoulder hard into the beauty tiger master's crotch. Since his legs were forcibly pulled apart by Jiang Sheng, and he was unable to freely avoid it while in the air, the beauty tiger master received a solid blow from Jiang Sheng's shoulder between his legs. Beauty tiger master groaned, was directly knocked flying, and fell heavily onto the sofa, knocking it over.
SSSSSSSSSSS.
Seeing this, Honghu, who was not far away, couldn't help but let out a cold breath, unconsciously clenching his legs and looking worriedly behind the fallen sofa.
If a man were to take this blow from Jiang Sheng, his manhood would definitely be ruined. Even if Beauty Tiger Master is a woman, it's probably not going to be very pleasant, it looks painful. Chapter 35, The Poisonous Merman Charm. I can cure you. Your Excellency wants to end the battle with a set of aerial combos.
After knocking the beautiful tiger lady into the air, Jiang Sheng stood proudly, smirking, that's a bit too much of a look down on me.
You're dead.
Honghu gulped, ignoring the fate of the beautiful tiger lady and quickly backing away, as if something terrible was about to happen.
You piece of shit, I'm going to tear you apart today.
Just then, a hoarse and hideous shriek suddenly sounded.
Bang! A loud noise.
The sofa that had fallen in front of the beautiful tiger master suddenly flew towards Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng punched out, blasting the leather sofa to pieces, and then a terrifying scene unfolded. I saw that the beautiful Tiger Master stood up in a twisted position, her eyes red, her beautiful face becoming very ugly, a layer of dark green scales growing over most of her body, and her hands turning into a pair of terrifying claws. Seeing the formerly beautiful woman turn into a terrifying monster, Jiang Sheng's face changed slightly, and he blurted out, "Poisonous merman demon. You have seen my true identity, and now you see what I have become. You are doomed." After transforming, the beautiful Tiger Master let out a hoarse scream and rushed towards Jiang Sheng as if teleporting, brandishing her sharp claws and reaching for Jiang Sheng's head. "You are poisoned," Jiang Sheng shouted as he dodged the claw's attacks. "I can cure you." "No need. I just want to tear you apart." The beautiful tiger lady simply ignored Jiang Sheng's words and swung her sharp claws wildly at him. This beautiful tiger lady was originally a mid-level internal strength master, and she was unharmed even when she took Jiang Sheng's impact. Now that she had transformed, she was even more powerful and invincible, and she immediately put Jiang Sheng in a difficult situation. Even if Jiang Sheng, with his current cultivation of the third layer of qi, fought against her, if they continued fighting like this, sooner or later, she would exhaust his true energy, and then it would be over. In no time at all, Jiang Sheng's clothes were torn to shreds by the opponent's sharp claws. If it weren't for Jiang Sheng's true qi protecting his body, he would have been torn to pieces by now. After failing to injure Jiang Sheng with multiple consecutive attacks, the beautiful tiger lady became increasingly agitated, and her attacks became more and more fierce. If this continued, it was likely to accelerate the onset of the poison, lose his humanity early, and turn into a merperson. Unfortunately, I failed to realize that it was poisoning before she transformed. Realizing that things were not good, Jiang Sheng shook his head helplessly. At the moment, her mind has been controlled by the charm of the merfolk, and she has become tyrannical and bloodthirsty. Then we can only say that we have to defeat her first. Immediately, Jiang Sheng stopped avoiding and began to use his body movements to actively rush up and engage in close combat with the beautiful tiger lady. However, next, he no longer used his fists and feet, and his hands kept poking at the beautiful tiger lady in the form of sword fingers. Facing Jiang Sheng's nonchalant poking, the beautiful tiger lady became even more agitated, and the area covered by her scales grew larger and larger. Now! After poking the beautiful tiger lady for an unknown number of times, Jiang Sheng seized the opportunity, cut into the beautiful tiger lady's middle gate, folded his hands together, and merged the middle fingers and index fingers of his left and right hands together. "You're just looking for death." Seeing Jiang Sheng crouching in front of her, the beautiful tiger lady roared and her sharp claws fiercely clawed at Jiang Sheng's head. Jiang Sheng's fingers did not cause her any harm, but she could definitely crush Jiang Sheng's head with this move. Jiang Sheng didn't even look at the sharp claws clawing at his head, and after merging his sword fingers, he stabbed fiercely at the tiger lady's Tanzhong point. 9 revolutions to return to the world finger. Just as the sharp claws were about to touch Jiang Sheng's scalp, Jiang Sheng let out a light cry and stabbed the beautiful tiger lady's body with his sword finger 1 second in advance. Ah! Unlike before, this time, after being stabbed by Jiang Sheng's finger, the beautiful tiger lady let out a scream, and an illusory figure similar to a merperson seemed to have been beaten out of her body and flew behind her. But before the illusory figure could separate from the beauty tiger lady's body, the beauty tiger lady's body flew backward out of control, and the phantom of the merperson took the opportunity to return to the beauty tiger lady's body. The beauty tiger lady fell heavily to the ground, then jumped up again without half-crouching on the ground and staring coldly at Jiang Sheng. "What kind of technique is that of yours that can cause me such pain?" "This is the 9 revolutions finger technique that can heal you." Jiang Sheng stood up straight and reminded him, "Look at what you look like now." The beauty tiger master froze for a moment, and then was shocked to discover that the scales on his body had disappeared. "How is this possible?" The beauty tiger master stood up and looked at his body in disbelief. "I have recovered before I could even destroy my target." "You should believe that I can cure you now, right?" Jiang Sheng let out a long breath and rubbed his eyebrows weakly. Fighting with this beautiful tiger lady was extremely exhausting, and adding to that was the fact that he had to use the 9 revolutions finger technique on her while she was in her mutated state, which had almost completely drained him. You really can cure me?" The beautiful tiger lady stared at Jiang Sheng doubtfully. "Since I was young, countless doctors have diagnosed me, and they all said that I had anger and irritability, and that I needed to control it with my own willpower, but they couldn't help me at all. Therefore, after I discovered that I would turn into a monster, I stopped accepting any medical treatment. That only means that the people you met before were quacks, and that they misdiagnosed you because they had never seen you transform." Jiang Sheng explained seriously, "I was only sure that you had been poisoned by the mermaid charm after I saw you transform, otherwise my judgment of you would also be anger and irritability." "What is the mermaid charm?" At this time, the beautiful tiger lady already believed Jiang Sheng's words and asked in puzzlement. The so-called merpeople charm is a rare and highly toxic poison carried by certain deep-sea fish.
The poisoned person will become tyrannical and irritable, bloodthirsty, and manic.
Jiang Sheng looked at the beautiful tiger master seriously and said, "Think about it, have you encountered any accidents at sea?" "I did go out to sea with my family when I was a child, and after being bitten by a strange fish, my personality began to change drastically." The beautiful tiger master's face changed slightly, and she had already begun to believe Jiang Sheng. "Then there is no mistake." Jiang Sheng nodded and continued, "This mermaid charm is a very strange kind of poison. As the toxin spreads throughout the body, the poisoned person becomes incredibly strong and invulnerable to weapons. However, over time, the poisoned person's body will gradually change to resemble a fish, such as growing scales as before. Eventually, the poisoned person will completely lose their humanity and become a monster that is neither fish nor human, commonly known as a mermaid."
You mean I will eventually completely turn into that kind of monster and can no longer change back?
After listening to Jiang Sheng's introduction, the beautiful tiger master's face changed drastically, and her eyes were full of fear.
This is the terrifying thing about the monster charm.
Jiang Sheng assured with confidence, "But don't worry, since I was able to suppress the onset of the poison in your body, I will find a way to cure you. Please, sir, save my life." With a thud, the beautiful tiger master knelt before Jiang Sheng. "If you can really cure me, I am willing to be your slave and serve you from now on." Chapter 36. He should repay our Xiao family. No one can understand the trouble and harm that this merperson charm has caused the beautiful tiger master.
At first, she just had a major change in temperament, and her family could still tolerate her.
But as time went on, her condition worsened, and even her closest relatives grew to loathe her.
Everyone else avoided her.
Later, when Beauty Tiger Lady discovered that she would turn into a monster, she was afraid to stay in the family, so she ran to Jiangzhou and founded the underground force of the Righteous Assembly, so that she could easily vent her tyrannical emotions. Now she heard that she would eventually completely turn into a monster, and the beautiful Tiger Lady was completely panicked.
That would definitely be worse than death.
If Jiang Sheng could cure her, she was truly willing to do anything for it, even if it meant becoming a slave. "I know medicine, and it is only natural to heal and save people. You are just a victim of poisoning, you don't have to be like this." Jiang Sheng quickly helped the beautiful tiger master up. "I used the 9 revolutions finger technique to temporarily seal the activation and spread of the merfolk charm in your body. For a short period of time, you won't turn back into your previous appearance, but you need to control your emotions as much as possible. As for completely detoxifying the poison, it will require some supplementary pills, and I need 2 days to prepare them."
"What kind of pills does Sir need?"
the beautiful tiger master hurriedly asked. "I can try to buy them. You only need to prepare the medicinal herbs for me, and I will personally refine the required pills. After our battle, I have used up all my energy and need some time to recover." Jiang Sheng thought for a while and shook his head. "Plus, the way we look now, it's not suitable for us to communicate too much.
We can talk in detail some other day."
Hearing this, the beautiful tiger lady looked at Jiang Sheng and then at herself, suddenly blushing and feeling ashamed. Although she had now returned to her normal appearance, the transformation had previously stretched the tight, sexy Cheongsam so far that only a few strips of fabric remained draped around her body, almost completely exposing her. Jiang Sheng was not much better off, his expensive suit torn to shreds. The two looked very disheveled and indecent, and if an outsider saw them, they would think they had gotten into a fierce fight.
"The gentleman is right, so let's discuss this in detail some other day."
The beautiful tiger master blushed as she took off Honghu's outer garment and put it on, exchanging contact information with Jiang Sheng. After writing down the phone number of the beautiful tiger master, Jiang Sheng sent her a list of medicinal herbs via text message and turned and walked away. This person is not only powerful, but also knows medical techniques and alchemy, and his future achievements are immeasurable. Looking at Jiang Sheng's departing back, a flash of envy and jealousy flashed in the beautiful tiger master's eyes. Ji Mingyue's vision is really sharp, he was able to find such an outstanding man.
"Tiger boss. You've been talking about Ji Mingyue the whole time, but what does this guy have to do with him?" Honghu couldn't help but ask curiously.
"You idiot, you've been played by Liu Shuyi and you don't even know it." The beautiful tiger boss glared at Honghu fiercely and said, "At the banquet held by the Chamber of Commerce for the Ji family, Ji Mingyue publicly promoted this person and behaved very intimately with him.
What do you think his relationship with Ji Mingyue is?" "Damn it."
Upon hearing this, Honghu was furious. "That bastard Liu Shuyi actually dared to harm me. I'll take someone to destroy his Liu family."
"Don't act rashly."
The beautiful tiger master decisively shook her head and reminded him, Ji Mingyue could have caused the Liu family to suffer for eons with just a word, but he didn't do it. This shows that Mr. Jiang doesn't want others to interfere in his affairs with the Liu family. If you recklessly deal with the Liu family and cause any trouble, I won't be able to protect you.
I understand.
I will do whatever you say, tiger boss. Hongmu's face twitched slightly, and he immediately helped the beautiful tiger boss leave the scene surrounded by a group of injured people.
In the hall of the Xiao family villa,
Grandpa Xiao was leisurely sitting at the tea table, sipping tea, and this time no one dared to mock him. Zhao Tianmong and Wu Zhu anxiously walked back and forth in front of the old man. Zhao Zhongxue, on the other hand, sat on the sofa with a pale face, not saying a word. When she was in high spirits before, she had ignored the old man, so much so that she now simply didn't have the face to prance around in front of him.
Dad.
Only if you go to Jiang Sheng and beg him can the Xiao family be saved, otherwise the Zhao family is finished this time.
Zhao Tianmong, holding the bandaged finger, pleaded anxiously, are you just going to watch the family's downfall?
Yes, yes. Who would have thought that Jiang Sheng has now become the man of the Ji family's eldest daughter? If he wants to take revenge on the Xiao family, then we are all dead. Wu Shu followed suit and sounded the alarm, pleading, but although we were not nice to Jiang Sheng, you treated him like your own son, and he will definitely give you face.
I'm not that capable. You'd better go beg your good son-in-law. The old man laughed wryly and teased, he is the young master of the Liu family, 100 times better than Jiang Sheng. Dad, we know we were wrong. The Liu family is in trouble now, so don't mention Liu Shuyi.
Zhao Tianmong's face flushed with shame, and he said sadly, the survival of the Xiao family now depends entirely on you. Yes, yes, yes. Jiang Sheng has always been respectful to you, he will definitely give you face.
Wu Zhu followed along and persuaded.
I'm just an old man who can't read people, so you mustn't rely on me. The old man lifted his teacup and said coldly, I've long said that Jiang Sheng is no ordinary person, but unfortunately no one believed me, and instead you did so many disgusting things to him. You only have yourselves to blame for this. You have blind eyes and cannot recognize the true dragon.
We now know that you were right about Jiang Sheng, but the pressing task at hand is how to salvage the situation?
Zhao Tianmong pleaded, the Zhao family is just an insignificant little family in Jiangzhou, and we simply cannot afford Jiang Sheng's oppression and retaliation.
Humph. If you knew this was going to happen, why did you do it in the first place?
The old man impatiently interrupted Zhao Tianmong and snorted, Zhao Tianmong, Wu Zhu, you really live up to your names. A blind man and a person with no sense, what a perfect match, both blind.
Oh, what's the point of saying this now? Wu Zhu impatiently stared at the old man, just tell me, are you going to beg Jiang Sheng? No, and I don't need to.
The old man leisurely took a sip of tea and calmly said, when you forced Jiang Sheng to leave, I already predicted that he would rise up sooner or later, and I already sold him a face.
He promised me that he wouldn't make things difficult for the Xiao family after he became rich.
So you had it all planned out. Hearing this, Zhao Tianmong and Wu Zhu let out a long sigh of relief. Zhao Zhongxue's face also eased up. Since Jiang Sheng had promised not to make things difficult for the Xiao family, he would keep his word, so their previous worries were completely unnecessary. Although Jiang Sheng promised me that he would not make things difficult for the Xiao family. The old man suddenly put down his teacup and warned, but I advise you not to provoke Jiang Sheng again, otherwise you will bear the consequences. The beating you received this time is the best warning.
Don't worry, he is now the man of the Ji family's eldest daughter and is also in charge of the Ji family's investments in Jiangzhou.
We wouldn't be stupid enough to provoke him. Hearing that the Xiao family would not be subject to retaliation, Zhao Tianmong finally let out a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly to show his assurance. After all this time, the old master had already negotiated with Jiang Sheng, causing me to worry for nothing. Wu Shu slumped onto the sofa, relaxed, stroking her chest, when suddenly she had a brainstorm. No, that's not right. Jiang Sheng has been eating and drinking at my Zhao family for 3 years, and he is still Shui's original husband. Now that he has become rich, he should repay our Xiao family. Having said that, Wu Shu sat up straight and stared at the old man with reflective eyes. Dad. Since Jiang Sheng is giving you face, then go beg him to take good care of the Xiao family.
Chapter 37, Never Forgive, because I find it dirty. Shameless.
You treated Jiang Sheng like that before, and he has already done the decent thing by not retaliating against the Xiao family. Hearing Wu Zhu's words, the old man suddenly became furious. You actually have the face to ask him to look after the Xiao family, you are downright shameless.
What's so shameless about it? Wu Zhu shrugged nonchalantly, Jiang Sheng is after all Shui's ex-husband. My innocent daughter was his wife for 3 years. Doesn't she need to make up for the loss of youth? He is now in charge of the Ji family's investment in Jiangzhou. If he casually allocates some projects to the Xiao family, our family will be able to soar to great heights. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianmon's eyes flashed with brilliance. He let his wife act recklessly and did not say a word to stop her. You, how dare you mention Jiang Sheng marrying Shuai? The old man could no longer hold back, picked up the teacup and smashed it hard at Wu Zhu, gritting his teeth and saying, Shuai had an affair with Lu Shu for 3 years, and instead of stopping it, you kept helping the tiger. What a great shame this is for Jiang Sheng. Revenge for killing my father and for stealing my wife. Jiang Sheng has already done the decent thing by not retaliating against this old man, and you. Oh, stop talking nonsense. Wu Zhu impatiently interrupted the old man, avoiding the teacup, and asked, just tell me if you're going to find Jiang Sheng and ask for benefits for the Zhao family? I'll go to hell, I'm not as shameless as you. The old man was infuriated and got up and walked to the backyard. I advise you to also abandon this shameless thought, otherwise you will only bring shame upon yourselves. What a useless old man, you can't be relied upon when you're needed. Wu Zhu stared at the old man's back with disgust and gritted her teeth. If you won't fight for the family's interests, I'll take Shuai with me. I don't believe he's that ungrateful. Besides, my children are so well off, I'm sure he'll be tempted. Shuai, I'll go upstairs with you and help you get dressed. Wear something sexy. Then, Wu Zhu looked at Zhao Zhengshui and said, while Ji Mingyue is still at the banquet, let's go find Jiang Sheng now and let you two reunite. Mom! I'm now Lu Shuyi's wife, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Zhao Zhengshui looked at Wu Zhu with difficulty, but her heart was wavering a little. Forget about that loser Lu Shuyi. I originally thought he could amount to something, but he turned out to be a joke. He's in no way comparable to Jiang Sheng now. Wu Zhu glared at Zhao Zhengshui impatiently and persuaded, when you were Jiang Sheng's wife, you were still hanging out with Lu Shuyi. Now that you are Lu Shuyi's wife, you can be with Jiang Sheng just the same. Maybe Jiang Sheng, in revenge against Lu Shuyi, even likes your current identity. Then I'll go put on some makeup. Zhao Zhengshui no longer hesitated and went upstairs with Wu Zhu. Zhao Tianmong did not say a word the whole time about his daughter-in-law and daughter. In fact, he now regretted treating Jiang Sheng that way, and agreed with Wu Zhu that he could go to Jiang Sheng and ask for some benefits for the Xiao family. The Ji family's investment in Jiangzhou was a huge piece of cake, and whoever could get a piece would definitely make a fortune. If the Xiao family could participate, they could surpass the Lu family in no time and even become one of the top families in Jiangzhou. Zhao Tianmong's current approach is like when he first learned that Zhao Zhengshui was fooling around with Lu Shuyi behind Jiang Sheng's back. He turned a blind eye, and in the eye that was open, there was only profit. When Jiang Sheng returned to the gate of the Henteing Villa community, he saw Wu Zhu and Zhao Zhengshui being stopped by several security guards from afar. Since Henteing Villa is the best community in Jiangzhou City, the security is naturally not nominal. It was impossible for Wu Zhu and Zhao Zhengshui, two outsiders, to get in. My son-in-law is back. I see how you lowly watchdogs look down on people. How can you stop me? After seeing Jiang Sheng, Wu Zhu pointed at the noses of a few security guards and scolded them, then she took Zhao Zhengshui and walked towards Jiang Sheng, whispering, Shuai, Jiang Sheng is not the same person as before, you can't treat him like you used to. You have to coax him and make him happy, just like you did with Lu Shuyi. Mom, don't worry, I know what to do. Zhao Zhengshui puffed out her chest, full of confidence. Given Jiang Sheng's attitude and deep affection for her in the past, she was confident that if she used even half of the tactics she used to please Lu Shuyi, she would be able to make Jiang Sheng fall at her feet. Good girl, keep up the good work. Before, in front of Lu Shuyi and so many people, Jiang Sheng was too shy to show his feelings for you, even though he had them. Wu Zhu encouraged excitedly, now that no one else is here, he shouldn't refuse you again. Judging by the way he's dressed, he's obviously fooling around with other women behind Ji Mingyue's back. Zhao Zhengshui nodded confidently, I can definitely make him do as I say now if I just snap my fingers. Why are you guys here? Jiang Sheng asked suspiciously, looking at Wu Zhu and Zhao Zhengshui who had walked up to him, and unconsciously took out his phone. At this time, Zhao Zhengshui was wearing a sexy outfit that was even sexier than the one she wore to the banquet before. Her breasts were exposed at the top, her legs at the bottom, and her waist in the middle. She was really something. Good son-in-law, of course we're here to see you. Wu Zhu was beaming with a smile, rubbing her hands together in a show of adulation. The old man really did pick the right person. After 3 years of hard work, you've made a splash. You're now the talk of Jiangzhou.
I have divorced Zhao Zhongxue, and your current good son-in-law is Liu Shuyi, who has nothing to do with me. Jiang Sheng looked at Wu Zhu's disgusting face with disgust and said impatiently, if you have something to say, spit it out, I don't have time to waste with you. Oh, don't mention that waste of a person Liu Shuyi, he is not even comparable to you. Wu Shu waved his hand with disgust, while giving Zhao Zhongxue a wink. Schwer, don't you agree? Yes, yes, yes. Liu Shuyi is a good-for-nothing who knows nothing, how can he compare to Jiang Sheng? Zhao Zhongxue nodded repeatedly, deliberately puffed out her chest and twisted her hips while looking at Jiang Sheng coyly. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I now realize that you are the one who loves me the most, and the one I love the most has always been you. Ugh. Upon hearing this, even Jiang Sheng, who had a strong willpower, couldn't hold back his queasiness. Just shut up, I'm disgusted just looking at you, and listening to you talk is even more disgusting. You loved me so much before, how could you just let go? Zhao Zhongshue's face looked a bit unpleasant, but she still put on a pitiful look. I can't let go of you either, so why don't you forgive me and we can start over and be together again? Maybe I used to care about you, but now you're like a maggot in my eyes. Jiang Sheng looked at Zhao Zhongxue with disgust. Forget starting over, even forgiving you is absolutely impossible, because I find you disgusting. You've gone too far. Zhao Zhongxue felt humiliated when she saw Jiang Sheng look down on her so much. Oh dear. Jiang Sheng, no matter what, you and Schwer have been married for 3 years. You can't achieve what you have today without the Xiao family's cultivation. You must always remember the love between husband and wife and the Xiao family's kindness. Seeing that Zhao Zhongxue couldn't handle Jiang Sheng, Wu Zhu immediately took over and seized the moral high ground. If you had lost your memory back then, you would have probably starved to death if the Xiao family hadn't taken you in. You can't be so ungrateful. Chapter 38, Wu Zhu has no scruples. Ji Mingyue is here. I originally thought that Zhao Zhongshue's bad character was her own problem. Now I finally understand that it is completely because the upper beam is not straight that the lower ones are crooked. Hearing Wu Zhu's words, Jiang Sheng laughed in anger and looked at Wu Zhu with disgust. My marriage to Zhao Zhongxue was all but non-existent. She never treated me nicely, and instead, she was unfaithful to me for 3 years with Liu Shu. How could there be any talk of marital affection? You say that I could not have achieved what I have today without the Xiao family's cultivation, but I spent 3 years in the Xiao family being treated worse than a pig and a dog. You either beat me or scolded me. How could there be any talk of cultivation or affection? Wu Zhu was red with anger at Jiang Sheng, but she had no words to oppose him. If the Xiao family had treated Jiang Sheng better, she would have been justified in her anger. But the problem was that they had never treated Jiang Sheng well, and these words were untenable. Wu Zhu stuck out her neck and stared at Jiang Sheng unhappily. No matter what, the old master treated you like his own son, you can't deny that. I acknowledge the old master's friendship. Jiang Sheng nodded without hesitation and said coldly, but I have already agreed to not make things difficult for the Xiao family on the old man's behalf, so we are even. Having said this, Jiang Sheng pointed his finger at Zhao Zhongxue. If it weren't for the old man's kindness, I would never let her and the Xiao family off the hook for the humiliation and harm she has caused me. It's good that you recognize the old man's kindness. Wu Zhu ignored Jiang Sheng's anger and said with a smile, in that case, you should do the good deed completely. For the sake of your father, please look after the Xiao family a little more. You're shameless. At this point, Jiang Sheng finally understood the reason these two women had come, and realized that they had been trying to get something out of him for a long time. In the world of adults, there is no such thing as shamelessness. Don't worry, we won't let you help us for nothing. Wu Zhu shrugged nonchalantly and grinned wickedly. As long as you are willing to look after the Xiao family, even if you don't want to reunite with Schwer, you can still be her lover. She will serve you well. Before Jiang Sheng could react, Wu Zhu continued, she is now Liu Shuyi's wife, so you can secretly have an affair with her, just like how Liu Shuyi cuckolded you in the beginning. In this way, not only can you take revenge on Liu Shuyi, but you won't have to be responsible for Schwer. Shut up. I really didn't think you could be so shameless. Jiang Sheng roared, contemptuously saying, you actually used your own daughter as a bargaining chip. You are simply not worthy of being a mother. Jiang Sheng, that's enough. Just stop pretending. Zhao Zhongxue pulled Wu Zhu behind her and impatiently said, you were dreaming of getting me in the first place, and now as long as you are willing to support the Xiao family, I guarantee that I will serve you harder than I served Liu Shuyi. I am after all the Xiao family's young lady, my figure and appearance are not bad, and my skills in that area are quite up to par. I don't believe you won't be tempted. Pa! I'd rather be tempted by your grandmother's legs. Jiang Sheng spat out disgustingly, "Your mother is shameless, and you are even more shameless, not even as good as those women who sell meat." At this time, Jiang Sheng was really disgusted, and couldn't understand how he had lived with such a disgusting woman for 3 years.
You son of a bitch, don't be shameless. You think you're awesome just because you're in the lap of Ji Mingyue?
At this point, Zhao Zhongxue also lost his temper and cursed with gritted teeth, "I'll tell you, my husband has hired the Tiger of the Righteous Assembly to take your life, so just wait for death." Hearing this, Jiang Sheng's face became strange. The Tiger of the Righteous Assembly had already been seriously injured by him, and the Real Tiger was waiting for him to save his life and would not deal with him at all.
Swear, how can you speak to Jiang Sheng like that?
Seeing that the negotiations had broken down, Wu Zhu hurriedly stepped forward to reprimand Zhao Zhongxue, and then looked seriously at Jiang Sheng. "What do you want in order to take care of the Xiao family? Just name your conditions, and I promise to satisfy you. For the sake of your father, I won't make things difficult for the Xiao family. At the same time, I will sever all ties with the Xiao family, and we will be even."
Jiang Sheng firmly declared, coldly saying, "I will definitely not look after the Xiao family either.
Your lives or deaths have nothing to do with me." After saying this, Jiang Sheng paid no more attention to the two women and walked towards the gate of the residential area.
"Oh, this is so unjust."
Seeing Jiang Sheng's decisiveness, Wu Zhu suddenly hugged Jiang Sheng's thighs and wailed, "Everyone come and see this chin shimmy." After becoming rich, he abandoned his wife and children, beat his mother-in-law, and refused to help his daughter-in-law's family. Unexpectedly, Wu Zhu began to throw a tantrum and roll around when the negotiations failed, leaving Jiang Sheng a little at a loss. Zhao Zhongxue understood what was going on and decisively embraced the other thigh of Jiang Sheng, pretending to be aggrieved, crying out, "You heartless, faithless person, I married you for 3 years, but you abandoned me in order to climb a high branch, and you even beat my parents." Watching this shameless mother and daughter so perverted, throwing a tantrum and rolling around, Jiang Sheng was at a loss.
Hentaying Villa is the most high-end residential area in Jiangzhou, and the people who enter and exit are either rich or noble.
Zhao Zhongxue and her daughter acting like this here has a very bad influence. Soon, a group of people who don't know the truth gathered around and pointed at Jiang Sheng.
"Let go of me quickly, or I won't be nice to you."
With her legs firmly held by Wu Zhu and Zhao Zhongxue, Jiang Sheng raised his hand and angrily warned. "You promised that if we came over, the old man wouldn't make things difficult for us, and if you dare to move, I'll just bang my head against the wall and die here."
Wu Zhu held onto Jiang Sheng's thighs tightly and threatened, "You'd better promise to give the Xiao family some projects, otherwise we won't give up today.
Even if there's a scandal, we're not afraid of losing face, but you are someone that Miss Ji values, and if you lose face, Miss Ji will lose face too." Zhao Zhongxue cried while smiling evilly, "If you really dare to do anything to us, just wait until it's on the news tomorrow."
"Shameless!"
Jiang Sheng angrily shouted as his face turned red, but he really couldn't do anything to these two shrews. Although Jiang Sheng could easily break free with a casual move, these two weak women could not withstand his strength at all and would either die or be crippled.
At the same time, Jiang Sheng also knew that his words and actions would affect Ji Mingyue's reputation.
If he really made a big deal out of it, he would be letting Ji Mingyue down.
"Get out of my way."
Just as Jiang Sheng was at his wit's end, a cry of anger resounded through the crowd, "You shameless bitches, let go of me right now, or I'll make you regret being born." The crowd made way, and Ji Mingyue, her face cold, strode over.
"Ji, Miss Ji." Zhao Zhongxue was a little intimidated when she saw Ji Mingyue appear.
"What are you afraid of her for?"
Wu Zhu glared at Zhao Zhongxue impatiently and said, "Jiang Sheng is your ex-husband, and she is just a latecomer.
She has no right to be arrogant in front of you."
"Right." Zhao Zhongxue reacted and once again hugged Jiang Sheng's leg tightly.
"Even if she is the eldest daughter of the Ji family, she is just a worn-out shoe that I don't want. If she wants to stay with Jiang Sheng peacefully, she must give me benefits. Chapter 39, If you dare to mess with my man again, I'll destroy your whole family." Seeing Ji Mingyue appear, Jiang Sheng, who was being held by the thighs of two women, was embarrassed. "Mingyue,
It's okay, I'll handle it."
Ji Mingyue waved her hand to indicate that Jiang Sheng should not speak, and then turned around and coldly swept the crowd of onlookers. "What are you looking at? Scatter!" Many people around knew Ji Mingyue and knew that this was the eldest daughter of the Ji family.
Upon hearing this, they immediately dispersed.
"Now that there's no audience, you don't need to perform anymore, so you can let Jiang Sheng go." After the crowd dispersed, Ji Mingyue looked coldly at Zhao Zhongxue and Wu Zhu. The mother and daughter exchanged glances, saw that there really was no crowd, and stopped pretending. After letting Jiang Sheng go, they patted their bottoms and stood up.
"Let's go."
After regaining her freedom, Jiang Sheng immediately told Ji Mingyue to get ready to leave. Pay no attention to these two crazy women, they're disgusting.
Wait a minute, some things and some people, if they're not resolved cleanly, will always be a problem.
Ji Mingyue held Jiang Sheng back and looked coldly at Zhao Zhongshui and Wu Zhu. Go ahead, what do you want? Facing Ji Mingyue's piercing gaze, Zhao Zhongshui shrunk her neck and didn't dare to say a word. I was blind before and didn't realize that you were actually the Ji family's eldest daughter. Wu Zhu, like Zhao Zhongshui at the beginning, was fearless because she was ignorant. You've come at the right time.
As the main person, you have more say than Jiang Sheng. From what you say, you want to talk to me.
Ji Mingyue narrowed her eyes and said playfully, so tell me what you want.
Actually, it's very simple.
I want the Xiao family to be able to participate in those investment projects of the Ji family in Jiangzhou.
This shouldn't be difficult for Miss Ji, right?
Wu Zhu stated her intentions bluntly. This is indeed not difficult for me, and if I want to, it is not difficult to make the Xiao family the richest family in Jiangzhou.
Ji Mingyue nodded calmly. Hearing this, Wu Zhu and Zhao Zhongshui were overjoyed.
With the power of the Ji family, they really had the ability to make the Xiao family rise several ranks.
But why? Ji Mingyue's tone changed, and she said disdainfully, the Xiao family is just a third-rate family in Jiangzhou.
They have no ability and no talent. Why should I help the Xiao family rise to power? Because my daughter is Jiang Sheng's ex-wife, and because my family raised Jiang Sheng for 3 years. Wu Zhu held her head high with righteous indignation. If you want to be with Jiang Sheng, you must give the Xiao family an explanation, otherwise you won't be able to live in peace. Hearing such shameless words, Jiang Sheng was enraged and yelled in disgust, you still have the face.
Leave it to me.
Ji Mingyue stopped Jiang Sheng from speaking and looked at Wu Zhu with interest. Let's talk about other things later. I'm curious to know how you're going to make our lives difficult.
Haven't you heard that the ex is the biggest enemy of the current?
Wu Zhu smiled with pride and said arrogantly, if you can't satisfy us, then we'll harass Jiang Sheng every day from now on. I'm sure a big family like the Ji family should pay a lot of attention to reputation and won't accept a son-in-law like Jiang Sheng who was entangled with his predecessor.
Upon hearing this, Ji Mingyue's eyes flashed with cold light.
That's right, if you don't meet our conditions, then I'll let everyone know that Jiang Sheng is a wimp who has been cuckolded for 3 years. Zhao Zhongshui also had the confidence to be arrogant and said, I don't believe the Ji family can accept a son-in-law who is still so wimpy after his second marriage.
I want you, ah.
Before Zhao Zhongshui could finish speaking, Ji Mingyue slammed a fierce kick into his lower abdomen. Facing this sudden kick, Zhao Zhongshui let out a scream, covering his stomach in pain, and fell heavily to the ground.
Jiang Sheng looked at Ji Mingyue with emotion.
This was the second time he had seen Ji Mingyue hit someone, and both times it was for him.
You, how could you hit someone? Wu Zhu reacted, yelling angrily at Ji Mingyue. Pat.
Ji Mingyue did not hesitate to raise his hand and slap Wu Zhu in the face, coldly saying, bitch, just because you dare to threaten me, I don't even have to pay with my life to get you. Facing the suddenly furious Ji Mingyue, Wu Zhu covered her face but did not dare to be unrestrained, turning her head to look at Jiang Sheng. You promised the old man that you would not make things difficult for us.
You don't need to go to him, just tell me what's going on.
Ji Mingyue interrupted Wu Zhu imperiously and said coldly, Jiang Sheng values loyalty and promised the old master Xiao not to make things difficult for you, but I didn't promise anything, and I don't know the old master Xiao. But you should at least give Jiang Sheng face.
Wu Zhu looked at Ji Mingyue apprehensively.
She didn't expect Ji Mingyue to pay no heed to Jiang Sheng's feelings at all, which was terrifying. If it weren't for Jiang Sheng's face, you and the Zhao family would have been removed from Jiangzhou long ago.
Ji Mingyue gave a cold smile and looked at Jiang Sheng with concern.
Don't think I don't know how you have treated Jiang Sheng over the past few years, and you still want to use the past to get benefits.
You are really blind.
I warn you, Jiang Sheng is now my man. If you dare to provoke my man again, I will destroy your whole family. It's easier for me to destroy the Xiao family than to make it a powerful family in Jiangzhou. As she said this, Ji Mingyue suddenly lifted her foot and stamped her high heels hard on Zhao Zhongshui's thigh. The sharp heel instantly pierced Zhao Zhongshui's thigh, and blood flowed profusely for a moment. Especially you, bitch. I don't care what kind of relationship you had with Jiang Sheng in the past, but if you ever dare to provoke my man again, I'll let you know what it means to be better off dead.
I dare not, I dare not.
Zhao Zhongshui screamed and begged for mercy as the pain from her leg intensified.
Wu Zhu was already terrified by Ji Mingyue's domineering manner, and watched helplessly as her daughter was punished, not daring to go forward to stop it. Don't let me see you harass Jiang Sheng again, or I'll destroy your entire Xiao family.
Ji Mingyue retracted her high heels and said coldly, "Get lost." Wu Zhu didn't dare to say another word, and she helped Zhao Zhongxue, who was covered in blood, to run away in a flustered manner.
The problem is solved, we can go home now.
Ji Mingyue clapped her hands and smiled at the dazed Jiang Sheng. "What's wrong, were you shocked by me?"
I was really impressed by you.
I adore you like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, like the Yellow River flooding. Jiang Sheng praised with a face full of admiration.
Not bad, you've become smooth talking. Ji Mingyue nodded in satisfaction, looking at Jiang Sheng's tattered clothes, and thinking that the two women had torn them.
He frowned and said, "You're so good at kung fu, how did you get into such a mess because of those two bitches?" "I tolerated them again and again because of the old man's face, and I don't want to hit women, but I didn't expect them to be shameless to this extent." Jiang Sheng gave a disgusted look in the direction of the Xiao family matriarch and daughter as they left. If it weren't for the respect he owed the old man, he would have slapped those shameless bitches to death with one palm. It's good that you value loyalty, but when dealing with shameless rascals, you have to use some extraordinary measures. Ji Mingyue arranged Jiang Sheng's clothes with concern, then laughed. "Next time you encounter someone like this who you can't teach a lesson to, let me teach her a lesson." Thinking of Ji Mingyue's heroic appearance when she taught the Xiao family mother and daughter a lesson, Jiang Sheng nodded with stars in his eyes. Ji Mingyue took the initiative to put her arm around Jiang Sheng's arm, her face solemn, and her tone serious. "Let's go home.
I have something important to tell you."
Thinking that Dong Lao was going to meet Jiang Sheng tomorrow, Ji Mingyue couldn't help but start to get a headache. This hurdle was quite dangerous for Jiang Sheng.
Chapter 40, Going to Dong Lao's Appointment. The Four Young Talents.
In the courtyard, Jiang Sheng and Ji Mingyue lay side by side on two deck chairs, quietly gazing at the stars together. "I'm sorry that I hid my true identity from you before, and that I pushed you to the forefront without your consent."
Ji Mingyue spoke first, apologetically. "Do you blame me?"
"Of course not. The identity of the little princess of the Ji family is so prestigious that there may be countless people who have evil intentions towards you, and it is reasonable that you are on your guard against this." Jiang Sheng shook his head with a smile, sincerely looking into Ji Mingyue's eyes. "As for what happened at the banquet today, it's not worth mentioning compared to you and I being together officially."
"Is being with me really that important?"
Ji Mingyue flirtatiously gave Jiang Sheng a glare and complained, "I asked you before if you would like me, but you pretended to be dumb and I thought I was being self-centered."
"You really asked me if I liked you that time in the kitchen?"
Jiang Sheng sat up abruptly, dejected. "I was stir-frying at the time and thought I heard you wrong. I didn't dare believe my ears, otherwise I would have confessed to you then."
"Who cares about your confession?"
Ji Mingyue pouted in a cute manner. She had been angry for 2 days because of this matter, but now she finally felt better. "So you ignored me for the past 2 days because of this?" Jiang Sheng suddenly realized.
"No way."
Ji Mingyue suddenly blushed and changed the subject. "How did you feel when you went on stage today?"
"To be honest, I didn't feel anything special."
Jiang Sheng shrugged and said honestly, "No matter how those people flatter me, they are just doing you a favor, it has nothing to do with me."
"You are so insightful."
Ji Mingyue was slightly surprised. "I still know myself very well." Jiang Sheng grinned and said firmly, "But I will definitely keep the promise I made on stage. It won't be long before I become famous in Jiangzhou and even the whole of Jiangdong through my own efforts."
"I definitely won't let you down. I believe in you."
Ji Mingyue looked at Jiang Sheng with a complex expression on her face. "But if you stay with me, while you get attention, there will also be countless people who will give you trouble."
"You mean rivals?"
Jiang Sheng smiled wickedly.
"Love rivals are only part of it.
After all, I forced you into that position, and many people can't stand to see it, so they will definitely cause trouble for you." Ji Mingyue gave Jiang Sheng a look and explained, "There are also people who care about me, and they find it hard to accept you as you are, like Dong Lao."
"Who is Dong Lao?"
Jiang Sheng looked at Ji Mingyue blankly.
"Hey." Ji Mingyue sighed and then told Jiang Sheng about Dong Lao's invitation.
"Don't worry, in my eyes, Dong Lao is nothing."
Jiang Sheng suddenly took Ji Mingyue's hand and said firmly, "Don't mention this Dong Lao.
Even if he personally comes down to assess the situation, I will definitely satisfy him."
"What you said is too." "Mingyue.
My goal is to go to the Jinling Ji family in the future to propose marriage and marry you in an open and fair manner." Without giving Ji Mingyue a chance to speak, Jiang Sheng said firmly, "Before I marry you, all the obstacles I encounter are just tests to show that I want to be with you. As long as I can be with you, even if there is a dragon's den or a sea of flames ahead, I will forge ahead courageously."
"If I don't have this determination, then how can I deserve you?" Well said. I will be waiting for you to marry me in Jiling in the future. Ji Mingyue looked at the fighting Jiang Sheng with some obsession, confident that confidence is always a man's most charming charm. The next morning, Ji Mingyue took Jiang Sheng to the single-family villa where Dong Lao was staying. As soon as they entered the villa gate, Jiang Sheng and Ji Mingyue were stopped by two bodyguards. Miss Ji, Dong Lao is waiting for you in the study to discuss something with you. Dong Lao is worried that I will pressure others and deliberately wants to get rid of me. Ji Mingyue looked at Jiang Sheng helplessly. From now on, you have to face everything on your own. I can't help you for the time being. If I have to rely on you for everything, then I'll really be a softie. Jiang Sheng smiled and reassured him, don't worry about me, just wait for my good news. After a night of cultivation and taking medicine, Jiang Sheng had now recovered to his peak state and was full of confidence. Although he didn't know what exactly Dong Lao's test would be, Jiang Sheng was confident that with his cultivation of the third level of qi, he could definitely surpass his peers in Jiangzhou in terms of strength. Then be careful in everything you do. Ji Mingyue cautioned, and then, led by a bodyguard, parted from Jiang Sheng. Jiang Sheng was led by another bodyguard to the back garden of the villa, where quite a few people were already waiting for him. In the back garden, 3 men and 1 woman were sitting around a table, drinking tea and chatting. These 4 people were definitely the true young talents in Jiangzhou. Parvenu. A short-haired girl in a tracksuit asked arrogantly to the fat young man sitting opposite. Dong Lao said to let us meet 2 outstanding people of our age. Do you know who they are? How would I know? The fat man hurriedly shook his head and complimented, anyway, you 3 are already the top young talents in Jiangzhou, all of you are better than me. I can't think of anyone in Jiangzhou who is better than you. It might be Miss Ji. A young man in a zhongshan suit and glasses spoke leisurely. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Although they were confident in their own excellence, compared to Ji Mingyue, they really were worlds apart. Just then, Jiang Sheng walked over behind his bodyguard. It's him. Upon seeing Jiang Sheng, the fat young man stood up abruptly. Who? The others looked at the fat man blankly. Miss Ji highlighted the investment manager at the banquet yesterday, Jiang Sheng. The fat young man reminded as he straightened his clothes, in my judgment, this person has an extraordinary relationship with Miss Ji, and it is very likely that they are boyfriend and girlfriend. You all be careful. Upon hearing this, the others glanced at each other and became instantly interested. Looking at the 4 young people in front of him, Jiang Sheng frowned slightly, not recognizing any of them. Brother Jiang, I didn't realize that the outstanding young man that Dong Lao was talking about was you. The fat man was the first to stand up and enthusiastically extended his hand to Jiang Sheng. My name is Wang Manjin, and my father is Wang Banji, the richest man in Jiangzhou. I was really jealous of your charisma at the banquet last night. I've heard a lot about you. Jiang Sheng hurriedly shook hands with the other person, but he was a little dazed inside. That old man Dong really went all out to suppress me, appearing as the son of the richest man. In terms of wealth, I really feel inferior. Yuan Zhenhua. A young man with a stocky build, dark skin, and wearing a camouflage t-shirt stood up and held out his hand in front of Jiang Sheng. I am the captain of the Jiangdong War Department's Falcon Special Forces team, and I am also the youngest commissioned officer in Jiangzhou. I have heard a lot about you. Jiang Sheng gave a faint smile and politely shook Yuan Zhenhua's hand. After their hands were joined, Yuan Zhenhua did not let go of Jiang Sheng, and playfully said, I'm sure Brother Jiang must be exceptional in some way, otherwise why would you have won Miss Ji's favor? The next moment, Jiang Sheng felt a tingling sensation in his hand. Yuan Zhenhua had taken the opportunity of the handshake to secretly exert his strength, trying to intimidate Jiang Sheng.